Today we are going to see. What if Alice saw Renesmee'S dark future? So let's get started. Hey, that was mine, I hissed. My milk chocolate brown eyes flew up to my adversary, as I stopped short a few feet away from my would-be prey. The elk that I'd been specifically hunting was now laying lifelessly in between two huge paws. I puckered my face into a slig. Pout as I glared at the reddish-brown, shaggy wolf standing before me, dripping elk blood. He barked a laugh before pulling his muzzle over his sharp teeth, a cute attempt at a grin. It was cute, in a weird wolfy sort of way. I smirked. Before I could say anything aloud, I could feel my dad Edward Cullen fly with unbelievable speed to my side. His lips, too, were curled back, but not in any sign of amusement. He let out a low hiss as he stared at the wolf with a dark expression. Never in the history of my world would you believe that vampires and wolves could be in the same vicinity, without attempting to rip each other to shreds. The history my world has been for centuries, unknown to the humans. All of their precious myths and beliefs have actually steamed from actuality. My reality. If only they knew. Actually, it's much better that they don't know. I'm still learning to ignore the unbelievable thirst when it comes to them. Jacob, Dad growled. He was still looking at the wolf through narrow eyes. Of course my dad would have to be the one to rush to the scene of the crime. There was no crime at all, actually. I was positive Jacob would never hurt me intentionally. I knew he was just kidding. Jacob Black sure does have a sense of humor, although Daddy didn't enjoy it as much as me. The wolf winced as Edward scowled at him. Dads. Or maybe it was just my dad. Why did he always have to be so overprotective? Not just over me, I thought. Yes, you're very much correct, my dear. His voice was hard as he answered my thoughts, speaking as if I had said them directly out loud to him. Not once did he take his eyes off the Jacob wolf. You and your mother mean the world to me. I will not tolerate or accept things that cause you harm or pain. Jacob flinched as if Edward had hit him. Not like it would have actually hurt him, with his fur being so thick. Jacob rolled his huge eyes and raised his head in an arrogant way, before barking another laugh. Then very slowly, he used his muzzle to push the ruminants of the elk towards me. He stopped briefly when Edward hissed very softly. Edward. I turned to see my beautiful mother emerge from the brush. Her dark hair cascaded elegantly down her shoulders, and framed her flawless pale face perfectly. She had been watching invisible through the trees. Her tone was a mixture of annoyance and impatience. Her eyes were cold black. She was thirsty. I know that she and my dad rarely left me alone these days. When they did hunt, it was together, as a family. Unlike the rest of my immediate family, Carlisle, Esme, Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper and Alice, Mom and Dad only went hunting when it deemed absolutely necessary. When I was left without their company, it would only be for brief periods, always with Jacob or my family, never alone. Reluctantly, I watched my dad straighten up from his protective crouch. His glare was still glued to Jacob. You should know better than to play with food, Jacob, Mom scolded. Her eyes flickered from me, to the dead, bleeding elk, to Jacob and Dad before finally coming to rest on me. Although I was sure she could put together what happened, I preferred to give her the first-hand experience for herself. In 3 strides I was at her side. I took my fingertips and pressed them to her cheek. Her skin, as always, was a bit cool to the touch. The human part of me could feel the slight change of temperature. Yet, my immortal side barely noticed, thus effectively canceling any major difference. In 3/4 of a second I replayed the whole scene of events for her, exactly as they happened. I also insisted that Dad had clearly overreacted. I was well aware that he was reading my thoughts as well, for he growled low at my intake of the situation. Mom laughed. Jacob whined. He hated being out of our little family loop like this. Dad could anyone's mind, including mine, and occasionally Mom's when she let him. I wish I had the power of privacy. She's the only exception. Mom could shield others from Dad, as well as other vampires who had anything to do with the art of dealing inside the mind. And of course my unique gift did the exact opposite of my father's. I could put my thoughts into anyone's head. I got that from my mom. No one was, as far as I knew, protected from my thoughts. Jacob. It was Mom who called to him this time. She had drifted over to Dad's side, and was staring at the wolf with an odd expression as if she was trying to read his mind. Maybe she should leave that to Dad. Jacob tilted his colossal shaggy head, acknowledging her. Are you going to finish that? She leaned her head toward the dead carcass. I thought you preferred Esme's cooking rather than raw meat. Of course he did. We all knew this. Jacob and I had a lot of things in common. We, unlike my parents, could survive off either food or animals. In his case, he ate the animals, while I only thirst for their blood. But why have broccoli when you can have pie? Well, animals weren't quite like pie. Animal blood was no comparison for the delicious mouth-watering sensational scent given off by the humans. But it was better than the repulsive garbage humans called food. Dad had to play translator, screening Jacob's thoughts, since he could only speak in his human form. No, Nessie can have it. Dad grunted. I watched as Jacob gently picked up the elk in his jaws and trotted over to me before pausing briefly, to place it at my feet. Enjoy, Nessie. Whether this was coming from my dad or Jacob, I didn't know. Dad smirked. It was from me, he admitted, unashamed. Well, good. Now that that's all settled, I'd like to enjoy myself as well. Mom stated. She tilted her head to the side, listening for more distant heartbeats, besides mine that stood beating before her. I listened too, and could hear everything. Fluttering frightened heartbeats of countless cowering critters near us, taking refuge in the underbrush. The tiny oak and maple leaves, rustling in the wind from all around. But in order to hear what my mom was listening for, I would have to observe a broader range. So I listened farther out until I heard the gentle, constant thudding of pumping hearts. We'll be back. Finish up here, Renesmee, she commanded tenderly, before turning quickly to face her eternal love, with a devious smile on her features. All race ya. She immediately took off through the forest at lightning speed. Probably faster than that. Lighting isn't even that fast. I watched as Dad deliberated something for a moment, then he briefly nodded once to Jacob. We'll talk later, he muttered. Then he shot a quick look at me. See you soon, he promised, and then took off. All of this happened in about 2 seconds. I drained the remnants of the elk, effectively quenching my thirst. Wiping my lips with the back of my hand, I stared at the wolf that was retreating into the depths of the forest. Jacob was going to phase back to his human form, and clothe himself. He emerged seconds later with a grin on his face. He walked over to me, stopping short a foot away. I let you win, he teased. Jacob and I always had a contest to see who could hunt the biggest and best. He always cheated. Just like Edward. It's not every day you can steal the thoughts of your opponents, or use huge paws. I reached out to him, and played a vision of him catching the elk as I had seen, apping the creature by grabbing a hold of its hind legs with his paw. Then I showed him how I hunted, with nothing but my teeth. So clearly this was a violation. No violation, no rules. He laughed. I scowled as I lowered my hands. He laughed again as he stared at me, amused. Better luck next time. He smiled apologetically, and I couldn't help but smiling back as well as I stared up at him. Jacob had to be at least 6 feet tall. He seemed to grow an inch a day. Grow. I paused to look down at myself. Though I could not visibly see any difference, I knew I had grown from since last night. How anyone could hardly believe I was just barely over my 4-month mark. I was just that. 4 months old. It would be hard for most to believe that I, Renesmee Cullen, was only 4 months old. Saint human babies could barely crawl at 4 months, let alone do half the things I could. I inwardly laughed at this. Of course they couldn't do half the things I could. They didn't have vampire fathers and once human mothers. What is it? Jacob asked. He was looking at me questioningly. Although he couldn't read minds, he could read my facial expressions. You'd swear say I was an open book or something. I was reluctant to speak. Why bother with language when I could just show him? I reached up towards him again and replayed my thoughts. I felt him stiffen. Don't worry about it. He grabbed my hand and removed it from his chin, squeezing it reassuringly. But there was a look in his eyes before I could question it. A cheerful grin reclaimed his features. You know, it's funny. Renee used to tell Bella that same thing. Like mother like daughter. He grinned his Jacob grin, as he stared at me. Renee wasn't the only one who could read me like a book. A soft voice added. Turning, I saw M.Y. parents walking at human pace towards Jacob and I. We had been so focused, neither of us had heard them approach. Catching my mother's eye, Dad grinned his signature crocked smile. Since I couldn't read your mother's thoughts, I relied completely on her facial expressions and body language. He bragged, clearly pleased. Jacob snorted. Yay, I can only imagine how hard it must be to not be able to invade someone's personal privacy. He muttered. Dad rolled his eyes. If you guys are going back to the cottage, do you mind if we stop at Esme's house first? I'm starving. Jacob made a face. I giggled. Without realizing it, we had all started walking in unison towards my parents' cottage. It had been given to my mother as birthday present from Grandma Esme, and the rest of the family. Oh, how I detested calling her grandma. She barely looked a day over 25. That was one of the many benefits of being a vampire, you don't change. I never really gave much thought into how old Grandma Esme really was. I just knew that she could hardly pass for anything other than an adoring mother. But even that was pushing it if you asked me. What about my cooking? Mom's voice rang with a fake shock. And she placed a pale hand where her heart would be, and pretended to be hurt by Jacob's words. Since vampires didn't have the need to eat food, they didn't have the need to cook. Mom used to cook for Grandpa Charlie when she was human. Though she still had a good idea of how to cook, she had lost the advantage of having the ability to taste or smell the food. It all tasted the same. She had several unsuccessful attempts to get me accustomed to human food. I still preferred blood. Grandma Esme, although at the same disadvantage as Mom, had had years and years of practice in the art of preparing food. It was all a part of my family's human charade. The charade that separated us from the rest. The Cullen family. My mom had briefly explained to me once that we were different from others of our kind. We resisted the luring scent of humans, and fed on nothing but animals. This was the way I have been brought up. But even the humans were wary of us. Dad said that it was their subconscious minds, warning them to keep their distance. Though everything in the conscious minds willed them to do otherwise. At his words, Mom had muttered something about world's greatest predator, before laughing. She and Dad had seemed to share a private moment then, because I hadn't understood. So he had explained it. We are designed to be alluring to our human prey. Everything about us invites them in. Our looks, our voice, our smell, everything. And we are equipped with everything we need to kill them. Speed, power, strength. I could distinctively recall the bitterness in his tone as he has said this. Mom had put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Actually, Dad breathed, bringing my thoughts back to the present. Carlisle wants to talk to us. 3 pairs of eyes quickly darted to me before he continued. He was gazing lovingly at my mother. He nodded once at her, evidently answering an unvoiced question. Yes, to all of us. I watched as a flick of fear flitted across my mom's face. Dad and Jacob exchanged glances. I noticed the same odd look was once again in Jacob's eyes as he caught my gaze. I wondered if Mom had noticed the awkward exchange. But she was too engrossed in her own thoughts to take notice. It wasn't until Dad went to stand next to her and put his arms around her that I had noticed we stopped walking. Although we all had super acute hearing, he muttered something inaudible to Mom, so that it was unheard by us. He gently placed a kiss on her cheek, and grabbed her hand, intertwining their fingers together. When he spoke next, his voice was a bit shaky. I think we should keep moving, he suggested. We all shifted noiselessly to the direction of my grandparents' house. Jacob came to stand silently beside me. He bent down slightly, to whisper to me. Don't worry, he murmured. His breath was warm against my ear, as always. The rest of the duration of the walk was silent for the most part. My parents walked a steady pace ahead of Jacob and I. Occasionally, Dad would mutter, or, don't worry, in the same comforting tone Jacob had. Since Mom wasn't replying audibly, I guessed she had pulled back her shield to speak with Dad privately. What was so important that she couldn't say aloud? It was rare for Mom to pull back her shield, even if it was for my dad. I was willing to bet that I was about me. I seemed to be a bad luck charm for my family. A disaster magnet. This wouldn't be the first time that I'd put my family in jeopardy. But I doubted it could be worse than the horrendous incident of last month. I resisted the urge to shudder. Now was not the time to draw anyone's attention, especially my father's. He was too busy consoling my mother to notice the dark path in which my thoughts were headed. If he was attentive to my thoughts, he would no doubt be distressed. Last month I had endangered the lives of multiple friends and extended family members. Not to mention my own family. Our paths were ordained to cross with one of our world's most powerful authorities, the Volturi. They had come to end my life. Mercilessly. To them, I had been known as the immortal child. It was common knowledge in our world that immortal children were forbidden. They had caused numerous catastrophes during their creation time period, and could not be controlled. If it wasn't for Aunt Alice and Uncle Jazz who had uncannily shown up at the perfect time, we would have all been dead by now. I could see the Volturi very clearly, how they had flowed so gracefully through the forest with their dark, shadowed faces remaining expressionless as they had dissembled into a formal line and arrow, their leader with his milky red eyes and long black hair against his translucent skin. This time, I couldn't not fight the tremor that rolled through me. And then everything seemed to happen at once. Jacob grabbed me, his face anxious. Renesmee. Then it was my mother, cupping my face in her hands, piercing me with her eyes. Renesmee. Are you okay? After 3/4 of a second, I breathed. Yes, I'm okay. I didn't trust myself enough to be able to show her that I was fine, for fear that my real thoughts would slip through. This was a tip-off. It was rare that I spoke aloud. My dad was standing behind my mother, his golden eyes reading me. In that instant, he knew everything. He closed his eyes momentarily, and tried to maintain his composure. Abruptly, he turned and began walking towards the house again. Edward, my mother cried. She glanced at me, then back towards him, torn. Mom, I'm fine, really. Let's go, I urged. She opened her mouth as if to object. But Jacob nodded in agreement. She's right, Bells, he insisted. Let's go. Mom nodded once before taking off after her husband. Jacob looked at me again, with a questioning look. Are you sure you're okay? He whispered. Still not trusting my thoughts, I merely nodded. In a few seconds we fell into step with my parents again. It was not uncommon for my dad to react the way he had, I was positive this time was because of me. Only one way to be sure. Dad, I thought silently. Grandpa Carlyle wants to talk about me, doesn't he? Instead of simply nodding yes or no, I watched through the corner of my eye as he clenched his teeth together, ignoring me. I was sure he had been screening my thoughts, so it was impossible that he hadn't heard me. I decided to try another approach. I stopped walking. Mom, I began. Realizing what I was about to ask, my dad immediately placed himself between Mom and I. She gasped a shocked, "Oh," at the sudden quick moment. Instinctively, Jacob positioned himself between me and Dad. As Mom shot curious glances at all of us, Dad was staring intensely at me again. Renesmee. His voice was not harsh as I was expecting, but rather pleading. Yes, please. His voice was thick with agony. I touched Jacob's shoulder, replaying the scene, with him moving out of my way with reassurance. He glanced sideways at me doubtfully before slowing moving aside. Edward. Nessie. Worry lined my mother's features, though she still looked breathtaking. But neither of us answered her. I reached up toward my dad, replaying him with clenched teeth, not answering my question, with a resounding why. Echoing my thoughts. Not now, he answered. I replayed his last statement, asking when. We'll talk later. He seemed to be saying that a lot. He grinned at this. May we go now? He asked. Not bothering to respond verbally or mentally, I just nodded. I watched silently as my dad gracefully stepped away, and began towards the house once more. He seemed to be deliberately trying to ignore Jacob's thoughts, because Jacob snarled, "Don't act like you didn't hear me." Still, no response. Jacob began to mutter under his breath. My mother turned to look at me. What was all that about Renesmee? 3 seconds went by. Renesmee. Show me, she commanded. She took a step forward, towards me. I glanced in my father's direction, and hesitated. We'll catch up with him, don't worry. Jacob assured, as he guessed my thoughts. He, too, had moved towards me. I cautiously extended the tips of my fingers on both of my hands out to reach them. I replayed my vulgar thoughts of the Volturi. I felt them stiffen, then exchange quick glances. Don't worry, they breathed together. I nodded, and repeated my father's actions, taking off into the brush. We reached my family's house in less than 10 minutes, because we had continued to walk at human pace. It had been a silent walk. Everyone was a bit on edge, wondering what was going on. The elegant, ageless house was 3 stories tall. Its encircling porch had all its lights on. The faded white paint only added to the beauty of my family's home. As we reached the steps, the door was abruptly thrown open. As expected, Aunt Alice was bouncing in the doorway. Her pixie-like, pale face was beaming as her dark black hair pointed up in every direction. "What took you guys so long?" she demanded, as her golden eyes sparkled. Beside me, Mom rolled her eyes, and grinned. "Where is Carlisle?" came my dad's deep musical voice from behind. He seemed anxious. "In his study." Aunt Alice shrugged. She nodded once at Jacob before sweeping her golden eyes down on me. A huge grin spread across her face. "Nessie," she squealed. Bending down into almost a crouch-like position, she opened her arms towards me. And I was there in an instant. Glad to momentarily forget our initial reason for being here. "Hey, now, she's my niece too," a husky voice said. I looked up to see Uncle Emmett reaching down towards me. I hopped from Aunt Alice's hands into my bear-like uncle's. I always liked the way I could curl up into Uncle Emmett's gripping hug. He was huge, and built like a wrestler. Strong. His hair was dark and curly, unlike Daddy's untidy hair. "Hey." Aunt Alice's face puckered into a pout, and she folded her arms, and glared at Uncle Emmett. I giggled. My parents and Jacob shuffled into the house, and gathered around. Suddenly her head snapped sideways, and she hissed, "Jasper, don't even think about it. Don't try that with me." Suddenly, as quickly as it had come, her mood vanished, and she smiled vindictively. "Emmett, did you forget about the game? In 8.4 seconds the quarterback will throw an interception. You're bluffing." Uncle Emmett growled at his sister. Aunt Alice just continued to smile at him. He glared at her before turning to look down at me. He placed a kiss on my forehead and set me on my feet. "Sorry, kid, it's the playoffs." He nodded towards my parents, and briefly at Jacob before walking out the room. Towards the TV. "Like you don't know who won already," Jacob muttered as he rolled his eyes. Suddenly, I began to feel excited. I rocked back and forth on the balls of my feet, and grinned. Aunt Alice froze and narrowed her eyes towards the hallway. I followed her gaze. I watched as Uncle Jasper emerged from around the corner, smirking. "Uncle Jazz!" I shrieked, as if on a will of their own. My feet scrambled towards him. I couldn't remember being this excited to see Aunt Alice, or Uncle Emmett. "Cheater," Aunt Alice accused, "you can't make her excited to see you." Oh, I should have known. Of course it wasn't my fault for getting so worked up. Uncle Jasper used his ability to mess with my reaction. Even knowing this didn't stop me as I received a crushing hug from Uncle Jazz. "Huh," he laughed, ruffling my hair. "It's not my fault I'm her family favorite." From behind, someone snorted. If that were the case, then I wouldn't exist. I twisted out of Uncle Jasper's grip to see my Aunt Rosalie walk gracefully down the stairs. Her wavy golden hair cascaded down her shoulders and shifted slightly as she paused on the last step. "You know, I could make you feel horrible and worthless. But that would take all day, and I have things to do," Uncle Jasper retorted icily. Dad laughed, and Aunt Rosalie scowled. She opened her mouth to say something, but my father cut her off. "We need to talk to Carlisle." "Oh, right," Aunt Alice agreed. "Let's go." She turned and bounced 3 steps before I reached out to her. I replayed the scene, with her coming with us to see Grandpa, asking why. "He wants to talk to me too," she answered. Then grabbing my hand, she tugged on it. "Now let's go." She flashed a brilliant smile and pulled me forward with Mom, Dad, and Jacob in tow. Within a minute, we entered Grandpa Carlisle's office. As always, his bookcases were everywhere, full of endless books. Grandpa Carlisle was standing by his window, which faced the west side of the house. He looked deep in thought, although it was impossible that he hadn't heard us enter. Turning, his thoughtful gaze roamed over all of us. He walked over to his mahogany desk, and sat down in the leather chair. And gestured for us to do the same. "Glad you guys could make it." He greeted us warmly, winking at me. We all sat, and Dad was the first to speak. "Of course. Now do you mind explaining what this is all about, Carlisle?" There was a stunned silence after his words. My dad the mind reader didn't know what was going on. Grandpa Carlisle must have been careful about his thoughts from the time we had come within hearing range. Jacob started at my father with an amused look. "What? You don't know what this is about?" he asked sarcastically, mockery in his every word. But Dad, as expected, said nothing. His jaw flexed, and his hands balled into fists at his side. Patience, Edward. Grandpa cautioned. You'd think that a vampire that was centuries old like my Dad would have mastered the concept of patience by now. Grandpa rose out of his chair and came to stoop next to me. He was staring at me intently. How are you, Renesmee? He asked politely. I reached out to touch his chin automatically. Answering his question. Good. He nodded thoughtfully and stood. He stared briefly at the remaining faces in the room, and paused to deliberate something. After about 5 seconds, he sighed. He turned his back to us, and walked to his windows again. I have news. I don't know if it's good or bad. But you all will have some decisions to make. What news? My dad demanded. His eyes were curious, his expression unreadable. Grandpa Carlyle turned to face us, his golden eyes coming to rest on Aunt Alice. He nodded at her slightly. Alice? He asked slowly. I turned to see Aunt Alice rise out of her seat. She walked to the front of Grandpa's desk, and faced us. I had a vision, she stated. Her eyes too, darted to me, and then back to my dad. Carlyle was doing research in his study. And subconsciously made a decision that changed our future. A tense silence followed her statement. Aunt Alice could see the future, it was her special talent, so this wasn't news to us. But what? Jacob began. No doubt his thoughts were similar to mine, but Grandpa Carlyle cut him off. I was researching some old myths about hybrids like Nahul and Nessie, and briefly considered that maybe we should go research the myths and legends, like we had planned earlier before. He paused, remembering our interruption, the Volturi, unplanned events. He finished. And then I saw Renesmee. Aunt Alice murmured softly. Her voice was a whisper, filled with uncertainty. This knowledge took a moment to sink in. Up until now, Aunt Alice had never been able to see me, or Jacob. Grandpa Carlyle believed it was because we were both one and the same. Jacob was half human and half werewolf, and I was half human and half vampire. She couldn't see the rest of the Quileute wolf pack either. They lived on the reservation. Once our mortal enemies, they were now considered eternal allies. I never quite understood why. I knew that Volturi detested our allegiance with them, as it had always been in our nature. The only bad thing about Jacob and his wolf buddies was that they always smelled bad. No matter how many times they took a shower, they still reeked like wet dogs. But how? Jacob demanded incredulously. He was staring back and forth from Aunt Alice to Grandpa Carlyle, his eyes still disbelieving. He subconsciously made the decision, I don't know how. Aunt Alice snapped. I noticed her mood had slipped a notch. She always got a bit touchy on the subject of her vision predictions being precise. Jacob told me once that we were her Advil to her headache. But I never really understood completely. The future changed, so of course Aunt Alice's predictions could never be 100% accurate. Although no one tried to ever bet against her or doubt her. Shish. He was mainly always right for the most part. I could only imagine how frustrating it would be for her to finally see me in a vision, and not know what to make of it. Alice, what did you see? It was Mom who asked the question. And there was a light edge to her voice. Aunt Alice made a face. I don't know exactly. It was you and Renesmee. You and her were hugging. I saw her back and your face was hidden beneath your hair. But I know it was you, because I saw your scar. Automatically my eyes flew to my mother's hand. Dad was holding the hand that had the scar on it. He had been absently-mindedly passing his thumb over the scar, tracing it. It was crescent-shaped, and looked far worse than a burn or cut that Mom could have gotten in her human life. She never had told me the story of how she'd gotten that cut. I made a mental note to ask her later. As soon as I thought this, I saw Dad's hand squeeze hers gently, but he said nothing. Where? He muttered. His eyes were staring at Aunt Alice in total concentration. What? Aunt Alice looked at him puzzled. Where were they? Dad clarified. I'm not sure, it looked like a forest, although not one that I'm familiar with. She trailed off and closed her eyes. Then she brought her pale fingertips to her forehead in concentration. There was a more tropical atmosphere around them. Not like the earthy greenness of the forests here in Forks. She explained through closed eyes. It was silent for a while. Then with a small, Aunt Alice nodded, and opened her eyes. She then turned them on Carlyle. That description of the forest in Lisa's vision led me to believe that it was near Isle Esme, or at least something similar to it because that's where my thoughts were. Edward. He looked at my dad questioningly. You saw Alice's mind, and you've been to Isle Esme. Was it the same place, you think? Yes, my dad muttered. His expression was hard. Grandpa Carlyle responded. Alice has never had simultaneous visions like that. It can't be a coincidence that I was thinking about Esme's island and then she has a vision like that. There was a brief silence after Grandpa Carlyle's explanation. What he said made sense. The fact that Aunt Alice's vision had to do with the same location as his thoughts, plus her ability to see me in her visions did sound a bit absurd. But when had seeing the future ever been considered normal? Isle Esme? Jacob asked curiously. I wanted to repeat his question. For I too, had never heard of Isle Esme. Maybe all of this had to do with Grandma Esme. My mother opened her mouth to answer Jacob, but couldn't. She had an embarrassed expression on her face. I'm sure if vampires could blush, then my mom would have been bright red. It was my father who answered Jacob. Where we honeymooned, he explained effortlessly. Where you guys? Jacob's eyes darted to me, and his voice trailed off. Apparently he must have decided to mentally verbalize the rest of his question because he stared at my dad, who nodded stiffly. Then Jacob's jaw dropped. My mom looked like she wanted to run away as far as possible, which she could. Grandpa Carlyle cleared his throat, attempting to interrupt the awkward silence. So I have two suggestions. First, we should go to Isle Esme. The more information I can gather about Nessie, the better. And second, maybe if Alice comes, I can figure out how her vision is connected in all of this. He looked at my dad. Where is Isle Esme? Jacob asked. Off the coast of Rio de Janeiro. It was a present for Esme. Grandpa Carlyle explained. You bought her an island. Jacob was awestruck. You're kidding, right? Grandpa Carlyle smiled warmly at him. You tend to run out of gift ideas after a few centuries. Jacob snorted, and rolled his eyes. But he didn't make a remark. As he normally would have done to my dad. He had this weird sort of reverence for Grandpa Carlyle. But then again, Grandpa Carlyle was the oldest and first of the Cullen family. And kindest always just seemed to radiate from him. My mother seemed to regain the power of speech, but barely. She looked at Aunt Alice, and then at Grandpa Carlyle, her words coming out all at once. When are we going? How soon can we leave? When can you? Bella. My dad put a pale finger up to her lips to silence her. There are still a lot of things to consider, my love. I still didn't understand. I reached out and touched my father, although he could already hear and see my thoughts. I replayed Grandpa Carlyle stating his suggestions. Is everyone coming with us? I wondered. Florida. Shed images of my family, Aunt Alice and Rosalie, Uncle Japper and Emmett, and Grandma Esme before his eyes. I don't know, honey, but we're going to find out. He replied. I looked at everyone seated around me. It had been 10 minutes since Grandpa had stated his suggestions and asked my parents for their decision. They had gotten up and asked to discuss it privately, leaving me in the room with a very disgruntled Jacob. Grandpa Carlyle and Aunt Alice had excused themselves as well. If you guys are going, you aren't going without me. Jacob decided. He got up and came to sit next to me. Aunt Alice and my dad had beaten him to me earlier, so he had taken a seat next to my mother, muttering slightly. I touched him, replaying his last statement. What about your pack? Jacob was the alpha leader of the Quileute Wolves. Sam was originally the alpha leader, but Jacob had recently taken his rightful position as the real alpha. He even let Sam stay a separate alpha leader, and they had maintained a civilized manner towards each other. Sam liked me, just like Seth. But Jacob's other buddies, Quill, Embry, and Leah, weren't that warm towards me. They put up with me because of Jacob, but I never understood why they disliked me. I rarely spoke to any of them. They've got Sam, they'll be okay. He grunted. He removed my hands, and held it in his. His heat radiated, and warmed my skin. Don't worry, he breathed against my hand. We'll get through this. Movements heading our way made him drop my hand with a sigh. 1/2 a second later, my parents re-entered. Only this time, everyone filed in behind. Uncle Jasper had a determined expression. Aunt Alice had her arm interlocked with his, her pixie-like face still somber. Next came Uncle Emmett and Aunt Rosalie. Uncle Emmett winked at me, and Aunt Rosalie blew me a kiss. My grandparents were the last to follow pursuit. My grandmother had her hand intertwined with her husband's. When she caught my gaze, she grinned, but it was strained. I could still see the worry in her face. The room became quiet. It seemed that everyone, except Jacob and I, had literally stopped breathing. They were waiting. It was then that I realized every eye was on me. Renesmee. My mother's musical voice delicately whispered. I met her gaze. Her eyes were now beginning to lighten, like the rest of my family's. Newborn vampires always have blood-red eyes when they are first born, because of the excess of lingering blood in their veins. But not me. My eyes had always been milk chocolate, like my mother's had been in her human life. Mother was staring at me with fearful eyes. I titled my head, not understanding. I reached up, and she moved forward. My fingertips made contact in 3/4 of a second. Yes, ma'am, we need your help, honey, she exclaimed, pulling back, and away from me. She closed her eyes. When she opened them 1/2 a second later, she turned to look at my dad. He nodded slightly, and then moved closer to join her. Out the corner of my eye, I saw a dark hand clench up. Apparently Jacob was about just as confused and irritated as I was. Everyone was still holding their breath, waiting. Renesmee, repeated my dad solemnly, your mother and I.H. Avenue decided to let you be the judge of this. Do you want to go to Esme Island? Another thing I love about being a vampire, the space. My head has the capacity to hold up a ton of information, which is good. Especially since it felt like 1,000,001 questions popped into my head due to my father's question. What was he asking me? I had never been to Isle Esme, so I had no idea what to expect. What would this do? How was I to be sure that any good would come of it? I couldn't bear the thought of placing my family's lives in danger again. My mind barely had enough time to conjure up the disturbing image of the Volturi before my dad spoke. Nessie. He started at me hard, and then sighed. Nothing is going to happen to us. That island is safe, and apparently, he paused and gestured towards everyone. It seems like this family is all for one and one for all. And we are all waiting on your decision. I nodded. Hold on, I thought, and started to deliberate. If nothing bad could or would come of this, I wanted to give it a chance. Maybe Aunt Alice would figure out her glitch. My thoughts were on Aunt Alice almost immediately. She's going too, don't worry, my dad assured me. I nodded once more, and then looked at the pale faces and Jacob surrounding me. I loved them all, and the last thing I wanted to do was cause them pain. How could my dad be so sure? Just trust me, my dear. I nodded again. Beside me, Jacob had had enough. He threw his hands up, exasperated. Would someone mind telling me why we would want to take her? He jerked his head towards me, furious. Lee, towards the people who want to kill her. Kill me, Jacob, my dad growled. In the blink of an eye, he was face to face with Jacob, staring him down. Jacob, Edward, stop, my mother begged. She stepped in to intercept. You guys can't be serious. Jacob roared, still livid with anger. I did not understand what was going on. Jasper, do something, I heard someone whisper. It was Grandma Esme, who was biting her lip anxiously while staring at the commotion. Waves of serenity seemed to instantly radiate into the office. My dad grunted, and took a step back, in an attempt to regain his composure. Block his thoughts, so he can stop having false illusions of actually winning in any combat with me, he muttered to my mom. Aunt Rosalie snickered, and Jacob growled low. Ahem. Grandpa Carlyle cleared his throat. Well then, it's settled. We're going to Isle Esme. Every eye darted from my father to me. I spoke aloud. Yes. Well, I'm coming, Jacob declared. He seemed very determined to keep eye contact with my father as he said this. Jacob, what about your pack? And the reservation? And school? Mom indicated. She was looking from Jacob to my father. They've all got Sam. And school isn't exactly top on my list of priorities. Jacob rolled his eyes. I'm coming. What gives you the right to follow us like a lost puppy, you mongrel? Aunt Rosalie snapped. She was throwing dangerous daggers at Jacob. Rosalie, Uncle Emmett place a hand on her arm. Simple. The same right they give superficial reeking stone statues like yourself. Jacob smirked as Aunt Rosalie's face changed from anger to seething rage. Aunt Rosalie began, but it was Grandma Esme that cut her off. Jacob, she began, why don't you at least consider waiting until school lets out for the summer? And then we could discuss you joining us for the trip. Before Jacob could respond, my mom nodded in approval. Jake, that's a good idea. It's not like we are leaving tomorrow. We still have to plan and organize. There's still time, she looked at him hopefully. I turned to look at Jacob, to gauge his reaction. He was silent for several moments. Sure. Jake mumbled a few moments later. Aunt Alice nodded and smiled. I still can't see a thing. For once, she seemed happy in her inability to see Jacob, which meant his future was still entangled with my family. Wonderful. Aunt Rosalie hissed. Carlisle. Uncle Emmett mumbled, as he scratched his head. Not trying to rush this or anything, but halftime is almost over, he grinned apologetically and let his voice trail off. Of course Uncle Emmett would be worried about a football game when more important matters were at hand. My dad threw him a disgusted look, before staring at Grandpa. Answering an unvoiced question, he nodded. Yay. Everything's fine, Carlisle. That's a good idea, I'm coming with you. You guys don't have to, Aunt Alice objected. They are coming here. Her eyes had gotten wide, and she had a vague expression on her face. What? Dad and Grandpa cried at the same time. They both were obviously shocked as they stared open-mouthed at Aunt Alice. What? Who's coming here? Jacob demanded. He was irritated, again. Because he was left out of this exchange of information. My dad ignored him, his eyes focused only on Aunt Alice. When are they coming? His expression was unreadable, but his voice was intense. Tomorrow. Aunt Alice breathed, still staring blankly. Who? Jacob began again, but my mom cut him off. Edward. Who? Helen and her nephew Nahuel are coming for a visit. Yulin and Nahuel were fundamental in the saving of my life. Nahuel had been found by Aunt Alice, who had asked them to come and vouch for me. To verify that I was no immortal child. Nahuel and I were alike. He was also a hybrid. Like me, his mother was a human, and his dad a vampire. During his birth, he killed his mother, and bit her sister, his aunt, who had been attempting to assist in his birth. A confused silence had now passed over my family. Why were they coming? I don't know why they are coming. My dad responded, probably answering for everyone, as we were more than likely all wondering the same thing. Carlisle and I were considering inviting Helen and Nahuel, Jacob grunted, but Dad ignored him and continued. We figured maybe he would want to learn more about himself, just as we intend to do for Renesmee. He explained. That's a very good idea, Grandma Esme approved. It's a very kind thing to do, inviting them. She smiled warmly at her husband. Go Emmett. Dad snapped, glaring at Uncle Emmett. Uncle Emmett scratched his head, hesitating. You're good, we're done here. Dad nodded to him. Uncle Emmett gave everyone a sheep look before quickly exiting the room. Nahuel, Jacob mumbled. His eyes were tight, and his brows were furrowed in concentration as he tried to remember exactly who Nahuel was. Jacob hadn't taken a keen interest in all the extra help we had received. All the acquaintances and friends that had gathered to preserve my life had been hard for him to keep track of. Nahuel, he shrieked, as realization struck. The half-breed. Aunt Rosalie smirked, and folded her arms. Yes, he was very interested in the way our family functions. I think he would be grateful to tag along with us. Grandpa explained. But, Jacob began. What's the matter? Aunt Rosalie cut him off. She mocked a whiny voice before continuing, the big bad wolf afraid of some competition. Before Jacob could respond, my mother stepped in between them. Ook, she exclaimed, so. How about we start looking for the flight information, huh? She suggested. Oh, and I'll go pack. Aunt Alice jumped up and down excitedly, her pixie face beaming. Come on Jasper, I'll need your opinions, of course. Aunt Alice exclaimed before tugging on Uncle Jasper's hand, and they slipped quietly out. I think we'll go do the same. Grandma Esme murmured, repeating Aunt Alice's previous actions. Wait, so he's coming. Aunt Rosalie jerked her head towards Jacob. Yes, it would seem so, Grandpa Carlisle answered calmly as he paused beside his wife. Ah. Aunt Rosalie groaned, and abruptly turned on her heel and stormed out mumbling about mutts. Grandma Esme smiled and shook her head softly, as she and Grandpa turned to leave. Carlisle, a moment. Dad asked. Grandpa half turned, and then glanced at Grandma Esme. It's okay, she assured him, as she lightly kissed his cheek. He nodded and she walked out gracefully. Yes, Edward, Grandpa said, turning his attention to my dad. What do you think Nahul and Hillen are coming for? Dad asked. The room had gotten oddly silent as we waited for Grandpa's answer. I don't know, but I hope they are coming in peace. Why wouldn't they? Jacob asked Carlyle. He was a mere foot away from me, as he tried in vain to control his tone towards my father figure. Great, that's all we need now, more leeches. His acid though, TS made me have to fight the urge not to hiss. I shot him a cold hard look, and glared at him. He could be so childish at times. It amazed me how Bella didn't get fed up with him altogether. I could S.E. Carlyle forming his answer carefully, although I already knew a second before everyone else. Miscommunication is oftentimes the crux of most arguments that can be avoided. He explained to Jacob. His golden eyes then came to rest on me. Edward, I feel that we should exert caution when our visitors arrive. The last time they were here, it was to protect our family. And I know it must be really important. If they left their lands to come and see us, but I can't imagine what could be just as important as before, that would convince them to leave their lands. I could feel Carlyle's wariness in his thoughts. And for good reason. What he said made sense. Well, I'll be sure to set Nahul straight on a number of things. Jacob glanced at my daughter and then back at Carlyle, just as soon as they get here. Nahul and his aunt saved my life, I wonder what they want. Renesmee, next to Jacob, was pondering the same as us all, as her mind sifted through the limited memory she had on Hylan and Nahul. She had been asleep most of the time during their extended stay. But I could not forget the way Nahul had looked at my daughter as she had rested peacefully in me beloved wife's arms. He had very much realized how quickly she would be maturing, although he had not taken into account the wolf that had also been present that night. I sighed. As inconspicuously as possible, I nodded slightly as Carlyle. Acknowledging his thoughtful warning. Edward, maybe you'd better talk to Jacob, tell him he shouldn't cause any trouble tomorrow. I blinked in shock. These thoughts were not coming from Carlyle, Jacob, or Nessie. Looking down, my eyes locked onto the face of my Bella. Her eyes were reading me, for some sign of reassurance that I'd had her. It was rare that Bella took her shield off for me. Because we both knew how difficult it could be. As I was about to respond, Nessie yawned. Nessie, honey, let's go. It's been a long day for you, and I know you're tired. Bella instructed. I am kind of sleepy. Renesmee grabbed her mother's hand and stared at me expectantly. Normally I would have been at the other end, holding her hand as well. Stay here and talk to Jacob, we'll be waiting downstairs. Bella continued to stare at me. It took all of my restraint to resist the urge to grab her and kiss her with all the love I felt for her. It was all I could do to keep breathing. Though I didn't need to. Of course, I will, I promised aloud, see you soon. She smiled, and reached up to peck my cheek tenderly. I inwardly laughed. My Bella had to be tender with me. Though I was far from breakable, I still was not a strong newborn like her. I watched Nessie throw a cautioned look before being led out by her mother. I think I'll go join Esme now as well, Carlyle informed us. Okay Carlyle, I told him. He nodded once before leaving. Yay, well I'm about to go raid the fridge. I'm starved, Jacob commented. Immediately his mind swarmed with images of the pork roast and cherry pie that Esme had baked a few nights ago. Maybe I could ask Esme to make that new recipe that was on the cooking channel. Jacob, I began, cutting him off mid-thought. He jumped, irritated. Look, man, I was thinking about food. And sorry about what I thought earlier, no harm intended. He admitted, with his hands up in surrender. I smirked. Guilty conscience, aren't we? Surprisingly out of character. He kept his control. What do you want? His voice had a bit of irritation mingled with annoyance in it. We need to talk, I told him. About what? Renesmee. What? He asked, as his features became confused. What about her? I know how you feel about her, but when Hillen and Nahul arrive tomorrow, I'd like your word that you will not overdo it. Control yourself. What? I know you aren't the one asking me to control myself. Have you forgotten who is the controlling obsessed husband? If that's me, then I guess I'm the one that's married to Bella. He began imagining visions of him and Bella walking down the aisle in the very same dress she wore to our wedding. Jacob. I couldn't think straight and growled in frustration. Now he was smirking. What LSE do you feel you need to say to me, man? I'll be on my best behavior, okay? He turned to leave when I had not answered him. Jacob, I think that you should give Sam a heads up, let him know we will be having guests coming by for a visit. Dang, he's right. Yay, sure. He absently waved his hand towards me as he continued walking out, with nothing but food on his mind. Never have tried cobbler pie. When will you be telling him? I pressed. I could see that Jacob was at his point once again, hunger making him more irritable. I'll go tonight, after I've eaten. I'll be back in the morning. Anything else? The less than subtle hint in his voice was my cue not to push things anymore. I grunted as I swept past him and left, but not before I had a low growl emit from his chest, with an explicit bloody image of myself. I was howling with laughter as I made my way downstairs two at a time. My thunderous, booming laughter echoed off the walls, and I could already hear the anxious, confused and wary thoughts of my family as I neared the bottom step. Edward's laughing. Didn't know the mutt was a comedian. Rosalie was only vaguely interested, and returned to her shallow, self-absorbed thoughts. Whoa. Jake's pissed. Edward's smug. Figures. Jasper had immediately deciphered out emotions, as it came naturally to him. What's going on? Carlisle and Esme thought in unison, though they sounded farther away than the others. I guessed they were upstairs, actually packing. But several voices, I noticed, had gone unheard. Granted, my dearest Bella probably had her shield up naturally. But what about Alice, Renesmee, and Emmett? Had they thought nothing of the sudden commotion? I quickly silenced myself as I walked into the room. Fast asleep in my wife's arms, laid my daughter. They both looked beautiful. Everyone was lounging around in the living room. I guess they decided to hold off on the packing. Edward, what happened? Alice's cheery thoughts asked. Oh, of course. Alice couldn't see any part of the conversation. I looked at Bella, who was also staring at me expectantly. Did you talk to him? Her delicate voice shook with the question. Before I could open my mouth to reply, I had a glimpse of Alice's vision, Emmett and the game. Damn, I muttered before quickly turning towards the living room. I had to make it before he. Yes, we're going to the Super Bowl. Woo. Emmett's booming voice reverberated throughout the house. That last play was amazing. Unbelievable. And with 30 seconds left on the clock. Who would have thought? Emmett, I growled, and pinned him against the wall with as little force as I could manage. I didn't want to break any of Esme's furniture. I wrestled with him for the remote, quickly snapping off the TV. Hey, he shouted. Be quiet, I hissed. The look I gave him dared him not to do otherwise. What? Why? Nessie is sleeping. I released my grip on him, but kept the remote. Oh. A guilty look came over his face. Sorry man, I forget she sleeps. Apparently, I agreed, throwing the remote over my shoulder as I turned to leave. Not even seeming to think about it, Emmett caught it in midair. Just keep it down. Sure thing, will do. I tuned him out when he began giving me a play-by-play of the whole game again. Who does he think he is? Telling me what I should and shouldn't do. I'm an alpha wolf. I know what I have to do. I don't need him telling me. Jake was still fuming when I returned moments later into the family room. He walked right past me, and headed towards the kitchen, grumbling about food. He okay? Bella asked as I sat down next to her, placing my arms around her to pull her closer. He will be, Alice answered. Don't worry, she thought, when I shot her a puzzled look. I got this one, Jasper. She nodded at him, and he returned the gesture. Jasper. Jacob growled. Alice smiled. Thanks Jazz. Nessie began to stir slightly in her mother's arms. It was time to go. Maybe we should, Bella began. My thoughts exactly, my love. I cut her off as I kissed her free hand that was not supporting our daughter. Tell Carlisle and Esme we said bye, will you, Alice? Bella asked as we got up. She shifted Nessie's weight to her right arm so that we could hold hands. I can get her, I stated, about to grab my daughter, but Bella pulled away slightly. No, it's okay, I want to hold her, she reassured me. Winking. And besides, you always get to. She teased. Sure thing, Bella, I will. Alice said, grinning. The mutt's not going with you guys. Rosalie had turned from admiring herself in the mirror to face us. No, He had some alpha business to attend to, after he eats of course. I replied. Of course, Jasper agreed, before chuckling slightly. He was sitting on the couch opposite of where Bella and I had been, with his arm wrapped around Alice. Should we wait for him? My Bella bit her lower lip, and her brows furrowed with worry. Bella, nonsense. Don't feel guilty for leaving Jake alone. Technically, he's surrounded by a house full of vampires. Don't worry, we'll protect him maybe. Jasper burst out suddenly. I threw him a warning look, and he grinned widely, flashing a set of perfect white teeth. Bella wants to go home, and spend some quality time with you, but she doesn't wanna leave, Jacob. Jasper's thoughts clarified. I rolled my eyes. Bella would have never have told me this herself. At times like this, it was great having a sister who could see the future and a brother that could decipher emotions. If my Bella could blush like she used to then I'm sure she would be now. She looked embarrassed and furious at the same time. She closed her eyes and took a deep unnecessary breath. Thanks Jasper, she muttered sarcastically, opening them moments later. Alice laughed. Rosalie looked bored. Yay, Jacob said, walking in. Belle, he tried to talk, but his mouth was stuffed with food. Wah, he said. I'm be alright, Jacob declared. It was unbelievable that he could even form coherent words, full as his mouth was. Ew, Rosalie murmured, as she wrinkled her nose in disgust. Jake smiled through his food, glad to be her discomfort. Okay. Well, see you tomorrow, Jake. And everyone, Bella said, before squeezing my hand. Jake walked over to Renesmee and gave her a kiss on the forehead. I was thankful his food had been swallowed. Good night, everyone, I echoed, grabbing Bella and leading her and my sleeping daughter towards the door. You two lovebirds play nice tonight. You wouldn't want to wake up Renesmee. Emmett's mocking thoughts were the last thing I heard before I tuned everything out. The only person who existed to me right now was Bella. My Bella, and my beloved daughter. We raced through the trees, in a hurry to be in privacy. Never once did I let go of her hand, nor did I ever want to let go. Bella is, and always will be, the reason of my existence. We arrived at our cottage in record time. Bella held Renesmee and I unwillingly let go of her hand so she could shift our daughter's position. I quickly opened the door, and stepped aside so Bella could enter. Thanks, she grinned, stepping inside. I closed the door as she dashed inside Renesmee's room. Now that we're alone, Mr. Cullen, her seductive voice murmured a few moments later behind me. I turned around very slowly, even for a human. I stared at the beautiful woman who stood in front of me, matching my gaze with intent determination. When Bella was human, she had the exact chocolate brown eyes like her daughter. I always loved the depths of them. It felt like they held many secrets that I yearned to know. She cocked her head slightly to the side, but continued to stare, and said nothing aloud. Edward. The beauty of hearing my name her thoughts never failed to amaze me. For I have waited so long to be able to even get a glimpse inside Bella's mind. Even now, when she pulled back her shield to allow me access, I never failed to be intrigued. I said heavily. Bella has a way of making me forget how to think straight. Deciding I could no longer just stare at my amazing wife in front of me, I took a step towards her. Immediately she smiled, and her mind began to recall certain details from previous nights. Tisk, tisk, I teased, shaking my head as I reached her. I gently grabbed her waist, although there was no need to be gentle anymore. No longer did I have to fear breaking Bella. No longer did I have to worry about Bella getting hurt. It was amazing, that first night, not having to hold back. Not having to hold back my passion that was now being fueled by her thoughts was a great feeling as well. I kissed the tip of her collarbone, and then the base of her neck, followed by the tip of her chin. She giggled as she wrapped her arms around me. What's so funny? I asked between kisses. Looking into my eyes she answered me mentally. Remember the first time you kissed the base of my throat? Her mind swarmed with images of prom. I had taken her to the Forks High School prom her junior year, so that she wouldn't miss out on any of the normal human events. That whole night, she begged me to make her like me. Why would I ever want to willingly condemn my Bella to the life of a damned soul? The life of a monster. I still don't know why you want to become a monster instead of Edward, she sighed, cutting me off. Just shut up and kiss me. With pleasure, I replied, grinning. But as I leaned down to connect our lips, the phone rings. Ah, Bella groaned. I immediately recognized the ringer. That's assigned to Chief Swan. Go get it, my dear, I suggested, lightly kissing her lips. I'll be right back, she promised, and she quickly dashed to answer her phone. I absently began to think about Helen and Nahuel. What were they coming for? Were they in danger? I felt like Carlyle was onto something earlier, I just couldn't place my finger on it. Ahem, looking up, I barely had time to lock eyes with Bella before she tackled me literally to the floor. Ow, Edward, she cried. Bella looks so adorable when she's worried. Still not knowing the power of her own strength, she frequently adorable looks like what she wore now. Sorry, she shrieked, as she attempted to scramble up, but I caught her wrist, pulling her back down. No need to apologize, love. I whispered in her ear. What did your father want? To see us. She made a face. Why? Charlie operated on a strict need-to-know basics. He usually needed to know when he could and couldn't visit Bella and Nessie, when they were and weren't thirsty. He's going to be going to Seattle to help out for a while. He said business is slow in Forks, and they need help. Ah, I said, intertwining our fingers. I can imagine that Forks has become rather boring. Since you aren't always the damsel in distress, who needs to constantly be under his watchful eyes. Bella rolled her eyes. Haha, very funny. But now, I said, looking at her intently, where were we? Quote, I watched as her face spread into a wide grin, as she replayed thoughts of our lips touching. Leaning down, the hands that were intertwined with mine unlaced themselves to instead twist into my hair. I heard a low, involuntary moan escape my lips just seconds before our lips met. Our kiss ignited a sudden fierceness within me, and I deepened the kiss. It's a good thing we vampires don't need to breathe as humans do, for I would never have to part with my Bella's lips for this reason. It was all I could do to just change the angle of the kiss and remember to stay quiet. The last thing we wanted was to wake up Nessie. The electricity flowing between my Bella and I was too much to ignore. In an instant, she jumped up and winked at me. Pulling me up, she smiled deviously. I didn't have to be a mind reader to know where her thoughts were headed as she led me to our room, which happened to be almost an exact clone of the one we shared on Renesmee'S Isle. I love you, I whispered a while later. Me too, she whispered, snuggling a bit closer to me. She sighed contentedly as I tenderly stroked her hair. Edward, Renesmee. Oh, of course, Renesmee would be up in a while. Are we taking her to see Charlie today? If so, I think we should go hunting first, I suggested. Although my Bella was an exception to most bloodthirsty vampire newborns. We would be safer if she didn't have to be flirting with temptation. She said thoughtfully, you're right. Jacob's supposed to be coming back from the reservation this morning, as well. I stated, remembering last night's conversation. Oh, Bella exclaimed, apparently remembering as well. She lifted her head off my chest a little bit to look at me. I completely forgot about that. She frowned. How did the talk with him go? Quote, as expected, except he was a bit focused on other things. I smirked, remembering Renesmee'S cooking. Other things. Bella repeated, perplexed. Food, 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 I repeated. She rolled her eyes to the ceiling, looking beautiful all the while. Leave it to Jacob to be thinking of food, she shook her head slightly, causing a lock of her hair to fall into her face. I easily removed the loose strand from her face, letting my fingers trace the curve of her beautiful face. Is he going to come here or Renesmee'S house, you think? She questioned, looking at me. Quickly rolling onto her stomach. She propped herself up on her elbows to stare at me. Probably here first, I answered, and I watched her bite her lips. But we won't be, she began, but I place my finger to her soft lips to silence them. So he'll get upset, and then check Renesmee'S house. I countered. You're right, she sighed. Why don't you go wake up Renesmee, and I'll get her breakfast ready? I asked. Although it was rare that Renesmee ate human food, there were a select few things she did like eggs, chocolate cake, and Sprite. Odd combination, but Nessie was anything but normal. She's not going hunting with us. Bella stuck out her lower lip, pouting. I traced the lines around her lips, leading to her chin, where I cupped her face in my hand. This brought her face inches away from mine. And she could clearly see my eyes. This was a small trick she had taught me. Stop that, she hissed, but did not make a move to withdraw from me. Stop what? I asked innocently. Trying to dazzle me. I couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? She asked, irritated. I still dazzle you. I wondered. Quite frequently. She replied, grimacing. Before I could react, she pulled back, and flipped over. Then hopped out of bed. I guess that works, she reasoned, as she walked towards our dresser. That means no Jake either. Due to Jacob's imprinting, he had the inability to be away from Renesmee for very long. It was just an unexplainable pull that connected him to her. What does that mean for us? She smiled again as I looked at her, wondering where her thoughts were headed. To be determined, my love. I replied, getting out of bed as well. I walked up behind her, breathing in her scent. Oh, how I loved Bella. I'll go start breakfast, I stated, kissing her CK of her neck as I encircled her waist from behind. The quicker you get Renesmee up, the quicker we can leave, I reminded her in a whisper. Bella literally took 3 seconds to turn, kiss me, and dash out of our room. I could only laugh at her eager anticipation and attitude. Sigh, I heard my name, but it sounded far away. I tried to find the person calling me. Renesmee, there it was again. It sounded strangely familiar. I kept walking deeper into the jungle, and the low vines that clung to the tree trunks whipped at my face I could barely see, and then I saw movement in front of me. Someone was in the trees then. Nessie. Quote. My eyes flew open to stare directly at my mom. She was looking at me with fearful eyes. She was holding my hand, living my dream with me as it had been happening. I touched her cheek, which was the next closest thing within my reach. What's wrong? What was your dream about? She asked, continuing to stare at me. I replayed my dream, what I could remember for her. What's wrong? I repeated. She grabbed my other hand, and shook her head softly. The fear in her eyes was now replaced by amusement as she kissed my hands in hers. I used to have dreams similar to that. But yours had a better ending than mine. I giggled. Jacob had jumped out of the darkness and yelled, "Get her!" in my dream. But I began to wonder exactly what my mom's dreams were like when she was human. Where's Daddy? He's in the kitchen, fixing you breakfast. Breakfast? Yes. Eggs, your favorite. Although I don't care too much for human food, eggs taste the best. And Grandma's chocolate cake. I mumbled, smelling the aroma of fresh scrambled eggs. I dashed out of bed, but my mom caught me by the waist before I could make it to the door. She was too quick, as she lifted me up. Aren't you forgetting something? I was immediately turned in her arms, and she spun me to face the bathroom. Brush those teeth, Missy, she commanded. I raced into the bathroom the moment my feet hit the floor. Seconds later, I ran towards her, and flashed a smile. She bent down when I extended my arms. All done. I showed her the vision of my foamy mouth grinning at my reflection in the mirror. Very good. She scooped me up, and carried me downstairs with quickness. My dad was scrapping the last remnants of my breakfast onto a plate as my mother and I entered the kitchen. Daddy. My mom did not have to be a mind reader to know who I wanted to reach, since I began squirming in her arms. My dad scooped my up, and rubbed his nose on my cheek affectionately. Good morning, sweetheart. He breathed into my neck, as he tightened his grip on me. I smiled widely up at him, and my mom came to stand next to him. She placed a hand on his shoulder, staring at him. Okay, he said, setting me on my feet. You ready to eat? I want to go hunting. I pouted. Dad shot Mom a glance, with a smirk on his face. She just rolled her eyes and bent down to me. Renesmee, honey, I neigh. Do you go practice eating regular food for today? She began, as she took her hand to cup my chin. I grabbed her hand, replaying her last statement. Why? Because we are going to see Grandma today. I am. Ages of Grandpa Charlie began swarming in my mind, and I giggled happily. So, hurry up, so we can get ready to go, okay? I was already climbing into my high chair before she was finished. This is a very pretty outfit too, sweetie. Won't you wear this one? I crossed my arms and shook my head furiously from side to side. My mom held up a purple shirt and blue jeans. I wanted to wear the yellow and white dress that Aunt Alice had gotten me. It had a white lace that tied into a bow at the back, and a yellow trim around the edges. That one. I pointed to the dress on my bed once more, pouting. With a heavy sigh, my mom rolled her eyes and set down the outfit she was holding, defeated. I grinned up at her, and raised my hands for her to remove my clothes. She was tying the bow on the back when my dad walked in. He paused in the doorframe, taking in the scene. I watched his eyes look over my dress, and the outfit draped across my bed. He leaned against the doorframe, and folded his arms across his chest, smirking. My mother finished tying the bow and stood up to glare at him. "What?" she demanded. "At least she appreciates Alice's taste in clothing," my dad replied, chuckling slightly. "Whatever." My mom rolled her eyes, and walked past him, into the bathroom across the hall. She returned seconds later, and sat on the edge of my bed, beckoning for me to join her. She has some hair accessories that matched my dress, along with a brush. I skipped over to her, and jumped into her lap. She gently brushed my hair and separated it into 2 parts. Within seconds, she finished, and carried me to the mirror. "What do you think?" she asked me. "Beautiful," my dad whispered from behind us, coming up and kissing us both on our cheeks. He stared at us in the mirror. "I have never seen such beauty in my life. And I doubt I ever will." "Thanks." Mom grinned, and I did the same. Bella, my love, we need to go get dressed as well." I looked at my parents' reflections in the mirror. They were in the same clothes from the previous day, which still looked spotlessly clean nonetheless. "Baby, we need to go get cleaned up as well. Do you want to go watch TV or play in your room?" my mom asked, staring at me. I considered my options, deciding I didn't want to do either. I placed my fingers to her cheek, flashing pictures of Jacob before her eyes. "Jacob will meet us at Grandma's house," my dad said roughly. I don't think he was breathing. I did have a second request, though. "Pirates!" I yelled, and clapped my hands. My mom laughed, and moved around my dad. We walked out into the living room. And she set me down. I ran to the TV and opened the cabinet next to it. My favorite movie was on the first shelf, and out of my reach. "I don't know why you let her watch this ridiculous mess. Pirates of the Caribbean can hardly count as believable," my dad disapproved as they walked in grabbing the movie. I was on my tiptoes, attempting to reach it. "Edward, vampires can't be counted as believable either." "Yet here we are," my mom countered, coming up behind him to grab the movie. She set it in the player and pushed play. "Jack Sparrow! Jack Sparrow!" I squealed and jumped on the couch. My parents smiled and headed into their room. It seemed like we were racing through the jungle in no time. As we whipped past the leaves and trees at a blinding pace, I couldn't wait to see Jacob. I already had a to-do list for us. Mom and Dad would be going hunting alone, and I could stay with Jacob and my family. They wouldn't be gone long, and so when they came back, we would go to see Grandpa Charlie. I scowled when Mom began to slow down. She had been running in front of me and I had been flanked by my dad. There was no way I could try and outrun them, since they were both faster. I had no choice but to slow down as well. I felt my heartbeat begin to slow as I came to a stop by my mother. She was staring ahead with great concentration, not seeming to take notice of me. We were on the forest's edge, and the side of my family's house was in view. I turned to see what had caught my mother's attention, but all I saw was our house. I wanted to know why we had stopped, and what was wrong. Before I could ask anything, my dad appeared at my mother's side, and placed a restraining hand on her shoulder. "Bella, relax," he cooed, squeezing her shoulders gently. "It's just Seth, Quill, and Embry," he explained. My mom relaxed, and eased up from her natural defensive stance. She blinked and then looked at me. "Come on, Nessie," she said, and grabbed my hand. We proceeded towards the house, and searched to catch a glimpse of fur, but I didn't see any signs of wolves. We were almost to the porch when 3 figures emerged from the forest entrance. I immediately spotted Seth, tall and lanky. 2 people were behind him on either sides, which I guessed to be Quill and Embry. Quill had let his hair grow out a little more than the usual. On the rare occasions that I saw him, it was also low. Almost fuzzy-like. He didn't look as mean as Embry and Leah usually did. Embry towered over the both Quill and Seth, but looked the most displeased. Like he would rather be anywhere else but here. "Hey," Seth greeted us, grinning widely, as he came to stand next to us. "Hey, Seth," my mom replied, returning his smile. Seth winked at me before glancing at my dad. "Nope, We haven't seen him yet. We assumed he would have been here by now. My dad shook his head, looking at Seth. Quill and Embry had remained silent, staring straight ahead. Okay, Seth answered, as his brow furrowed. What are you two talking about? My mom asked. She was used to my dad's habit of answering people's thoughts. We came here looking for Jake, Seth explained, turning his attention to my mom. Oh, I see, she said. Yay. Sam said that Jake told him to tell us to meet him here. But I thought that's where Jake went. To talk to Sam. You guys didn't see him there? My dad asked Seth. Nope. Seth shook his head. When Quill went there earlier, he paused and motioned to Quill on his left, to see Claire. Sam told him what Jacob's orders were. So no one's seen him since this last night, then? Afraid not. My mom shook her head. Sorry. Seth shrugged, and waved his hand absent-mindedly. Okay. I'll just phase, and find out. He winked, and grinned. Okay. My mom said. Nessie. Aunt Alice raced down the porch and over to us. She gripped me in a hug and then greeted everyone else. I noticed that Quill and Embry had taken a few steps farther back. My dad nodded at her, and then looked down at me. Ness, we're going to leave now. We'll be back soon, okay? He promised. I shook my head and he kissed the top of my forehead. Stay out of trouble, my mom instructed as she and my dad began retreating. Aunt Alice rolled her eyes. She's not you, Bella, she's not a trouble magnet. Even with them into the forest, I could hear my mom's delicate laugh. But she is my daughter, remember that. Her voice drifted away within moments as she and my dad raced deeper into the forest's depths. Hey, I'll be right back, Seth told us, and he removed his shirt, then froze. Nessie. I rolled my eyes. And touched Aunt Alice's cheek. I showed her tons of visions of a shirtless Jake, and wondered why Seth was freaking out. She just laughed. Trust me, just close your eyes anyways, Nessie. She placed her hands on her shoulders and turned me away from Seth. I did as I was told, still confused. I heard the rustling of leaves beneath Seth's feet, and then a high-pitched howl. They really should invest in cell phones. Surprisingly, I didn't hear Quill or Embry repeating Seth's actions. I guessed that they were going to await Seth's orders, since he was Jake's second in command. Back. I peeked up at Aunt Alice. Who nodded. I turned, and Seth was putting back on his shoes. Quill and Embry had returned to their positions on either side of him. Their expressions hadn't changed. Where's Jake? I reached out to him. Waiting for his response. He said he'll be here soon. Seth began to laugh. Aunt Alice and I looked at him curiously. I think he crashed at his dad's and overslept, because I saw when he had transformed. That he head was throbbing. I think he fell off his bed. Seth laughed again, and his body began to shake with his laughter. A second howl was heard in the distance. Seth abruptly stopped laughing and made a face. Come on. I just put back on my clothes. He whined. Aunt Alice grinned. That sucks. Seth scowled, but turned to Quill. Can you see what he wants? He merely nodded and began walking towards the forest. He did not stop to undress, and Seth had done. Maybe he had another change of clothes. Nessie, Aunt Alice began, I was kinda upstairs helping Esme with something. A guilty look came over her face, but she continued, I know you want to wait for Jake, but I have to go finish helping her. Do you want to wait here with Seth? Yes. Figures. She nodded. Okay. Just don't go anywhere, okay? I rolled my eyes, and made a face. She laughed. Oh, man, now I sound like Bella. She was in the house within seconds. Just as I turned my attention from her retreating body. Quill re-emerged, looking disgruntled. What happened? Seth asked, when Quill was a few feet away. He looked too furious to talk, but he did anyways. He's still coming, but he wants us to leave. Seth's brow furrowed. Not you. Us. Me and Embry. He grunted. What? Why? Seth asked. Embry had been silent the whole time. His head jerked up at Seth's question. He doesn't want us near his reeking bloodsuckers. He spat, dangerously looking from me to Seth. I hadn't even noticed the defensive stance Seth had taken, until now. Do not talk about them like that. Now if that's what he said, that's an alpha order. His voice was hard, as he glared at Embry. Now do as he says and go home. Quill and Embry simultaneously turned and started walking towards the forest, yanking off their shoes as they went. They were almost into the forest, but they weren't far away enough for me to miss what they were angrily muttering, though I wish they were. If only Sam could be the only alpha. We wouldn't have to deal with this mess, Quill angrily muttered. Embry snorted. It seemed that when he next spoke, the venom in his voice went beyond hatred. "Yeah, man, if it had been Sam. Little Miss Princess would have been broken and burned by now, with the rest of her reeking, filthy bloodsuckers." "Ha," Quill agreed. "Why couldn't Jake just imprint on a normal human being? He should have killed her when he had the chance." I did not wait to hear Embry's reply. I turned on my heels and ran as fast as I could into the house. I had to get away. But not before I heard Seth growl furiously. He'd heard everything too. I heard Jacob before I saw him. It had to be him, of course. I'd refused to talk to anyone except him and my parents. Since they couldn't possibly be back yet, I knew it was him. I had my legs curled up under me, and my arms wrapped around them tightly. My head rested on top of my knees. He knocked gently on the door, but said nothing. Neither did I. I continued to stare at the wall, and faced away from him. He walked around to face me. "Hey," he said gently. "What did they mean?" I demanded. "Broken and burned. What does imprint mean?" And Quill said, "Renesmee." Jacob put a hand up to stop me. "Hold on," I huffed. Jacob. He knew I never talked aloud. But I didn't want to replay what I'd heard. That's why I refused to show anyone anything to talk to them. I assumed Seth informed everyone though, so they surely told Jacob. Of course Jacob would know. "There's a lot of things that are hard to explain," he responded. "Well, try," I said, turning to stare him completely in the face. He blinked, and broke eye contact. He scratched his head nervously. There came pounding footsteps up towards us. My dad raced in and then stopped short at the sigh of Jacob and I. My mother was right behind him. "You're all right," he muttered. His lips barely seemed to move, as relief filled his face. "Baby, Nessie, honey," my mom was in a similar state. She began walking towards me. "No," I cried. She froze, and stared at me like I'd just slapped her in the face. "Nessie, what is going on? What were they talking about? I want to know what happened. I want to know all the things you guys are hiding from me." I screamed. Everyone seemed to be at a loss for words. I could hear slight shuffling downstairs. I was willing to bet Eve. Ryan downstairs knew of the secrets too. "It's complicated, sweetheart," my dad said finally. He walked up next to my mother and grabbed her hand. "Why does everyone keep saying that? Explain it to me then. I'm not some incompetent 5-year-old. I hissed. I replayed Jacob's similar statement to him, since he could already read my mind. He glanced at Jacob, who shrugged. "Nessie, it was my mom who spoke this time." "You're right." "What?" my dad and Jacob said together. They stared open-mouthed at my mother, not believing her words. "She deserves to know," my mom stated simply. Despite my best determined efforts, I smiled up at her and crawled into her open, waiting arms. I hugged her, and closed my eyes as she stroked my hair. "Bella, be reasonable," my dad began, but Jake cut him off. "I'll tell her," he declared. "Jake, no, I don't think," my mom began. "I should tell her, then." My dad cut in. I looked up at them all, confused by their sudden change. "If anyone should tell her it should," Jake began. "Be me," my mom restated, with an edge in her voice. "Why should you get to?" Jake demanded. He glared at my dad. "Or you. It has more to do with me than either of you. That's our daughter, last time I checked." My dad growled, returning the glare. "You have no say in what we do and do not tell her. I'm her mother. I wanted her more than either of you ever did." My mom gasped suddenly, and held me tighter. "What are you talking about?" I looked up at her, then at my dad. He was visibly in shock, and could not believe what my mom just said. "Bells, how could you say that?" Jacob whispered. His face mirrored my dad's. His voice was soft, and light. He just shook his head back and forth, disbelieving. "I can't believe you. What's going on?" I asked. I turned to my dad. "You didn't want me." He dropped to his knees as agony claimed his features. "Renesmee, one other thing I can do as a half-breed, cry." I could not control the tears that had welled up in my eyes. I did not understand. "You guys didn't want me. You guys wanted to kill me." I began to shake with sobs and I fought to get out of my mother's arms. Surprisingly, it was easy. She seemed to be in a state of shock as well. And her grip was loose on me. "Renesmee, please." My dad reached out for me, but I dodged him. Jacob did not even attempt at trying to catch me. My tears were nearly blinding me, and I could think of nothing more than just getting away. Everyone would probably be downstairs on the couch anxiously awaiting the news about me. I sped up, doubting that I would make it to the door before they caught me. But the door was open. I did not stop to question my luck. I dashed through the open space and right into a solid chest. I stumbled backwards, when two dark brown hands reached forwards and caught me. I blinked, as teak-colored eyes bored into mine. It took me a second to realize I was staring into Nahul's eyes. I had completely forgotten about our guests that would be arriving today. "Are you okay?" he asked, his eyes wide with interest. I had still not answered him yet. I was in shock. My memory of him did not do him justice. I could vaguely remember him. I had only seen him twice. When he had saved my life in front of the Volturi, and when he and his aunt had stayed a little longer than everyone else after the confrontation. I remember falling asleep, so I don't remember why they had stayed longer than everyone else. "She's fine, thanks," came the deep, husky voice of Jacob from behind. Nahul removed his hands, and I stood straight and balanced myself. Jacob moved closer to my side, ready to catch me again. He put his hand on my shoulder, and I shrugged it off coldly. I still had a lot of unanswered questions. I turned to smile at Nahul. "I'm okay, thank you." "Nahul, so nice to see you." My dad came out a few moments later, followed by my mom. She shot me a terrified glance before looking at Nahul. I noticed that everyone was outside. Grandpa Carles and Grandma Esme were talking to Helen, Nahul's aunt. Her hair was just like Nahul's, braided into a single, long strand that went down her back. My aunts and uncles were gathered around the three of them, listening. "Yes, it is my pleasure to say the same," Nahul said. I moved aside so that he and my father could shake hands. "Of course you remember my wife, Bella, and our friend, Jacob," my dad continued. Nahul turned his teak eyes on my mother and smiled. From the corner of my eye, I saw Jacob's mouth twitch slightly, and he made no attempt at shaking our guests' hands like my dad had. Before Nahul could respond, Grandpa came up from behind him, and clasped a hand on his shoulder. "Ah, I see you four have already found out about our guests. Isn't such a nice surprise of them to drop by?" he asked, smiling. "Yes, very nice indeed," my dad replied, although we had all known about the visit. "I was just telling your aunt, why don't we all step inside?" Grandpa suggested, looking at Nahul. Sure, sounds good." Nahul grinned, and followed Grandpa in, with everyone else right behind them. I didn't miss the anxious looks my family members threw at me, probably wondering what had ended up happening. Nahul had reminded me so much of Jake when he had answered my grandpa. My dad, who was turning to go inside, laughed. "I think so too, honey," he agreed, still chuckling. He grabbed my mother's hand, and then winked at Jacob. "What is he talking about?" Jacob growled, but I shook my head, refusing to show him. With Jacob's short temper, the last thing we needed was an angry wolf. "Speak of angry, Renesmee," my dad said quickly, all laughter suddenly gone. He paused to make sure everyone had gotten inside before poking his head in and saying, "We'll be there shortly, Carlisle." He closed the front door, and turned to look at Jake and my mom. They seemed to have a private communication, because he shook his head twice before dropping his eyes to me. "Ness, we will explain everything," he said slowly, looking from Jake to my mom, "but you have to wait until Nahul and his aunt leave." "Why? We have guests. We also have bigger problems at the moment. Let's worry about those before we make more." "Okay?" he asked. Behind him, Jacob nodded as my mother bit her lip. I deliberated. There wasn't much I could say. And my dad was right. We needed to figure out why Aunt Alice was having visions about me, and what it meant. Unless, as far as I know, it doesn't have anything to do with what we've been hiding from you. Trust me, you lied to me. I can't trust you, Dad. I replayed the look of anguish he had had on his face when I had asked him if he hadn't wanted me. "Renesmee, please." He closed his eyes, and his hands balled up into fists. Beside him, my mom drew in a deep breath. "Baby, please. Just give us the chance to explain," she begged. So it was settled. As soon as our guests left, my family would all sit down and tell their parts. There was more to it. Although I still wasn't any closer to understanding. My parents did not want to be rude to our guests, so we decided to hold off on going to visit my grandpa. We stayed a little longer than planned. And chatted with Nahul and Hillen. They were very nice, and friendly. They didn't have any powers, as far as they knew, so they were also very interested in Dad and Aunt Alice. They had become attached to her, since she was the only one in the family who had spent the most time with them. And Uncle Jasper too, but he didn't say much. Time went by, and I'm pretty sure by everyone's restless movements. And darting eyes towards my father, we were all wondering the same thing: why were they here? My dad looked at Grandpa, and nodded slightly. If I hadn't been watching, I doubt I would have seen the subtle acknowledgement. So, I hope you don't mind me asking, Hillen, but why have you and your nephew traveled so far away from your lands? Grandpa Carlyle asked a few moments later. Everyone was in the living room. Uncle Jasper was watching Aunt Alice write down the ordering code for different catalog items she wanted out of a magazine. Uncle Emmett was trailing his index finger on Aunt Rosalie's hand, while she shot him an irritated look. My parents had their arms wrapped around each other, like my grandparents. Jacob sat on my left, with his face set in a frown. He had been moody all afternoon, and barely said anything to anyone. Well, Hillen paused, and looked at her nephew. Her long braid shifted from her shoulder, and fell into the front of her body. She flipped it back carelessly. As she continued looking at Nahul, she seemed to be waiting for something. Nahul began, we think that we may be in trouble. He glanced around the room quickly, before dropping his eyes to the floor. Trouble, Uncle Emmett repeated, sitting up. He had been playing with a strand of Aunt Rosalie's hair. Anything that meant action always did have a way of getting my uncle's attention. With who? Nahul was silent. He stared at my dad. Several pairs of eyes suddenly did the same. No, that's not possible. My dad shook his head at Nahul, disbelieving. What? Uncle Emmett asked, looking from my dad to Nahul. Ahem, Grandpa cleared his throat as he turned to look directly at Nahul, who was still staring at the floor. Grandma Esme bit her lip as her eyes darted around the room anxiously. Nahul, my grandpa said softly. He waited until Nahul met his gaze before continuing. He was always the most compassionate and kind-hearted of all my family. I doubted that Nahul wouldn't answer him. What kind of trouble are you in? We believe someone's after us. Nahul mumbled. Then he started twisting his fingers together nervously. Someone like who? The whole room was silent, waiting for his answer. We aren't quite sure, Hillen answered, when it seemed that Nahul couldn't. It started about a week after we arrived back in our lands. Occasionally Nahul hunts alone, while I'm out doing other things. He's been having the feeling of being watched over. But I know who you're thinking. You're wrong. My dad had been silent the whole time. His ice was hard as he stared with determined eyes at Nahul. His fists were balled up at his side, and all friendliness seemed to leave his demeanor. No, Nahul said quickly, looking at my grandpa again. It has to be. This doesn't make sense any other way. Does anyone mind filling me in? Who are we talking about? Jacob said grumpily, as he crossed his arms. My dad ignored him and stood up. He looked from my mother to me. Bella, take Nessie to your father's house. I'll meet you there shortly. Edward, she began to protest, as did I. I don't want to leave. Bella, Nessie, listen to me. I need you guys to. His voice was serious, but he stopped mid-sentence to glance around the room at Aunt Alice. She had another glassy, dazed look on her face. She was having a vision. He's leaving soon. You guys must hurry, she said. Wah. Jacob began, but my father cut him off. He turned to look down at my mom. Your father is going to leave the house soon. He thinks we're a no-show. What? My mom asked, looking at her watch. We aren't even that late. Where is he going? To Sue's house. Aunt Alice replied, still hazy-eyed. Beside me, Jacob whistled low, and then grinned widely. I didn't. Tino Chief Swan was still trying to get that. Jacob Black. My father growled with rage. I didn't understand. I knew that Mrs. Sue was Seth and Leah's mom, and she was Grandpa's friend. Yes, she is his friend, honey. My dad said, staring at me. Jake looked like he was trying to stifle a laugh. Bella, dear, maybe you should go. You wouldn't want your father being disappointed, Grandma Esme suggested. We'll fill you in later. Don't worry, she added. I turned to look at my mom. She was looking at my dad. He nodded once. You're right, but he's wrong, he replied to her thoughts, as everyone threw puzzled looks at them. Jacob, Dad said, turning to Jake. Go with them, he ordered. Wah! Jake sputtered, jumping to his feet. Listen, you don't tell me. Save it, my dad muttered, glaring at him. It's not like you were even considering staying. You'd be too far away from Nessie. Again, like my mom, my dad inhaled sharply afterwards. There was a audible gasp from my family, as they all stared at each other, shocked. Nahul, Hillen, and I were the only ones who wore looks of confusion. Jake can't be far away from me. Why? My dad bit his lip, and placed a hand on his forehead. Jacob looked incredulously back and forth at my parents. You guys are unbelievable. Jake, my mom began, as she made to get up, but Jake was faster. In the blink of an eye, he was at the door. His face was deep set in a frown, with his brow furrowed in anger at the same time. Why don't you guys just do all the talking and leave me out of it? Because it seems like that's the intent anyways. He yelled furiously. Before anyone could say anything, he raced through the door. Moments later, I heard the howling of a wolf. My mind was swarming with a dozed-on new unanswered questions. I barely noticed my father and grandfather conversing until I saw my grandpa stand up. Yay, he's fine, Carlisle. He's on his way to Billy's house. My dad was saying. My grandpa nodded, but continued staring at the front door that Jacob had disappeared through. Bella and I can check up on him on our way back from Charlie's. My dad offered. Then his eyes dropped to the floor. I'm sorry. My grandpa sighed, and then turned to our guests. Dear friends, I am truly sorry. Jacob is having problems. He really is a rather charming person most of the time. He offered. Yay, if you consider it egotistical, self-absorbed, self-centered. Arrogant, dim-witted mutt to be the new meaning of charming, sure. Aunt Rosalie muttered while staring at her nails. Fortunately, Nahul and Hillen didn't seem to hear her. Aunt Alice swiftly kicked her sister in the calf. Ow. What? I'm just saying. Aunt Rosalie rolled her eyes. Uncle Emmett stifled a laugh, and hugged his wife closer. My mom got up, as Nahul and Hillen smiled. No problem. You should be accepting our apologies. Nahul countered. We didn't mean to intrude. Nonsense. Grandma Esme cut him off, waving her hand aimlessly. You're always welcome here. Thank you. Hillen smiled warmly at Grandma. My mom cleared her throat a little louder than necessary, and looked around the room. We'll be back later, everyone, she stated. The group unanimously mumbled, bye. My dad hugged her, and then stared directly at her. Are you sure? He asked, taking her face in both his hands to make her look at him. She nodded. We'll be fine, don't worry. She told him. Just hurry up, she added, as she reached down for me. I reluctantly stood up and glared at my dad. I threw a few questions at him, but he just shook his head. Later, Nessie, I promise. A few moments later, my father returned to his spot on the couch and answered a question Nahul had asked. I think you are mistaken. There is just no way. That was the last thing I heard before my mom shut the front door. This isn't fair, I whined, as my mother turned around. She checked to make sure the door was locked before answering me. Well, I don't know what's going on either, if it makes you feel any better. She offered, grabbing my hand as we headed around back to the garage. It doesn't, I pouted, and stuck out my bottom lip. Oh well, she replied as I watched her key in some numbers on the security pad. That made the garage open. Maybe when you're older. I rolled my eyes, tired of hearing that. Would I ever be old enough? She opened the door for me, and made me strap in before walking to the driver's side. We were halfway to Grandpa's house before I remembered something else. Mommy. Where's Jake? I watched her grimace before speaking. I don't know, baby. Your father said he was heading to Billy's house. But he's okay, don't worry. Even though I was still mad, I think Jake was hurt by my parents. Why? I don't know. But he'd acted as if they'd turned on him. Remember, sweetie, my mom chimed 10 minutes later, control your thirst, and let me know if you can't. I nodded, knowing I would never hurt Grandpa Charlie. We were still on our way to Grandpa Charlie's. Mom drove slower than any of my other family members. They say she was like that in her human life too. She liked to be safe than sorry. Though I think she forgets she's kinda immortal. Indestructible. Renesmee. Did you hear me? She growled. I glanced at my mom, who sounded a bit panicky. Get down. Now, she ordered. Before I could ask any questions, she grabbed my shoulder and pushed me down. The car swerved slightly, and my head hit my knees and I couldn't think straight. Shit, Mom said, as she glanced at the rear view mirror, and pulled out her cell phone. Edward, she yelled into the phone. Her hand was clenched tightly on the steering wheel as her eyes darted from the rear view to the road. She paused, waiting for his response. She closed her eyes, and quickly reopened them. We don't have the time. She screamed. Pause. It won't work. I'm almost there. Shit, there's two of them. I darted my head up and looked into the rear view when she turned to look out the window behind us. Two black BMWs were a little ways behind us, but it looked like they were racing each other. Were they following us? Speeding up to catch up? Hurry. My mom begged and then flipped the phone shut. She gripped both hands on the steering wheel before looking at me. Nessie, I need you to stay down, and put your arms around your head. I did as I was told. Here we go, my mom muttered. She stepped on the gas pedal and I felt the car accelerate at top speed. If those two cars had been following us, there was no way they would be able to catch up now. Damn it, my mom muttered. She reached over and placed a hand on my back. Hold on, Nessie. Before I could even react, I felt the car jerk forward as we were rammed in the back. Suddenly Mom swerved into the opposite lane, where oncoming traffic would be. There was tire screeching and more commotion, and suddenly the same hand that was holding me down grabbed a fistful of my shirt and yanked me up. I glanced at the rear view, and saw that we were back in our lane, with one of the BMWs still hot on our trail. Sit back, my mom screamed. I closed my eyes when the black car in front of us slammed on their brakes. My mom did the exact same thing to avoid hitting the car, but that's when the one in the back sped up and hit us from behind. My head collided with the dashboard, and I became woozy. We were a bunch of blurs. I could have sworn I heard my dad and Grandpa Carlisle calling my name. I tried to reach them. I struggled to show them visions of the pursuit. ACCC silent. I tried to speak, to tell them. They spoke. I heard them speak. I struggled to find them, but they sounded so far away. As I watched my wife and daughter leave, I tried to turn my attention back to Nahul. I think you are mistaken. There is just no way. I told him. Edward, relax. Esme thought. I had to clench my fists together to keep myself under control. It has been a little over a month since the dreadful Volturi incident involving my family. Everyone is finally beginning to have less thoughts about it, which is finally putting my mind at ease. Before, it was nothing but the reoccurring images everyone constantly kept having mingling with their worries. It took everything I had not to growl at our guests. Surely that would hurt Carlisle to see me behave like that. He would surely disapprove of such a disrespectful act. So I had to control my temper. But Nahul's very thought once spoke out loud to the others would send a renewed panic through my family, and I wouldn't allow it. Nahul, Carlisle began, before glancing at me. Let him say whatever is on his mind at least, Edward. Who do you think is after you? Nahul hesitated briefly, and glanced at his aunt, who nodded. The Volturi, he whispered. I clenched my fist tighter. My family went into a state of shock. They all stopped breathing, though we didn't really need to in the first place. A sudden calm washed over me and I glared at Jasper. He smiled guilty before jerking his head towards Alice, who grinned proudly. You're welcome. Just relax, geez, she said in a cheery voice. I rolled my eyes, but turned my attention back to Nahul. His mind was flashing back to various instances when he could hear fast movements in the bushes when he hunted. How do you know it's not just animals? I asked as I relived his memories. No heartbeat, no footprints or tracks. He answered, showing me when he had thought of the same thing, and checked himself. I saw him move branches, leaves, logs, vines, double-checking but coming up with nothing. But what about a scent? You didn't smell anything, Carlisle suggested. He was right, animal or not, everything left a scent. Even if it was the Volturi, which I highly doubted any of them would have left a trail. A scent that should have been picked up on. There was nothing, Nahul mumbled. Hillen reached out and put her arm around him. He's telling the truth, she hissed, defending him, while glaring at me. Your gift. It allows you to see inside the mind, correct? She asked me. I already knew why she asked, not needing Alice to translate, which she did anyways. She's going to show you. Take what you can from it. Stay calm. We're here to help them, just like they helped us. They saved our lives, remember? I wanted to snap at her, but it would solve nothing, and she was right. I owed my sincerest gratitude to the immortals sitting across from me, but I found it hard to do when they threatened to cause an uproar within my family. Yes, I nodded, and glanced at Alice, acknowledging her as well. I shall show you, then. Helen closed her eyes and began filling her mind with images of herself. I have only had one incident where I've had the feeling I've been watched upon, and followed. She said through closed eyes. I work at a manufacturing plant, loading and unloading trucks for shipments and returned or damaged equipment. It's easier this way, less interaction with the humans. I work the morning shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. I answered, because she wouldn't see if I nodded. She was at a factory, as she'd described. She was carrying a box. Everyone was gone. I had to load the last box before clocking out, and ending my shift. I saw her walk down a hallway, and stop. On her right, there was a blur. I could have sworn I saw something, she narrated. She set down the box, and turned around. Teeth bared. I went to check, because Nahuel had been telling me to be careful. I was as most of you are now, very skeptical. We are good people who stay to ourselves. Who would really be after us? And why? I thought Nahuel to be overreacting as well. She continued retracing her steps until she came to a door, the only door besides the ones at the ends of the halls. The only other door in the hallway was empty inside when I looked. Sure enough, she opened it, already in a defensive position, ready to strike. The memory faded and she opened her eyes. You see? She asked. Before I could answer, she spoke again, and there was no scent, yet I am sure that I saw something. Was that the last time this happened? Carlyle asked, looking at her thoughtfully. Oh goodness, Esme was worried. As always. On the way here there were cars following us. Nahuel said. This time Jasper was not fast enough to calm me. I jumped to my feet uncontrollably. And you led them here? I demanded, glaring at him. Of course not. Julian cried, a bit shocked at my sudden tone. Edward, please calm yourself. These are our guests. Carlyle's wary thoughts cautioned me. Seconds later, calmness claimed me, and I sat down, never taking my eyes off Nahuel. So how do we know your followers haven't followed you here? Emmett asked, tilting his head as he stared at them. We ditched our car and caught a cab. Nahuel answered, still refusing to meet anyone's gaze. Oh, Carlyle replied. I thought you two ran all the way here, to be honest. He smiled when Julian laughed. She hadn't taken offense to my rude behavior, which he had been worried about. Goodness no. The first and last time was when we ran with Alice and Jasper. Never again, however. Too long of a distance. Even for vampires if you ask me. For half vampires too, Nahuel grinned. A sudden thought dawned on me. What type of car did you guys rent? I asked. A Volvo, why? Before I could say anything, I saw it. Edward. Alice cried as her vision finished. I had seen it all flash before my eyes. My Bella was trying to avoid colliding with two black BMs. Bella's going to get hurt. Alice shouted. Before I could answer her, my phone rang. I flipped it open, already knowing who it was. Edward. Bella's voice sounded panicky, but not in pain. Alice had a vision. Do you think you can outrun them? I tried to stay calm and think straight, which may have been compliments of Jasper. We don't have the time. She yelled into the phone. I began to feel slightly uneasy. Try, Bella. How far away from Charlie's are you? Where are you? I breathed into the phone. It won't work. I'm almost there. Shit, there's two of them. Damn, I'm coming for you. I shouted, and began walking towards the door. Hurry, she screamed, and then the line went dead. Bella, 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 I cried, with no answer. How can Alice have a vision of Bella? I thought you could only see her if, Emmett began. But I was already out the door, cursing the rest of his sentence. She could only see Bella if my daughter wasn't a part of the picture. I raced through the forest surrounding our house, heading in Charlie's direction. Sudden movement behind me made me get in the defensive. Edward, we're coming with you. Carlyle, Emmett, and Jasper were at my flanks. I couldn't say anything because I knew it wouldn't make a difference. It was hard to pick up Bella and Nessie's trail, because I knew we had dozens of them scattered all around from hunting. My best option was to just run alongside the road, hidden by the bushes. What about Naheul and Julian? I asked, without a pause. They'll be okay with the others, they understood. Carlyle said simply. We continued for about 5 minutes, until a faint heartbeat came within hearing. Renesmee. I whispered. Her heartbeat is slower than that of even a regular human. Carlyle noted. I growled, and sped up, but stopped short a few seconds later when the aftermath of Alice's vision was vivid before my eyes. My Volvo was smashed in the front and rear ends, as if it were a soda can that someone crunched up before throwing away. It had a few dents on the side as well. It was visibly clear how much they had cornered my wife and child. There were no signs of the culprits anywhere. Lucky for them, because the rage that consumed me so suddenly had me thinking irrationally. Relax, bro. Jasper cautioned me as I quickly scanned the scene for my family. My eyes locked onto Bella's the exact moment she looked up at us. Bella. I was instantly at her door, ripping it open. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Where's Renesmee? She closed her eyes. If vampires could cry, my Bella would have broken down by now. She jerked her head to the backseat. My eyes followed her gesture, and they rested on my daughter. She was laying on her side, with her hair covering her face. She was unconscious, and there was a purplish bulge on the left side of her forehead. And a small reddened area on the right. Was it blood? Carlyle. I said, but he was already opening the door. I watched as he eased her unconscious body out. I grounded my teeth together and turned away. Just watching my daughter hurt fueled my anger that much more. Jasper, Emmett, I said, meeting their gaze. Circle the perimeter, and see if you can find anything. They nodded, and took off. I'm sorry. Bella whispered. I took my hand under her chin and made her look at me. This was not your fault, my dear. I rubbed my finger on her soft cheeks, as she shook her head. I should have taken someone with me. Shish, I said, putting my finger to her lips. It's okay. She nodded, and kissed my finger. I opened my mouth to say something, but Carlyle's thoughts stopped me short. Carlyle, what's wrong? I tried keeping my voice even and calm, to not worry Bella. But she jumped up and squeezed my hand. My baby, she muttered, and walked over to Carlyle. I was right behind her. We knelt down beside him as he checked my daughter's pulse again. She doesn't have any visible cuts or scrapes, but I think she hit her head pretty hard. See this reddish area? He asked, pointing to the right side of her head. It's darker than the rest of her skin. I think she may have a skull fracture or internal bleeding, of course. He held up his hand when Bella gasped, and gripped my hand tighter. It could just be that she hit her head pretty hard, and that they are only bruises. Either way, she will have a nasty headache when she wakes up. I need to get her to the house and run a CT scan. Her neck might also be sore for a few days. Bella, do you know exactly what happened? She hit her head on the dashboard. Bella whispered, nodding. I tried to avoid it hitting the car in front of us. So I told her to put her head down, but then I had to smash the brakes or crash into them because the one in the back sped up, and I couldn't stop any of it. She rammed into the dashboard. Bella began rocking back and forth as she shook her head. My baby, her voice trailed off as she stared at our daughter. Do you know where they went? Which way? I asked, ready to hunt them down. Bella pointed to her left. They took a turn into the forest. They drove into the forest. I nodded. If they were anywhere near still, Jasper and Emmett would find them. Then they would have personal hell to pay for messing with my family. We really need to get her home, Carlyle suggested, looking up from my daughter. Her pulse is not strengthening, and it's not us. You ally a good sign if she's unconscious longer than 5 minutes. Don't worry Bella, she's going to be okay. Help me carry her. Okay. Bella nodded, and moved closer to help Carlyle. I was about to stop her when I heard Emmett. Bro, we're almost back. Edward, Bella whispered, putting her hand on top of mine's, which was wrapped around her arm. I'm okay. I can do it. She smiled, and you always get to do things like this, remember? Quote. I didn't argue with her for once, and turned around to see Jasper and Emmett a few feet away. I'll be right back, I say, kissing her hand. I walked swiftly over to them. How are they? Jasper asks, as Emmett nods in agreement. They will be all right, but the ones who did this will pay. What's the verdict? I asked, looking from one to the other. We found this, Jasper answered. Reaching into his back pocket, he pulled out a black and white silk scarf that had diamond designs on it. It was around some tire tracks, over there. He pointed to the same direction as my Bella had. I nodded. Those tracks were fresh too, bro. Emmett stated, crossing his arms. They weren't human, Ethier. No scent. I say we go find them and hunt down the culprits. He growled. Patience, Emmett, I replied, holding up my hand. We have to have a talk with Nahul first. They were after him, not my family. Do you recognize this? Nahul's eyes gave him away. Quicker than his thoughts would have had he not blocked them, as I watched his eyes dart from the scarf in my hand to the floor. He shook his head slowly, still staring at the ground in disbelief. You know, Alice began. To break the tense silence that had suddenly fallen over the room, you really shouldn't lie to him. He can see your thoughts, remember? I silently thanked her. He did not know that I really couldn't see his thoughts when he blocked them with irrelevant information. I watched Alice's vision as she saw the future change again, and I was shocked by the new turn of events, but I kept my composure. Next to me, Bella was piercing Nahul with her eyes, almost as if she were trying to read him like I could. She tightened her grip on my hand as we waited for his answer. But it's not possible, he said. I wanted to grab him and make him believe. Listen, I said between clenched teeth, my daughter is lying upstairs unconscious, do you understand? This is very possible because it's happening. I yelled. Calm down, Edward. Several voices cautioned me at once, and I struggled to keep my voice even. I already know who it is. This time it was true. Now either you tell everyone here who it is or I will. He was silent for a few moments, before glancing at the scarf again, then meeting my eyes. It was Scarlett and Mariah. Who? Emmett asked, glaring at Nahul, before glancing at his aunt. Wait, you knew who they were? He demanded. No, of course not. Julian shrieked, staring around the room wildly. We would never intentionally without anything form any of you. She yelled, with heated fire in her eyes. Julian, we're very sorry. Carlyle said quickly, putting his hand up. It's just as you both know, we've been through enough trouble already, and although we are more than willing to help you guys out, if it was not brought on by someone we even know, then it would seem that your earlier assumption would be wrong. Yay, Emmett smirked, unless the VO. LTURI has two new fashionable members by the name of what was it again? Mary J. and Scarly. Rosalie smacked Emmett's shoulder while shooting daggers at him. That scarf wasn't even fashionable. Looks like they bought it at a thrift store. She rolled her eyes when I narrowed mine at her. Stay out of my head then. Stop thinking so loudly, then. I muttered to her, so low that no one else heard. Yes, Julian was saying. As she met Carlyle's gaze. It would seem as though we do stand corrected. She replied coldly. We apologize. Please forgive us. Nahul mumbled meekly. Oh, goodness, Esme waved her hands impatiently. No problem at all. But, who exactly are these Scarlett and Mariah people? They are my sisters. You're what? Several voices shot out at once. I closed my eyes, trying to concentrate. How could it be his sisters? Why would they want to crush their own brother between two cars? Since they had assumed that's who had been in my car. His family or not, they threatened the lives of my family, so were they to be considered friends or foes? His family should be our friends. But hurting my family should make them our foes. I couldn't think straight with everyone's thoughts running through my head. I took a deep breath to calm myself. Edward, I'll go with you. Alice had already seen my split-second decision to go blow off some steam. I was already thinking about how best to leave. It wouldn't be that hard. Only leaving Bella wasn't an option. I wouldn't leave her in danger again. Away from me. Fine, the three of us will go. I shook my head at her, then glanced at Jasper. No one would notice our silent conversation, because they were too busy questioning Nahul and Julian. He'll understand. We need to talk. I showed her my new path, walking with my Bella, to calm myself. Instead of punching down a few trees like my original solo plan. But you and I both know you still need to blow off some steam. You're only going to be calm when she's around. You need to. She's always going to be around, then. I hissed. Now Jasper broke his intense concentration on our guests to finally look at me. I must have been emitting the wrong sort of waves towards Alice because his warning thoughts spoke loud and clear. Chill out, bro. I don't know what's going on with you two, but Alice only wants to help man. I sighed but nodded. Edward. I blinked and looked down at Bella. She had taken off her shield again. Not wanting to talk aloud. Are you okay? I showed Alice my path once more, only this time I show her and I talking later, when everything had calmed down. I was so careful to send less intense waves in her direction for my brother's sake. He nodded before glancing at her and then back at Nahul and Julian. Okay, fine, I guess. All cheeriness was gone from her thoughts. As I watched her fold her arms and glare at the wall. Yes, I'm fine, I replied to Bella as I looked down at her. Do you mind taking a quick walk with me? I asked her. Right now? She asked warily, glancing around the room. Yes, now, I said, grabbing her hand and lifting her up before gently tugging her forward. Wait, she stopped, and looked upstairs towards Renesmee. She'll be okay, I whispered to her. I watched as she bit her lip and then nodded. Okay, she agreed, but I need to call my dad first. I looked around the room. I would have asked someone to call on our behalf. But everyone was busy throwing questions left and right at Nahul and his aunt. I met Bella's eyes before nodding. I flipped open my cell phone as I lead her out the door. Already on it. It was dark. I say, because I honestly have no idea where I was. I certainly don't ever remember being here, or it ever being this dark. I felt like screaming but it seemed like the darkness sucked everything from me. I couldn't scream or even whisper. Dad, can you hear me? He would be my only hope now. The only time I would give anything to have my dad hear my thoughts. Where was he? Calm down, Renesmee, I told myself. I tried to move, but it was hard to do anything, and I felt like I was trapped. Then suddenly the darkness seemed to push on me, pressure but no pain. I felt the weight, but no pain. I still couldn't move. Was I dead? I was just with my mom. Where was she? And those people? Did they kill us? But I knew I had heard Grandpa Carlisle and Dad. I needed to leave, and tell him. Or one of my uncles. Anyone. Jacob, where are you? Anyone. Please. No answer. I tried to take a deep breath, but couldn't feel a thing. Wait, I think I can see light. No, it's the forest near our house. I just realized I'm right outside my grandparents' house. I don't know how my parents could leave me outside this late at night, but maybe they don't know. I try to wiggle my toes and it works. I get up quickly and remove the twigs from my hair, and brush myself off. I must have fallen asleep. Next on my list, get out of this forest and into the warm house. I'm sure everyone's probably worried sick. Maybe not. Since they don't know I'm out here. How long was I asleep? As I pass a few big bushes, I could have sworn that I heard something. I may not have extra sensitive hearing like everyone else in my family. But I know that I can't be mistaken twice in a row. Dad, I screamed in my head. I still couldn't talk. He glides towards me from behind the bushes. And Jacob's here too. He came back. I screamed again. Since when did you two become such good friends? I smiled at my dad, only he's not smiling. He actually isn't looking so friendly at all. Neither is that giant wolf standing next to him. Oh my god. Jacob just growled at me. Dad, I whispered. To my amazement, I can actually talk now. I am not your father, you beast. He hissed at me. As if on a will of their own, my feet took 2 steps back. What was he talking about? Dad, I said again, a little confused and scared at the same time. Yes, you need to be scared. This is finally the end. You're lucky to have lived this long. Now it's time to end this like I should have from the beginning. He said through clenched teeth, never once taking his topaz eyes off me. The wolf next to him growls a little louder, WH. I can only assume is a sign of agreement. Jacob. I turned my eyes to the wolf who was showing a full set of sharp, deadly-looking teeth. I shook my head. No, please. Something was very, very wrong. Where was my mother? She doesn't know how weird Dad and Jacob were acting. If only I knew where she was. You killed her. Dad screamed, raising his hands in the air. Beside him the wolf barked and snarled menacingly. I stopped short when my back bumped into a nearby tree. I was unaware of my feet ever even leaving the ground to back up. I could not process what he was saying. I would never kill my own mother. And how would that even be possible? She was an immoral vampire for crying out loud. Ha! He laughs, only it's not my father's laugh. Bella would be forever young with me, happy. But you, he growled at me. You took her from me. Mom, I whispered, as I closed my eyes tight. This can't happen. I couldn't have what? No. Believe me. Please. Shut up. My dad yelled. He takes a step closed. With Jacob at his heels. You're lucky Rose hid you for all this time. You heartless monster. You should have never came here. You're a murderer. You killed your own Mochter. I'll settle the score now by killing you. There was less than a second before I saw my dad bare his teeth and prepare to attack just like Jacob. They were preparing to attack me. I was about to die. I held my breath with my eyes shut tight. I kept waiting to receive the crashing blows and painful teeth marks, hoping it would be quick and painless, but then I felt myself being lifted out of their reach. I just prayed it would be into the arms of safety and out of harm's way. Out of my father's way. And out of Jacob's way. I watched as Edward and Bella silently slipped out the front door. It took our family a few moments to notice their absence. Carlisle was the first to realize. He was just about to ask Nahul why his sisters would want him hurt like that was even possible. There was only a few ways vampires could die, in full sense of the word. Where's Edward and Belle? They took a walk, I replied, cutting him off. My arms were still crossed, and I tried not to glare at Carlisle, who hadn't noticed my change of mood. He shrugged and returned his attention back to Nahul and Julian. But of course Jasper noticed. I saw the exact second it registered in his mind that my mood waves were off. I answered his question before he asked, right as they made the decision to turn around and ask me. Nothing's wrong, I'm okay. Yes, I wanted to talk to Edward, but he said we'll talk later. No. I'm not mad and yes I mean it, okay. He just shook his head and grimaced. He hates when I do that. I hate when you do that, you know. I grinned but said nothing. He rolled his eyes before smiling. But I had a feeling you already knew that. He said, grinning, before grabbing my hand, and intertwining our fingers. He gave them a slight squeeze. Can you believe all this? He whispered. I shook my head as I looked around. Rose was about to ask what Nahul's sisters looked like. Emmett was dead set on hunting them down, but his plan of attack kept changing. Carlisle and Renesmee'S AYS were trying to find a peaceful solution. Nahul, what do you sisters look like? Rose asked a second later. I turned my eyes to Nahul to hear his response. He seemed to fumble for words for a minute. Mariah, he began, has wavy black hair, longer than mine. She's a shade slightly lighter than me, he trailed off, and avoided eye contact. Then cleared his throat before starting again. And Scarlet has black hair that stops just above her shoulders. She usually almost always keeps it in a ponytail, as far as I can remember, and she's infamous for wearing scarves. He let his voice trail off again. Rosalie snorted. And you really have no idea why they would be after you guys. Carlisle tried again. I swiftly kicked Rosalie. She grinned and shrugged. I had anticipated Nahul's answer till I saw Julian's sudden decision to answer. No, she snapped, eyeing all of us warily. I nudged Jasper, and he nodded. Without me even speaking, he knew what I wanted. Julian closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she next spoke, her voice sounded considerable calmer. I thought that Scarlet and Mariah were with Joachim, the last time we checked. So there's no way they could be after us, at least not without him. Then she turned to her nephew. They never leave him, right? Nahul nodded feebly. Yay, they don't. He has shown them everything they know. They would never. So shouldn't Joachim be with them, then? I asked. I watched as Nahul's would-be response changed 3 times. I don't know, he finally said. Then I saw Jasper's decision, to infuse fear into Nahul, so that he would tell us what we wanted to know. I squeezed Jasper's hand and shook my head no. He gave me a pleading look before frowning and leaning back on the couch. I think you do, I replied, trying to keep my voice even. I was nowhere near as upset as Edward and Bella were, mainly Edward, actually, but regardless to what, that was still my niece upstairs. He was silent, as he stared at the ground. Yes, he said after a minute. I believe he's the one that sent them after me. I watched as Nahul made up his mind to go after Joachim himself. No, I stated, just as Jasper became alarmed by my sudden emotions. That's not going to change what happened. I tried to reason with him, before he did anything irrational. You can't possibly know that, he replied, still refusing to look at anyone. I closed my eyes and looked into his future. He wasn't entirely dead set in his decision yet, which was good. His future was hazy, but I guessed it was due to him also being a half-breed. It has been a strange discovery for everyone when we realized I could see Nahul, but not Renesmee. They were each one of a kind, but yet more alike than not. I had always been able to see Nahul's path, just not clearly. His future was always a bit disoriented, like if I was looking through a cloud. But up until recently, I had never been able to see Nessie. It was like trying to see blindfolded. I could only see light and shadows. I opened my eyes and stared at him. Yes, I can, because I just did. You don't have to do that, I told him. I didn't have to be Jasper to know how Julian was feeling as I watched her eyes get slightly bigger. She stared at Nahul. What is she talking about? Where are you going? He sighed and shook his head. Nowhere. But, Julian began, but Carlyle was about to cut her off. May I make a suggestion? He said 2 seconds later, and Julian nodded. Although I can't imagine a reason why your father. Joham. His name is Joham. I'd prefer if you called him Joham. Nahul said. Carlyle nodded. I'm sorry. Well then, I can't imagine a reason why Joham would send anyone after you. Why don't we try considering some possibilities before we try and act on impulse? Sure. Nahul shrugged his shoulders, and nodded. Now, do you remember anything that could cause him to be angry with you? Carlyle asked. Next to him, Esme nodded and waited for Nahul's reply. No. The last time I spoke with him was a couple of years ago. As you recall, we don't share the same views. I don't have much to say to him, to be honest. He replied. His voice had a slight edge to it. I see, Carlyle said, running his hands over his chin. Earlier you said you thought the Volturi might have been the ones after you. Why? I don't know. Nahul, there has to be some reason. Anya would be suspicious of the Volturi, man. Emmett spoke up. His eyes were piercing Nahul, who refused to meet his gaze. What could the Volturi want with them? They had only served as evidence for Renesmee. To prove that Ness was a growing child, not an immortal child forever frozen as a vampire baby. I tried to recall the events of that day. Had Nahul's father and siblings been mentioned at all? I remember him telling his life story and how interested Keyes had been in Joham. That's it. Several pairs of eyes suddenly were on me. I think I was onto something, if only I knew what Joham looked like. I could see into his future, then I could be certain. What? Jasper's voice was first to reach my ears. Do you guys remember who Keyes has been so interested in? I saw that this would register to everyone in 3.4 seconds. Are you saying, Emmett began, as comprehension dawned on him. I nodded my head. Yes, I think the Volturi paid Joham a visit as promised. Joham, and the Volturi. Julian looked utterly confused. She's right, Nahul said after a minute. I remember that guy the first told him to leave my sisters. He choked to get the word out, alone, that they meant no harm. Carlyle, who had been silent all this time, turned to look at Nahul thoughtfully. I understand, but that still doesn't explain why your sisters, Carlyle hesitated on the word before continuing, would be coming after you, your aunt. The room became silent as everyone absorbed the new information. And then it happened. The same weird feeling I got only once happened again. My mind went blank. I didn't know what was happening. And then I saw her. Renesmee. Screaming her head off as she cowered from Edward and Jacob. Just as quickly as it had came, it was gone. Then someone was shaking me. I blinked and looked into Jasper's eyes. What's wrong? He asked. Oh my God. I whispered. Renesmee. Before anyone had a chance to react, I raced upstairs to wake up Renesmee. We were halfway into the forest as I took out my cell phone. To my surprise, Chief Swan had even called my phone. See, Bella said, peering over my arm, he even called your phone looking for me. He's just worried. EPLIED as I pushed the end key to clear the screen, before dialing his number and handing the phone to her. She took the phone in her right hand and held mine with her left as we continued walking. I tried to keep my mind off the pressing issue, so I stared at the trees, as we walked aimlessly. No, Dad, it's me, Bella, I heard her say a few moments later. Bella, I heard Charlie's voice scream into the phone. I looked at her, and she rolled her eyes. Dad, relax. Pause. Yes, we're fine, don't worry. Pause. No, don't come down here. Yes, she's fine, I'm fine. We just got bombarded by a few last-minute things. Despite the seriousness of the situation, I couldn't help but inwardly laugh at the irony of her words. Really, Dad, she continued, we'll come down sometime soon. Why don't why? Oh, you go to Sue's house for dinner or something. Pause. Really? Wow, what a coincidence. You should go, and have fun. Love you too, Dad, bye. Bella groaned. Dodd. Only if she wants to. Okay, bye. She hung up and made a face. What did he want? I asked as I took the phone away from her hand. He wants Alice to come too. Ah, I replied, understanding. My sister had an uncanny charm that even Charlie couldn't resist. He had been immediately taken with her from the first day she showed up in his home. We continued walking silently for a few minutes, until the silence became almost unbearable. I racked my brain to think of something to say, when Bella asked, what's wrong with you? I don't know what you mean. Edward. Her eyes narrowed. Suddenly I was seeing inside her mind as she owed my attitude as I had been silently arguing with Alice. Okay. I couldn't hide things nearly as well as before, when she was human. Not when her senses were just as good as mine. Well, Allie. CE wanted to come with me because she wanted to talk to me, but I didn't feel like hearing it. I just wanted to get out of the house, but I couldn't think of leaving you alone again. I just needed to cool off. She was silent for a moment, staring at the trees. Then she looked at me. Because of Nahul. It came as a whisper. I simply nodded. I refused to have my family put in danger because of him and his problems. She was about to speak when the sudden, quick movement in the bushes ahead of us made her stop short. We narrowed our eyes as the ruffling continued. Relax, Jacob thought arrogantly. I relaxed, and touched Bella's shoulders. She was still tense, with her eyes fixed on Jacob's spot in the bushes. Relax, Bella. It's just Jacob, I told her. Immediately she loosed her stance, but her face was still serious. She continued to glare at the bushes. Jacob, she murmured. It was hard to tell if she was upset or tentative. Jacob changed into his human form and threw on some clothes. I still felt out of place what I had said to him, but it seemed impossibly hard to apologize. Jake, Bella began as soon as she saw him step out from beneath the shadows. Jacob put his hand up to stop her, his face hard. Just stop, he said, glaring at us. I came back to make sure you and Nessie were okay. How did you? She began. I heard Charlie on the phone with my dad. Oh, she nodded, and then we were all silent. Well, Jacob shuffled nervously. So everyone's okay, then. Where's Nessie? I shook my head slowly, and watched as Jacob had a nervous attack, as realization dawned on him. What happened to her? Is she okay? Why are you guys here and now with her? Who did? Jacob. It was Bella's turn to hold up her hand. Then she turned her golden eyes on me. What does he know? She asked me. But before I could ask, Jacob started again. I don't know anything. What happened? Who did it? He growled, I'll kill them. Relax, I finally said, able to get a word in. We'll tell you everything on the way back. Renesmee will be fine, she's safe at home right now. Jacob nodded stiffly, with his fist balled up at his sides. We spent the next 10 minutes telling him everything. And so now Nahul believes it's Scarlett and Mariah. I finished. Jacob had not spoken during the whole explanation. So, what are we going to do? He finally asked in a hard voice. Good question. Bella answered, wrinkling her face. I don't understand why, Jacob began, but I cut him off as I held up my hand. We were close to my family's home, so it was natural for me to start picking back up on their thoughts more clearly. Edward, it's Renesmee, you need to get home. If you can hear me, hurry. Alice's frantic thoughts had me alert. I growled fiercely. I could feel Bella and Jacob tense up as well. Ready and waiting. What is it? Bella whispered, with her lips pulled back over her teeth. Next to her, Jacob was already beginning to shake. Renesmee. I whispered. Renesmee. I refused to look up at Aunt Alice, as she whispered my name. She sat on the edge of my bed, about a foot away from me. The soft bedding squeaking slightly as she shifted her weight. I was still shook up from my dream. I was so glad it was just a dream. I had awoke screaming, with Aunt Alice trying to calm me down. I continued rocking slightly, staring at the lines on the floor. My father and best friend had wanted to kill me. They wanted me dead. Never had they ever both agreed on anything so strongly. I was a common enemy. I was a monster. Nessie, Aunt Alice tried again, we need to talk. I shook my head slowly, refusing to tell her anything or show her the terrible dream. I knew everyone would want to know about my dream, but I wasn't ready to relive it just yet. As if she could read my mind. Aunt Alice whispered, "It's okay. You don't have to show me." I saw what happened. I lifted my head for the first time to look at her. Aunt Alice had had another vision. I moved my hand over hers, asking my question. "Yes," she replied, "I saw your dream, Renesmee. Your father and Jacob would never hurt you, please know that." Her voice was sad, as she stared into my eyes. I nodded, knowing this was the truth. But with my heart still beating fast, I couldn't make my body accept this. What would have happened if it was the truth? If I had killed my mom? Was I really capable of that? Is that why my family tried to hide the truth from me? Did they all want to kill me? No, not all of them. Aunt Rose hid me, I mumbled, more to myself than Aunt Alice as I recalled my dad's razor-sharp words. "You're lucky Rose hid you for all this time. You heartless monster. You should have never came here. You're a murderer. You killed your own mochter. I'll settle the score now by killing you." I felt an uncontrollable shiver shake my body against my will. "Nessie, are you okay?" "Yay," I shook my head feebly. "I'm okay, Aunt Alice." I began, unsure about what I was about to ask her. "Yes, Nessie." She reached out and rubbed her hand on my shoulder, waiting. Did I try to kill my mom?" Instead of Aunt Alice answering, her face started to go blank, and her eyes shifted out of focus. I knew she was having a vision, so I didn't want to interrupt her. But after 5 minutes passed, I gently shook her. "Aunt Alice." She blinked, and refocused on me. Then she cleared her throat. "Nessie, I can't exactly explain it to you, but," she held up her hand to prevent me from protesting. "I know someone who can." She then looked towards the door. I followed her gaze, and realized just how terrified I was of seeing anyone at the moment. There was a light tap on the door, and then my mother poked her head in. "Bella." Aunt Alice nodded at my mother and then began to get up. She turned slightly, and shot me an encouraging smile before slipping out beside my mother. "Hi," she mumbled meekly. "Hi," I echoed, shifting my gaze to the floor. "You okay?" she asked as she came to sit on my bed. "They told you?" I whispered, already knowing the answer. She nodded, and stared at me with the same sad eyes as Aunt Alice had. I put my hand up her cheek and replayed my dream. I didn't fail to shudder towards the end again. "Oh," my mom cried out in shock, and drew me in a quick hug. "Renesmee'S told me, but I had no idea that they would say, oh honey," she whispered. ND pulled me away so that she could look down at my face completely. Renesmee Carly Cullen, her voice was serious, and I could tell it was taking everything she had to keep her voice from shaking. "Now you listen to me. Your father and Jacob love you very much. So do I. We all do. This whole family loves you more than you know. We would never hurt you. We care about you deeply. You are truly a miracle. You just don't know how special you are to us. You are our everything. Your father and I are so blessed to have you as our daughter. You're not a monster. You're far from it, honey. You're our little girl. You'll always be. We love you. You do know this, right?" If vampires could cry, I was sure that my mother would be. I nodded my head to show her I understood, and she lightly patted my cheek. "Mom," I whispered. She answered, stroking my hair as she waited for my answer. I didn't have the guts to ask my question out loud again, so I showed her. "Did I try to kill you?" I watched as my mom flinched away from my hand slightly, but she grabbed it before I could quickly withdraw it. "Nessie," she began, but I cut her off, already fighting back the fountain of tears threatening to spill over at any minute. "Did I? Mom, did I? Yes or no?" I could not look at her, so I avoided her eyes at all costs. "Renesmee, it's not like." "Mom," I could hear the hysteria rising in my voice. "Honey," she whispered. I shot her a quick glance, and then wished I hadn't. She had the same torn expression on her face that my dad had worn. "Did you try to kill me?" I whispered, hoping she wouldn't answer. But this time her answer was instant. No, of course not. I bit my lower lip to stop it from quivering. What had I done to this family? How much pain and trouble had I caused them? Renesmee Carly Cullen. For the second time in less than 10 minutes I heard my full name pronounced. But it wasn't my mother who spoke it. We both turned to the sound of my father's voice as he entered the room. Despite my conscious self knowing I was okay, I still jumped at the sight of him. I didn't miss the flicker of agony that streaked across his face before he quickly put on an emotionless mask. 2 seconds later, Jacob emerged. With his eyes focused on me. He was waiting for my reaction. I didn't fail to disappoint, as my body recoiled slightly. Jacob's expression looked more pained than my father's own had. And he dropped his eyes to the floor, shoulders slumped. He slid to the left side of my dad, and leaned against the wall, refusing to look up at me again. Before I had a chance to speak, there were more footsteps on the stairs, followed by everyone. Everyone began to pile in the room. My aunts and uncles, and grandparents filed in one by one, silently behind my dad, and stood on either side of Jacob, who was still scrutinizing the cracks in the floor. They never once rested their eyes on me for more than a second, like if I would start screaming or freaking out if they did. I wondered briefly how I got here. I remembered being on the way to Grandpa Swan's house, then being chased to where those people. Where were they now? And where were our guests? Did I make them leave? Or did my family make them leave? For fear of what I might do to them. Was I really a monster? No, you're not, my dad whispered, and he looked at me with wide eyes. He made a move towards me, but then changed his mind. He opened his mouth as if to talk, but then closed it and looked at my mom. I glanced at her too. She was focused intently on whatever it was that she was telling him in his head. Because he nodded slightly before speaking to me again. Honey, we need to talk. Everyone. Yes, everyone. You're right. It's time you know some things. We all need to talk to you. I glanced at everyone in the room, and my eyes paused briefly on my grandmother. Esme. She was smiling. Smiling. At a time like this, she still found the strength to smile, despite it all. The smile didn't quite reach her eyes. But I could tell it was genuine. Did that mean she didn't hate me? Maybe. My dad's unemotional mask flickered as soon as I thought this, and I could see that he was about to protest. But I put my hand up to stop him before he could say anything. Okay, I said simply. Edward's POV. I watched Bella slowly walk up the stairs, and I tried to control the urge to follow her. Where was Jasper when you needed him? Probably trying to calm everyone else down, no doubt. I wanted to talk to my daughter, and tell her I would never hurt her now. I didn't have to be Alice to see what was going to happen. I could tell that tonight was going to be a long night, even for vampires that never slept. A lot of explaining had to be done. As much as we loved her now, I could not pretend that had always been the case. How do you tell your child that you wanted to kill her? That you would have given anything to save her mother, even if that meant killing her in process without a second thought? How do you explain the reasons you allow a werewolf who felt the same way, who wanted to rip your daughter to shreds the same way you did, to be allowed anywhere near her? It was all absurd. I felt for the first time in decades as if my life was moving too quickly. Everything was happening at once, and it was too much for me to process. Nahul, Julian, Scarlett, Marie, Nessie. My thoughts shifted to Jasper again. I couldn't even begin to imagine how he must be feeling. Everyone had already been on high alert since the arrival of Nahul and Julian. I had felt it in their thoughts. Edward, Jacob, Esme said, gently touching my arm. She glanced at Jacob, whose face mirrored the agony that I felt. It had now been about 5 minutes, and he still hadn't taken his eyes off the door that held my wife, sister, and daughter. There's more to it that you guys should know. More. My voice cracked. I didn't know how much more I could handle. The accident. Her voice trailed off as she looked up at Carlisle. What about the accident? Jacob finally broke his gaze to look at Carlisle. I too looked at my father, waiting. But I was only vaguely aware of everything, because my attention was focused on Alice's mind. She was talking to Renesmee, who wouldn't look at her. I watched through Alice's eyes, as Renesmee rocked slowly back and forth, trying to keep her mind blank. Did she know I was here yet? Was she trying to block me out? I continued to watch as my daughter questioned Alice about her nightmare. Alice, no doubt she had already foresaw that I would be monitoring her thoughts. Shed the memory to the back of her mind before answering. I could barely concentrate on her words, because she was throwing random images of her and Jasper left and right, definitely preventing me from accessing the dream. Was it that bad? Again, Alice foresaw my reaction. You don't need to see this just yet, Edward. Please stay out, it's for your own good. Her warning thoughts meant little to me. I needed to see what had my daughter so shaken up. What made Carlisle and Esme feel the need to protect her from seeing me, her own father? I needed to console her. To let her know that I would never hurt her. And as much as I hated to admit it, neither would Jacob. He loved her just as much as I did. Everything about Renesmee Carly Cullen. My daughter, my life, my world. What if I had killed my mom? Her question stung me, and I whispered quietly, unable to help myself. No, Renesmee. Of course she couldn't hear me. Edward, someone was talking to me. Was I really capable of that? No, you're not, honey. I wanted her to listen to me. I wanted her to understand. No, I needed her to understand. Is that why my family tried to hide the truth from me? We didn't. You must understand we had to, but I was pleading with her now. I could not bear to lose her. My daughter, she was going to hate me. I could not even process the thought. Renesmee, please. Did they all want to kill me? No, not all of them. I watched in horror as she replayed what I could only assume was a part of her dream. You're lucky Rose hid you for all this time. You heartless monster. You should have never came here. You're a murderer. You killed your own mother. I'll settle the score now by killing you. I had my daughter pinned against a tree, with Jacob in his wolf form right at my heels. We were surrounding her, ready to attack. She was cowering in fear from me. From us. But I could never say that. And she knew about Rose. Rose, I whispered. Edward. My name was now a fierce whisper. I blinked, and saw Jacob glaring at me. Snap out of it, man. Did you hear what Esme just said? Jacob's voice was a mixture of pain and anger. Odd combination, I thought absently. It wasn't until he stopped talking that I realized he must have been waiting for an answer. She was talking. I asked. When? I didn't hear anything. I had been here the whole time. Now isn't the time for him to be daydreaming. I hadn't been focusing on Jacob's thoughts until that exact moment. Bad moment for him to making comments that weren't really meant for me to hear. I wasn't daydreaming. I snapped. I snapped my head up and began to look for Esme myself. I'd just simply ask her to repeat what she had said. It couldn't have been too important, because she hadn't even waited for my answer. Where are they? In the room with the others. We were all waiting on you. Come on. Jacob's point of view. I glared at Edward in frustration. Renesmee was upstairs, probably going through some traumatic experience or something right now. And now is when he decides to daydream. Probably about Bella, no doubt. Now isn't the time for him to be daydreaming. I wasn't daydreaming. He snaps, and then starts looking around the room like he's lost. Probably looking for everyone. Where are they? In the room with the others. We were all waiting on you. Come on, Doctor. Fang had began to explain Alice's new theory, before Edward bugged out. What about Rose? I asked him, remembering his senseless muttering a few minutes ago. What? He asks, with a confused look on his face. Was he bugging out now again, too? Maybe he was having vampire future visions like Shorty. She always acted dazed and confused right after see someone's fortune cookie. You just said, Rose. What about Blondie? She's fine. She's in there. I jerked my head towards the room, while I glanced upstairs. Was Bella okay? I wondered how the talk was going. Perhaps they were getting though to Renesmee after all. But, what if they weren't? My heart sank as I thought of the possibilities. What if? Jacob, don't. Edward warned me. He seemed to be getting over his temporary insanity. Edward, look, I don't know if you are going into some kind of shock or something. Could vampires do that? But we have to be real here. Did you hear what Esme said? Before I gave him a chance to answer, I began again, determined to get him to understand our situation. It's not just Nahul's sisters that could have caused the accident. Alice had a point before she saw Nessie's dream keys had been so interested in Johann. Is that his name? I shook my head, I was getting off track. Never mind. But yay, Shorty thinks that your Italian mob went after him, and he's trying to track down your guests. The word tasted bitter on my tongue, like acid. That scarf that Emmett and Jasper found, if it really is Scarlett's own, then things would add up. I swallowed, as Edward continued to stare at me like I was a foreign object. I know in my HEA.RT that I love your daughter more than anything in the world. If I couldn't keep my voice from shaking, and I couldn't get the sentence out. If Renesmee somehow feels different afterwards, if this hanges things and you want me to leave, let me know. We need to explain it to her. Explain. Right, he answered, still out of focus. We have to tell her. What? I asked him. I looked at him like he was crazy. Who knows? Maybe he was. I am not crazy, Jacob. He said simply. Everything. Do we tell her about Impri? No, just enough to let her know why she's a part of this family. He then turned around and headed towards the room with his family. It was awkwardly silent as I waited for someone to speak. I had wanted so badly to know the secrets my family had hid from me, but now I was beginning to have second thoughts. Did I really want to know how much I had torn my family apart with pain? I didn't think I could handle if I had hurt any of them. Ahem, my dad cleared his throat and looked like he was about to speak when my mother fidgeted slightly next to me. He stared at her and then nodded. Renesmee, she began, squeezing my shoulders gently as she turned me to face her. Her fingers were trembling slightly against my skin, I could feel it. Was it that bad? We love you very much, she continued, glancing at everyone in the room. I followed her gaze and felt out of place. Like I was watching this, rather than actually experiencing it. Like it wasn't me. This wasn't my family. I heard my dad gasp, and I didn't dare to look at him. I couldn't bear to see the look on his face. Knowing that it was because of me. I bit my lip and closed my eyes. I'm sorry, Dad. It seemed like the word was awkward even in my own head. I wish you didn't have to hear this. He shook his head, but said nothing. Who would want to hear the thoughts of a monster? No, you're not, he whispered. Renesmee, my mother repeated, putting her hands to my cheeks, forcing me to look at her. Listen to me. You weren't planned. When I got pregnant with you, it was unbelievable. We didn't even know it was possible. I know. I breathed. I remembered very well. I was the whole reason the Volturi had been after us in the first place. I had been a problem for this family from day one. You were always loved by me, even before I knew you, or know what would happen. My mom's voice broke, but she grounded her teeth together and continued, your father was frightened for me. Everyone was. Their main concern was my safety. You were not developed yet. You weren't a baby yet. So you guys didn't love me yet. The room was thick with silence, as everyone stared everywhere besides me. So I took it as a yes. All except one. Aunt Rose. She was staring at me with a look of shame. In my dream, she had loved me. Was she ashamed of loving me, when no one else in my family did? No, my dad's tortured expression killed me. He glanced at Aunt Rose, pleading with her, Rose. Tell her you and Bella. What about them? I asked my dad, but he refused to break away from Aunt Rose's gaze. I glanced at her too, and saw her eyes widen a bit. She nodded and stepped forward slightly. My uncles moved aside for her to pass. She took a deep breath before starting to speak. Honey, she said, your mother became very weak when she was pregnant with you and I had to protect her. I protected her because I wanted you. I wanted a child so bad I was willing to protect your mom, so long as you made it. Protect. I squeaked. From who? Silence. And then it hit me. It all made sense. Everyone hated me until I was developed. Quill, Embry, Jake, my dad, everyone. I was killing my mother before I was developed. That's why my family didn't love me and they wanted to get rid of me, to save my mom. Protect, I repeated, as I pieced everything together. You needed to be protected from me. I asked my mom. She bit her lip nervously. She was protecting your mother from us. My dad spoke slowly, waiting for my reaction. But I don't understand. I couldn't grasp what he was saying. But I hurt her. I emphasized the statement. I don't understand why they wanted to hurt her. It was my fault, not my mother's. My tears were threatening to spill over, and I quickly blinked them back. You tried to hurt Mom. No, we tried to get rid of you, he quickly added, before we knew you. Before you were developed. But your mother loved you very much. Before you were ever even born. We didn't know, so I didn't love you, he choked on the word. Suddenly, I had a new understanding. It all made sense. I wasn't upset. I assumed it was due to Uncle Jasper's gift that I continued to feel calm. I would have wanted to make sure I could do anything and everything to protect my mom if I was in any one of their positions. Since I wasn't developed, I wasn't technically me. They couldn't love me. But we did love you, when you became you. From the time I had your thoughts, you never wanted to hurt your mother. You told me that. My dad continued. I told you that. Yes. You never tried to kill Bella. You didn't realize you were hurting her, he repeated slowly, waiting for me to process his words. I hurt her on accident, so you wanted to kill me. He hesitated. I didn't. You were hurting her. I wanted you out. Until I realized that you could be controlled. Whatever pull Uncle Jasper had on me was no longer attached at that moment, because I lost it. Controlled. I shouted. I'm not like some dog that needs to be controlled. Under normal circumstances, I probably would They felt shame for using such a derogatory word in front of Jacob, but I didn't care as I felt fury rising in me. So I was a monster, then. Who needed to be controlled. Or better yet killed. I saw everyone flinch at almost the exact same time. I nearly stopped breathing when I saw my dad nod. But as quickly as my sudden rage had come, it was gone. I glared at Uncle Jasper as I realized who my dad had been saying yes to. I don't need to be controlled. I screamed. Well, I tried to scream, which was impossible when my body was calm, and wasn't reacting the way I wanted it to. Please, I looked to my mom. As I tried to fight back the tears. Let me go. I can be calm by myself. Tell him. I begged her. She bit her lip, and looked at my father, who sighed, but nodded to Uncle Jasper. Immediately I was bombarded with anger, fear, and sadness. I quickly reined in my emotions, and calmed myself. Uncle Jasper must have been verifying my emotional state when he whispered, "She's okay." I closed my eyes, and took a deep breath. I touched my mother's cheeks. My dad would already be listening anyways, no doubt. I proceeded to silently talk to my parents. Mom, Dad, I get it. I don't understand everything. But nor do I want to right now. This is too much. I'm only 7 years old. You guys love me now, and that's all that matters. Instantly I felt tired. I showed them this as well. Please, I'm sorry for everything. I never meant to cause any of this to happen. I love you. I opened my eyes and glanced at everyone else in the room. Jacob still looked pained. I still wasn't sure what Quill and Embry had been talking about. But part of me was scared, and the other was numb. Scared of knowing, and numb from the pain. I locked it up, along with my tears, determined not to think about it. There were lots of other things my family should be focused on, not just me. I slowly got up, and gently tried to pry loose from my mother's firm grasp. She held on tight, as if I would run the moment she let go. Dad, Bella, she's okay. Really? His voice was still incredulous as he stared at me. I broke eye contact and looked around. My mom sighed and dropped her hands. I'm sorry everyone. I've acted extremely childish today. I understand. I get it, and I'm fine. Please, let's just forget all this. I want to focus on the bigger picture. Why Aunt Alice keeps having visions, and why Nahuel may be in trouble. That's important. There was more awkward silence. Everyone was still obviously uncomfortable. I took another deep breath, and tried another tactic. Jake. He blinked, and stared at me. I don't care what your pack says. Really? He nodded, but didn't look convinced. Uncle Emmett, Jasper, Aunt Rose and Alice. I shifted my gaze and they waited. Do you love me? Yes, sweetheart. Of course. Yes. You know it's Squirt. They all grinned when I smiled. I looked at my grandparents, who were already smiling. I said nothing to them, but walked up and gave them a hug. They just understood. And so I was content with just being loved now for who I was now. I tried desperately not to think about anything else but this fact, as I embraced my grandparents, feeling their love radiating through me. Or maybe that was Uncle Jasper. Aunt Alice gasped suddenly, and her eyes glazed over. She was having another vision as she became still. Uncle Jasper was the first one to her side. And he gently placed his hands on her shoulders. Alice, what do you see? He murmured. She didn't answer, but my dad's eyes widened as he saw her vision, before they darted to me. Something was wrong. What is it? My mom sensed it too. Her forehead began to crease in worry, as she tugged on my dad's shoulder. My grandparents released me, but kept their hands on my shoulder. I glanced between my father and my aunt, who both still had not answered. Alice, Edward, my grandfather said, looking expectantly at them. Aunt Alice was the first to speak. We need to go, now. Aunt Alice shrieked, blinking her eyes and clutching Uncle Jasper. What? Jacob, take Renesmee and go with Esme to our cottage, now. My dad ordered. The tone of his voice had dramatically changed. Jacob, for once, didn't question my dad. He simply nodded and quickly moved to my side. My grandfather's hand was replaced by his. Calm down a minute, what's going on? Grandpa Carlyle remained calm, as he looked between his two children. Nahul and his aunt ran into Scarlett and Mariah. They are coming back here. My dad clarified. All of them? Grandpa asked. No. Joachim isn't with them. I don't know what he looks like, so I can't get a reading on him. I've never met him. Damn. It was rare for Aunt Alice to curse. This was bad. I caught my dad looking at me with confusion and fear. Then his eyes darted back to my grandfather. I don't want them anywhere near my daughter. He growled. Why are they coming? My mom asked. Why would Nahul bring them here? Uncle Emmett cut in. Before anyone else could speak, he started again. I thought they were the bad guys. Or should I say bad girls? He chuckled at his own joke. His comment earned him a smack on the head from Aunt Rose, as she growled at him. Ow, that hurt, he mumbled, rubbing his head. Look you guys, I don't see the big deal. It's just 2 girls. What are they going to do to us? There's still 7 of us minus Esme, Jake, and Nessie. He does have a point. Uncle Jasper agreed, nodding his head slightly. We need to do something before they came here. Aunt Allie threw in. She glanced at my dad, who nodded. Alice is right. Scarlett and Mariah do not practice our abstinence ways. I do not want to tempt them with my daughter's blood. They will just follow her scent to your cottage, bro. Uncle Emmett pointed out the obvious, but is time. He was quick to dodge his wife's attack. Wait, Rose. Listen to me for a second, will ya? Why don't we go and meet them, before they even get here? We'll be intercepting them. Kinda like football. Aunt Rose's hand was halfway in the air, but she seemed to think about her husband's proposed plan, and put it down. He may actually have a point. She grumbled. Right again. That's 2 for Emmett. Uncle Emmett grinned and winked at me when he caught my eye. Aunt Rose grumbled again, and rolled her eyes. So, what's the plan? Jacob spoke for the first time as he looked up at my dad. I don't want them within 30 feet of my daughter. Esme, please stay with Nessie. Yes, Carlyle agrees completely. Jake, you can cover their trail if you go in wolf form. Nahul and Hillen have not been exposed to your wolf scent. Yes, it is around this area, but the trails are old, and mixed with our scents. This will help confuse them, if they decided to follow. 15 minutes. Aunt Alice squeaked. Everything happened quickly. My parents, grandparents, and Jacob decided to go to our cottage first, while my aunts and uncles waited. Jacob phased, and I was placed on top of him. I grabbed 2 fistfuls of his fur, and leaned down low. Don't drop her. My dad warned the wolf. My mom rolled her eyes and tugged on his arm. Jacob huffed beneath me. Leave him alone, Edward. Let's go. My dad gave Jacob one last glare before being pulled away by my mom, and then we were off. My parents were in front, and my grandparents brought up the rear. Since I was on Jacob, my scent was almost untraceable. And it had the added protection of my family's scents to cover it up. We were at the cottage in no time. Jacob made sure I was safely inside before trotting off into the forest to phase. As soon as I walked through the door, my dad's cell phone went off. He opened it and began speaking so fast I could barely understand him. Alice, yes, how much time? Pause. The suspense seemed to last a second too long. I could feel the fear building up in me, and I tried to calm myself and breathe, as I waited for my dad to start talking again. Again, his shot me a confused look. Why? What was Aunt Alice saying? Okay. Wait for us. We're on our way. He hung up, but never took his eyes off me. My mom noticed this too. What's wrong with her? Is she okay? She rushed over to my side, and my dad's eyebrows furrowed together in concentration. Then suddenly, they simply smoothed out. Nothing, he muttered, shaking his head. Then he turned to face everyone in the room. Okay, listen everyone. Alice says they will be there in 5 minutes instead of 10. This means we've got to leave now. I watched my grandparents embrace, and then all eyes were on me. My grandfather kissed my forehead and then whispered, "Keep them safe." I looked up to see him nod towards someone. Turning, I saw Jake just as he crossed the threshold. I didn't even hear his approach. Of course. Jacob nodded, and then glanced at me before resuming his earlier position. So Jake had still not forgiven me for my outburst. "Nessie, are you okay?" My dad was looking at me funny again. I didn't trust my mouth, so I simply nodded. "Honey, we love you," my mom whispered, hugging me fiercely. I gasped for air, and she loosened her grip and smiled sheepishly. "Whoops, sorry, I forgot about that." She let me go, and went to stand near my father. All the while mumbling about stupid newborn strength. My dad repeated my grandfather's earlier action, and planted a kiss on my forehead, before lightly squeezing my shoulders. "I love you, sweetheart. We'll be back soon." Grandma Esme hugged everyone once more and then said, "Be careful." I watched them leave, along with Grandpa. I plopped down on the couch, and tried to process everything. So many things were happening at once, it was becoming overwhelming. I followed Grandma Esme with my eyes, as she paced back and forth slowly. Well, slow for vampires. Meanwhile, Jacob's eyes rarely left the ground. He had moved to sit on a chair, diagonal from me, so that he could still see us as well as the front door. I tried to pull my memory together to evaluate the recent events. I remembered waking up, but when had I fallen asleep? I had been on my way to visit Grandpa Swan with my mom, and then the accident. Who were those people? 2 cars. Uncle Emmett had mentioned some names scare Sorrel. Maria. I grounded my teeth together in frustration. Did they have anything to do with all of this? Did my dad know about the accident? Well, of course. My mom was fine. She would have told them by now, surely. But just in case. Grandma, I said hesitantly. She stopped her pacing to look at me. Jake looked up too. Yes, honey. There was a car accident and people. They were following us. My words began to get jumbled together. They hit us. They kept hitting us. And then my head hurt. Now it doesn't, but I remember trying to tell Dad and Grandpa. I really did try, but then I think I forgot. I fell asleep. And now I just remembered I should have told them just now before they left. It could have helped. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I had been crying, until she wiped my eyes with a cloth. Shish, she whispered. It's okay. We know all about it, sweetie. You do. You know. Yes. Don't worry about it. Our family has everything under control. Don't worry. I believed her. Until I heard the sound of a wolf howling in the distance. Damn it. I couldn't be sure who was howling, but I had a hunch. I balled my hands into fists, to prevent the impulse to phase. Grinding my teeth, I glanced at Mama Vamp and Nessie. They both stared back, wide-eyed and waiting. I tried to stay calm, and think straight, but it was extremely hard to do when every cell in my body urged me to phase. Instinct was desperately trying to take over, but I refused. I had to. Dr. Fang and Edward would kill me if I phased too close to their wife and daughter. Stay back, I muttered, but I'm sure they heard me. Esme grabbed Renesmee and pulled her to the corner of the room, and then stepped out in front, shielding her. Did she really think I would lose control and phase? I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Somewhere, a wolf howled again. This time they sounded closer. Damn it, Jacob. She said it hesitantly, as if I might phase any second. Which was true. You should go. Well, duh. I know I should go. But there was no way in hell I planned to. I bit back this thought, thankful that Edward wasn't here. He would have had my head for disrespecting his mother like that. Not that I ever could do that. Esme and Carlisle were the only ones who I couldn't disrespect. I know. But I can't. I won't. I still hadn't opened my eyes. I was working on calming down. The last thing I wanted to do was lose control and phase in Bella's house. I tried the stupid breathing exercises you always see on TV. They weren't working. Jacob, what if? I held my hand up to stop her. Please, don't. I didn't want to think about what ifs. Just listen to me. Just go outside and phase for 2 seconds. Find out what's happening. We'll be fine. I'm not going to let anything happen to Nessie. If I could phase, and still have them in my vision, I wouldn't have to worry about their safety. That could work. Yay, that just might work. I said out loud. All of this happened in about 10 seconds. When 20 seconds went by and Esme had not answered, I opened my eyes. Something was wrong. She was staring wide past me, into the forest. I heard it then, the faint rustling of leaves, and crunching of twigs. The Cullens were long gone, so I knew it couldn't be them. Someone was coming. The scent was the next thing to reach my senses. It was different, and definitely not familiar. Did Nahul's sisters get past the Cullens? Shit. This time I couldn't stop myself from slipping in my language. I quickly ran through my options: phase and protect, or stay human and wait for someone to come. Surely my pack had noticed the intruder, and had been trying to inform me. Surely Edward and the others had to be on their way, to take them down. They must all be on their way right now, but what if they weren't? What happened? I still couldn't understand how these new vamps could have possibly slipped past all of the Cullens. Jacob, we don't have much time. It was clear that Esme was trying to keep her voice even, to not scare Renesmee. Her ears weren't as sharp, since she wasn't fully vamp. She hadn't heard them yet. But I could tell from the look on Nessie's face she was paying close attention to everything. Right. Should I risk waiting? Or phase? Waiting wasn't guaranteed. I refused to put Renesmee's safety in danger. I'll phase, and alert the others. I think they already know. I want you two to stay right here, where I can see you both. Not enough time, Jacob. I can smell him, she hissed, and her voice had grown louder, and she tightened her grip on her granddaughter. She was right. The scent was stronger now. It was a mixture of earthy mud and grass. It filled my nostrils immediately and I felt like throwing up. It was a wonder how I was able to tolerate the Cullen scent. Okay, I felt the alpha immediately take over. I had no choice. I glanced at Esme, and then backed up as far away as possible. If I phased, there would barely be room to move around in here. Not to mention the stream of profanity that I would have to hear from Shorty when she saw how I destroyed everything she did for Edward and Bella. But I could not stay human and do nothing. I would not. Backyard, now, I shouted, and I followed them out quickly. Esme dragged Nessie behind her and nodded to me. Go ahead, but hurry up, she commanded urgently. I was already shaking as I turned to walk into the bushes. Behind her, Nessie began to cry. It took everything I had not to turn around and console her. She needed me to protect her more than console her, even if she didn't realize it. What's going on? Jake, why is he leaving? Where is he going? Grandma, no, let me go. She was fighting to get loose when I returned seconds later in my wolf form. Immediately she stopped struggling, and stared at me. Why has Jacob phased, Grandma? Jake. Seth was immediately alert from the time I phased. I've seen 2 new vampires, are they more friends of the Cullens? No, we think they might be on their way here instead. I don't know how they slipped past the Cullens, but it's just me, Esme, and Nessie here. I quickly ran my thoughts through everything and brought him up to speed. Wow, well, when I howled, it was to get your attention, but everyone else phased in as well. Leah's at home, she said she'll phase in about 10 minutes unless it's an emergency. Quill and Embry were down at the beach. They preferred to phase only if you howled again. I didn't miss the bitter tone his thoughts had taken as he spoke of Quill and Embry. I still planned on dealing with them. But I needed everyone on alert. I needed them all here, now. Okay, well, do you want me to? I tuned Seth out when my instincts took over. I turned around and growled sharply, while acting up to protect Esme and her granddaughter. I was completely shocked when only one male vampire emerged slowly, with a look of curiosity on his face, his eyes fixed on me. Oh my, so it's true. His voice was deep. His hair was cut low, and he was a few shades lighter than the vampire I had helped killed when I saved Bella in the meadow. I could never remember his name. Not that it mattered. I snapped my teeth at him in response. And Esme spoke up. Who are you, and what do you want? He responded, as he paused across the yard to finally glance up at her. You must be the leader's mate, no doubt. We're on our way, Jacob. Seth roared, then he howled, and I heard several pounding footsteps as the others fell into a run with him. Everyone had just phased in, and their thoughts poured into my head, and mingled with mine. As they ran through everything that was happening, As they realized the full urgency I felt in my thoughts, they sped up. I hated using the alpha command, but I would if needed. And I needed them all here ASAP. But they were all already running at top speed. Leah's mind showed that she had just left her house, and was the closest to the reservation. Should I get Sam and the others? Yay, there's 3 of them. Phase out and call him. He can only connect with Jake. Where's the other bloodsuckers? Where's the Cullens? The Cullens aren't there. Sam. Get Sam, go now. Somewhere in the distance. More howls echoed. I was desperately trying to block out the commotion in my head, as I kept my eyes on the unwelcomed visitor. I'm asking again. Who are you? Esme hissed. And Renesmee'S eyes darted back and forth, as she remained behind her grandmother. My name is Joham. I'm sure you're familiar with my son, Nahuel. Where are they now, Alice? Carlyle asked, as soon as we arrived. Alice closed her eyes, and concentrated. We all paused for maybe a fifth of a second as we waited. Her eyes were still closed when she answered. Nahuel is leading them. They are following his scent back to our house. Then they will pick up a stronger scent of ours and use it, which will lead them through the field. They will be entering slightly farther north than I anticipated. The field. The same field that held so many unpleasant memories. James deciding to hunt Bella, the newborn fight to protect Bella, and then the Volturi face off. Alice opened her eyes, looking frantic. We have to get to them in the field, before they get any closer. She hissed. Everyone nodded, and we took off flying through the forest, staying close together. We were all quiet as we ran. None of us spoke, but everyone was deep in their thoughts. Had I not been so involved in my own, I might have been able to focus on everyone else's. But I could not get my daughter's thoughts out of my head. It was beginning to nag me. The more I thought about it, her thoughts were broken and I could barely hear them. If that's even possible. It was like trying to hear music on a radio that produced more static than music. Maybe it's because I was too caught up in protecting her to really focus on my daughter's thoughts. Yes, this had to be it, because there was no other way to explain why. I could barely hear them since I wasn't focused on them. They seemed to fade out. I made a mental note to talk to Carlyle about it later. We were getting closer. I began to hear them. Dear Cullen friends, I am very sorry this wasn't meant to happen. Julian's thoughts rang with sadness, but I doubted it was sincere. This is a trick. Don't come. Don't come. Don't come. Nahuel repeated over and over. I skidded to halt, and everyone else immediately did the same. They all were wondering the same thing. Alice, do you see anything new? Nahuel says it's a trick. I watched through Alice's mind as she sifted through the future. It was like trying to see through a foggy window. It agitated me that I couldn't see it clearly, and I knew it bugged Alice to no end. I could see Nahuel and his family, but nothing had changed. He's bluffing, Emmett accused. Alice opened her eyes. I think Emmett's right. We need to keep moving. She urged, and we were off again. Okay. Alice murmured some time later, as we all slowed, and waited. 30 seconds. She whispered. Nahuel was the first to emerge from the forest, into the clearing. Beside me, Bella growled softly. I squeezed her hand gently. Relax, Bella. I attempted to soothe her. But it was difficult to do, since it was taking every ounce of self-control that I had not to rip the traitor's head off. His eyes darted to each of us, before he quickly dropped them to the ground. Julian emerged next, looking in far worse condition than I'd imagined. She actually reminded me of Esme as she pleaded with her eyes and mind. Please help us. What? It was then that I realized. I could not hear anyone else. Where were his sisters? Alice. She began cursing quietly. She was frustrated, because she couldn't see them anymore either. Her mind was coming up blank. I don't know how, but they aren't here. She yelled, and then glared at Nahuel. Before anyone could stop me, I was in front of Nahuel, seething rage. Where are they? I shouted at him. Then someone was pulling me away. Chill out, bro. Jasper. I heard Carlyle say, and felt instantly calm. Emmett held me behind everyone else, refusing to let me go. Emmett, I'm fine. You don't look it. He loosened his grip slightly, but he did not release me. I'm fine, I repeated. He eyed me once more before dropping his hands. I walked back to stand next to Bella, who grabbed my hand. Please, you must understand. Julian begged. She held up her hands in surrender. Bella squeezed my hand at the same time she opened her mind. Calm down, Edward. We need to get to the bottom of this. If he thinks you're going to kill him, he's not going to be very cooperative. I nodded, and glared at Nahul, and Julian inched closer. They avoided my gaze at all cost. Carlyle was the first to speak. Julian, Nahul. He nodded at them as he addressed them, the usual pleasantness gone from his voice. This is quite a predicament. Would you guys care to explain? Julian glanced at me, before nodding to her nephew. He finally answered Carlyle cautiously. Yes, it is indeed. We are terribly sorry for the trouble we have caused, but you must understand, please. What is that, exactly? We were threatened, and… Look, we don't have time for this. Emmett said bluntly. His expression was hard as he glared at Nahul. Let's just cut to the chase, shall we? Where are your sisters? With Joham. Where's Joham? I demanded. With your daughter. It was my turn to hold Bella back as she launched herself at Nahul, letting a fierce growl rip through her chest. I stepped behind her and grabbed her by the waist instinctively, holding her back. If I wasn't so focused on restraining her, I would have been seeing red as well. Bella struggled against my grasp briefly before realizing, and then she composed herself and became still. What? Emmett roared, his nostrils flaring in anger. Before anyone else could react, the atmosphere became unnaturally calm. Emmett shot Jasper an annoyed look, but said nothing. He folded his arms, and Rosalie placed a hand on his shoulder. Nahul and Julian remained a few feet away, eyeing us warily. Carlyle nodded once at Jasper, before redirecting his attention to our guests. His thoughts were racing, as were everyone else's, trying to figure out how this was happening. I'm okay, Edward. Bella closed her eyes, and breathed deeply. Dropping my grasp, I stepped to her left, and slid my right hand down to hers. She laced her fingers through mine, but didn't take her eyes off of Nahul. His expression was guarded, as his eyes darted between all of us. He took in our stance immediately. Next to him, Julian was biting her lip. We were under the impression that your sisters were present with you, Carlyle stated. He paused and gestured to us. As you can see, our family is a bit irritated. Rose growled at this, emphasizing his point, but he ignored her and continued, so, please explain. Now, Emmett tacked on. That was the point. Nahul whispered quietly. Even for a vampire. He quickly glanced to the ground. Forrest's Cullens hunting Forrest's Cullens. Hunting Forrest's Cullens. Excuse me. Carlyle's eyebrows shot up in response. I attempted to read Nahul's mind. But he kept replaying our faces, his walk through the forest, and hunting, shielding his real thoughts. That is exactly what they wanted your family to believe. What? How is that possible? Bella demanded, tightening her grip on my hand. Before they could react, Alice's eyes flashed fire. Up until now, she had been silent. It's not. I would have seen it. Her voice was deadly as she shouted. Not even Jasper and his gift was enough to control her. Her words echoed around the field. Nahul and Julian cringed slightly, but said nothing. I could see that he was desperately blocking my attempts to penetrate his mind. Forrest's hunting Cullens hunting trick threatened Cullens Forrest's. I furrowed my brows in concentration. He was trying not to think about it, whatever it was, but he was slipping. I remembered he had said it had been a trick. Don't come, don't come. That's what he had said, but what if he was bluffing? And Julian had mentioned that they were threatened. I was growing frustrated. What if this was a setup? If we went to Nessie, Esme, and Jacob, though they were probably perfectly safe, what if Nahul's sisters followed? Perhaps they planned this. What are you hiding? I shouted, exasperated. You stay out of his head. Julian shouted at me, her temper suddenly flaring. Bella's upper lip curled up to reveal her teeth as she growled menacingly and crouched forward low in response. Don't talk to him like that, she threatened. I tugged slightly on our still entwined fingers, and pulled her back up, kissing her hand. It's okay, Bella, I said, attempting to soothe her. No, it's not. She shook her head at me, eyes wide, and then narrowed them at Nahul. You listen to me. You are going to tell me exactly what is going on, and you're going to tell me now. Or so help me. Bella, be reasonable, Carlyle interjected. As always, he tried to keep the peace. Jasper issued a second round of serenity. Perhaps maybe, they are still here. Jasper asked out loud, and everyone glanced at me. I shook my head sadly. They aren't here. I can't hear their thoughts. My eyes narrowed, and we waited for Nahul to speak. He had been quiet this whole time. Julian had been clearly shaken up by Bella's threat, and remained quiet. They told us to follow our scent home. Trick. Furzist. Cullens. Gift. Power. Forest. Cullens. Hunting. Forest. Nahuel closed his eyes and took a deep breath when I growled. He'd slipped. What power? What gift? Nahuel. I could barely keep my voice even. Everyone glanced between us, confused. He's lying, I snarled. Staring at my family. Something about a trick, a gift and a power. His sister has a power. Please, you must understand, that we are bound. Would you rather be dead? Rose hissed, crouching low. And shrugging away from Emmett. I don't have time for this shit. Cut the crap, and tell us everything, now. Or I will permanently stop your fluttering fast heart for good. Julian glared at Rose, who shrugged. Yours too, she snapped. Okay. Nahuel held up his hands in surrender, and Julian's eyes widened in surprise, and then darted around the field quickly. She glanced at her nephew. Are you sure? She whispered, as if we couldn't hear them. We have no choice, Aunt Julian. Nahuel breathed, shaking his head. He looked at the ground and sighed, before starting. My sister has a power. Scarlet's gift is unique. She has the ability to tamper with the past, present, and although she didn't know until recent the future thoughts of others, he paused, letting this sink in. It wasn't, or at least not for me. She messed with Alice's thoughts, to deceive your family. It was tricky. She said she's never messed with a person's future thoughts before. And also, she had never met Alice. But I know how much you all rely on her. She saw you through my past thoughts from the first day we met you, up until a few hours ago. She tampered with your vision or a veer. Scion thereof to make you believe they were with us, to lead you here. Meanwhile, they accompanied Joham. His voice twisted around the word. So, are you trying to say my visions are fake now? Alice asked coldly. Nahuel quickly shook his head. No, of course not, he said reassuringly. Abruptly, Alice's expression turned to agony. Nahuel, how could you? I trusted you. My family trusted you. That's my niece. You're nothing but a liar. Quote. No, please, you must understand, we had no choice. They claim that the Volturi's guard is with them as well. Well, they lied. Bella said quickly. She was right. Any of us would have recognized a scent, or I would have heard a thought at the least. How come there is no scent? She hissed. It was true. I couldn't even smell a new trail of his sister's arrival, or his father's. Let alone the Volturi, or the guard. Wait, how come there is no scent for your sisters? If they are anywhere near here, they would have a scent. Are they even here at all? Are you lying? I demanded. No, he said calmly. Whether it was Jasper's gift, or his own control, I knew not. Explain, please, Nahuel. Carlyle pushed, inclining his head towards Nahuel, as I waited. Mariah has a gift too. What is it? I was becoming more and more irritable. Beside me, Bella was fuming. She can cover up scents. Between Scarlet and Mariah, I cannot clearly remember what happened right before they found us. Neither can Julian. Mariah left a faint trace of my trail, for us to follow, home, as she told us. But, she hadn't touched your family's scent. I still recognized it, and we followed it instead. Unsure of where our old scent would take us. We couldn't remember. I think that was a trick. They told us if we told you of their powers, or choose to run, they would kill us. Or the Volturi would. We had no intentions of meeting you all here, now. That is the truth. Bella, I said suddenly. If what they were saying was true, we needed to be ready. Put your she-eld around all of us, she raised her eyebrows. Them too. I nodded. Yay, just in case. Okay. She nodded, and closed her eyes for a second, before glancing back up at me. Done. Good idea, Edward. Carlyle nodded towards me. If that's true, then how did we know to meet you here? Emmett asked, with raised eyebrows. He still wasn't buying it. He's bluffing, bro. He glanced at me, and I shrugged. Perhaps it was planned. Nahuel suggested. Listen, everyone. We can run into circles all day about this, Carlyle said, shaking his head. Why don't we take their word? He received several hisses of objection, but ignored us. And go see about Ness, Jake, and Esme for ourselves. Ness and them are fine. Emmett thundered, glaring. They are bluffing. This is a trick, but it couldn't hurt to make sure, Emmett. Carlyle reasoned. Emmett huffed, but nodded. What about them? Rose growled, nodding towards Nahul and Julian. They'll be coming, Alice said, without room for argument. Quote, unless my foreseen vision of that is incorrect too. She snapped. They did not answer. And I hope for your sake that you're right about all of this. I growled. They better be. Bella muttered. But yet, as we turned to leave, I truly hoped they were wrong. Esme gasped, and so did everyone else in my head. Well, they growled, really. Joachim continued to slowly walk around us, his red eyes bright with interest. He stopped short when I growled in protest. I did not want him any closer. I never believed the myths, he trailed off, glancing between all of us. But it seems they are true. You are a shapeshifter, a werewolf. He nodded towards me, his voice full of wonder. Hurry up everyone. Get here now. I screamed in my head, with the full alpha in my voice. I saw Sam repeat the order to his pack, and I felt everyone speed up. Pushing themselves further if that was even possible. Edward, I screamed in my head, if you hear this, Joachim is here. I don't know where the other two are. What do you want? Esme asked again, her eyes narrowed. My. Joachim shook his head slowly, and broke his gaze off of me to stare at Esme. That's no way to talk to guests, Mrs. Cullen. I am assuming you are, Mrs. Cullen. You are Carlyle Cullen's mate? Joachim asked, tilting his head curiously as he waited for her answer. Yes, Esme answered stiffly. Joachim nodded again, and smiled. It was sick. Renesmee hugged Esme tighter from behind, the first movement she had made since Joachim's arrival. He did not fail to notice this. Oh, he said, smiling wider. And let's not forget the eighth wonder of the world. Renesmee shrunk more into Esme's back, and said nothing. You do not speak to her. Esme threatened through clenched teeth. I don't think I've ever heard Mama Vamp sound so much like a vampire, than right now. She reached behind and wrapped a protective arm around Nessie, but never took her eyes off of Joachim. Oh, relax Mrs. Cullen, I mean her no harm. Joachim said. I growled low in protest. I've just come here to talk. Actually, he continued, ignoring me. About what? My son. What about him? Well, I've had a bit of a hard time attempting to locate him. My family and I have been trying to contact him. There was sudden commotion in my head as Seth, Paul, and Sam all had blurs run past them. I watched as everyone faltered suddenly, thrown off with the sudden movement. I blinked, not believing what I'd seen through my pack's eyes. Leah, Quill, Embry, and Jared all stopped in turn, unsure what to do. Jake, did you see that? Seth screamed in my head as he dug his nails into the ground, and halted. Whipping his head around. It's another bloodsucker. Paul growled, flanking Seth on his left. What do you want us to do? Seth asked me, as he darted his eyes around. That wasn't a vampire. Sam had stopped too, but he was calm, and shook his head. It was. Jared exclaimed. There's no scent. I don't smell anything. Sam denied, but he started looking around too. Jake. Seth yelled again. What happened next was beyond weird. We all witnessed Leah's memories in the form of a slideshow sort of. First we saw Seth, through her eyes, as a baby boy. Then there were memories of Harry and Sue Clearwater. He was alive, healthy, and happy. Her memories were dim and foggy. Like if they had been hidden away for so long that they became distorted. Then there was Sam and T. He multitude of love she had for him, then Emily envy and pain, the death of Harry, and his funeral pain, and then, the last memory was the most clear, the day before she had transformed. It was if Somio Nay had hit the pause button right before she was supposed to have the memory of phasing. What the hell? Leah was more frightened than shocked as she looked down at her furry body. Whoa, what just? Paul began, but Sam cut him off. Leah, Sam, what the hell? Where am I? Why can I hear you? Your lips aren't moving. How? I knew what I had just witnessed, but there was no way that Leah was about to freak out on me now. Not when a freak vampire was about to attack us. As much as I hated to use it, I spoke in my alpha voice. Leah Clearwater, listen to me right now. Jake, where are you? All I see are a bunch of dogs. Hey, Paul growled. You know the definition of a female dog. Can it, Paul? Sam and I commanded, and he whimpered in response but said nothing. Leah, listen with your mind. We are your pack brothers. You are hearing us through your mind. Look through our mind and see everything. You'll see me. I have no idea what the hell has just happened to you, but you're not in any danger or trouble. But we will be, if you guys don't get here, now. I could see her bowing down to the Alpha command, but still not understanding, so I tried a different tactic. Everyone, remember everything that pertains to Leah and keep it clean. I tacked on, knowing Paul. Seth remembered all of their childhood memories growing up, but it was hard for him. Most of them were filled with his parents present and Harry especially. His memories seemed to work, it triggered her own. Dad. Sam was next. He paused, and we waited. His memories seemed fresh, like they had happened yesterday. It was crystal clear. He started off with the first day he and Leah had met at the reservation, then proceeded to show their first date. He paused, and I'm assuming for Seth's sake editing his thoughts before showing how happy they were, and then he showed her his first transformation, and his disappearance. His thoughts then became blurry. Like he had tried to forget Leah's face when he attempted to break up with her. This triggered Leah's pain. She was beginning to remember. Sam stopped his slideshow. No, I stated. Show her Emily. He winced mentally, but sighed. Leah's anger was returning too. No, she growled. I know all about Emily. Quiet. Sam, now. He showed her his feelings for her and then magnified them 1,000 times more in comparison to Emily. I decided to chip in my memory of when I explained imprinting to Bella back on First Beach. Leah's anger dissolved and was again replaced by pain. Sam showed guilt. Oh, Leah, Sam began. Just don't. Is there anything else I need to know? Leah was back all right. She had her usual guard up again. And she began to dig deep to find all of the memories she could think of. The rest of the pack began updating her on their little snippet memories, and Leah was back. Meanwhile, outside the chaos of my head, Johan was waiting for a response from Esme. Oh, she nodded. Well, as much as we'd like to help, I'm afraid we can't. Oh, and why is that? Johan's voice had turned deadly. As the fake pleasantness left his voice. That is between you and your son. Johan sighed, and clasped his marble hands together and shook his head. That's too bad, I suppose. Yes, it is. Esme agreed, her voice hard. Mrs. Cullen, may I point out that you are in no position to make any choices, therefore, you don't have any. Did he not see me standing here? Esme Cullen leaned forward and growled at Johan. If I wasn't so focused on this lunatic, my jaw would have dropped. So instead, I growled right along with her. I watched as his eyes widened a bit, apparently he was remembering my presence. Before he could say anything else, there was movement to his left, and I knew it wasn't the pack. A small female vampire appeared on his left, her face wild with fear. He had long black hair and the same blood-red eyes as her father. Father, she hissed, it's true. She glanced at Esme before pointing a finger at me with disgust. They're real. There's a whole pack of them. This was apparently news to Johan. What? He hissed, snapping his head around to look at her. Where's your sister? Have her sway them. Sway us. What the hell? Oh, that would explain a few things. She tried, father, but what? Johan demanded, glaring at her. Their minds are close-knit. She tried to change one, but the dogs sort of regenerated their mind with some sort of linked system of thoughts. She can't do it, she's outnumbered. Did they follow you here? Did you hide your scent? Yes, father, I did. They are not going to follow us here. Hide her scent. This just kept getting better and better. That would explain why I couldn't smell her, Jacob. Sam said, which was true. So, the leech has a gift. Leah's thoughts leaked with venom. Leah, Seth's warning thoughts showed Leah Renesmee. In my imprinting on her, and my strong dislike for the word I once used to use. Oh, right. Sorry Jake, she said. So, where is she? Jared wondered, and so did Johan. And your sister? You know how stubborn Scarlett is, she hasn't given up. She's still out there. Be on your guard, everyone. I commanded, although there was no need, I could see that they were not too far away. As all of this was going on, Esme had slowly been inching towards the door. Johan's eyes were cold and hard when he turned them back on her. Where do you think you're going? He snapped. Esme said nothing, but she looked down at Renesmee. But Ness was staring at me, and for one split second, I lost my focus. Jake. Several voices screamed at me. I blinked and tried to regain control. Look at what's going on, man. Focus. Then everything happened very quickly. A second female vampire appeared, and she was seething rage, that much was clear. She had a long blue scarf draped sloppily around her shoulders. It looked like it had been snagged on a few branches on her way here. Scarlet, the smaller vampire cried, "What are you doing here? You said you would lead them east." HMPH. Scarlet glared over at us with narrowed eyes. They weren't following me. They were all hell-bent on a trail. Theirs. She nodded at us, and growled. "That's impossible," Joham scoffed, shaking his head. Araya has secured the perimeter for 100 yards in every direction. All scents are covered. They will lose the trail. Well, I guess it was a good thing we had this tele-wolf mind-reading thing. They already knew where to find me. Trail or no trail, I don't have time for this. Joham stalked forward, and I pushed Esme and Renesmee back, before jumping forward a few feet, snarling. "Move aside, Mutt. Listen, only I can call him Mutt." Rosalie's voice came from behind us, and it was hard as ice. I would have doubled over in laughter, but now wasn't the time. Not only did I hear all the Cullens approach from behind, but I saw them through my pack's eyes as they also emerged. Suddenly Joham and his 2 daughters were definitely outnumbered by the extra 14 vampires and wolves surrounding them. Before I had a chance to even speak up, everyone was at our sides. Grandma Esme released me, and we both sighed with relief. Jacob must have said something to his pack, because they automatically positioned themselves to surround my family, separating us from Joham and his 2 daughters. I watched Joham and his daughters huddle together as they glanced around at the newcomers. The 2 girls looked terrified, but Joham was calm. "Esme." Grandpa Carlyle immediately embraced his wife, before turning serious like everyone else. He smiled at me, before returning his attention to our unwelcomed visitors. Uncle Emmett and Jasper were gripping Julian and Nahul tightly around the shoulders. I looked up at my parents, confused. "They're in trouble, too." My dad said simply. "Are you okay?" My mom asked. And my dad looked at me expectantly, waiting for an answer as well. I nodded. I was a bit shaken up, but there was nothing to be afraid of now, since my family was all here. I knew I was safe. "Good," he said, before glancing at Aunt Alice and Aunt Rose, who were both standing defensively, and glaring at Joham and the 2 girls. "Rose, take her inside the—" Now, Edward, that would be rude. Whisking away your daughter is not very polite. She's the life of the party." Joham's voice crooned, as he glanced at me, smiling wickedly. I resisted the urge to shudder, and was immediately surrounded by Aunt Rose and my mom, blocking my view of anything. I heard my dad growl fiercely. "We have no intentions of being polite. Now, I suggest you leave, before things get any worse for you." "I do not take too kindly to being threatened," Joham replied. The pack snapped and snarled at Joham in response. Everything then happened quickly. "Emmett, go, now," my dad said. I didn't understand what he meant. But then Aunt Rose and Uncle Emmett switched places, and she was holding onto Julian, and Uncle Emmett grabbed me. Next thing I know, we were in the house. I didn't bother to struggle and get loose. His grip was too tight. "Can't breathe," I squeaked. "Ops, sorry squirt." He released me, and I rubbed my sides. I was about to look up and glare at him, but found it pointless when he wasn't really paying attention. His eyes were focused on the happenings outside. I tried to look out the window, but he wouldn't let me. I huffed. "What's going on?" I asked him, but of course, he dodged my answer. "Nothing. Don't worry," he said absent-mindedly. "But they need us out there," I argued, struggling to get around him to see what was going on. "They'll be able to handle it, Ness. There's Sam and Jacob's pack and all of us. They've got no chance," he said confidently. And besides, your father wants you in here, where it's safe." He shrugged. I smiled, and decided to try another tactic. "Is that it?" I asked slyly. "Is what it?" He broke his gaze from the window to look at me with a confused expression. "Is that the only reason you're keeping me in here? Because it's safe?" I questioned. Yay. Uncle Emmett's eyebrows furrowed together. "I don't see what you're getting at," he said, eyeing me curiously. "You're not afraid of my dad, are you?" I smiled. Uncle Emmett glanced back out the window, and I snuck a peek too. I saw my mother take a step closer to Joham, with my father at her heels. No, your mother, he mumbled. I laughed. Not funny. He looked down at me and frowned. I groaned. Uncle Emmett, I'm not a baby. I pouted, which probably went against my statement, but I didn't care. Uncle Emmett tore his gaze from the window. ND glanced down at me with a smirk playing on the corner of his lips. You're so stubborn. Just like your mom. You know that. I rolled my eyes. I'm not my mom. I stuck my tongue out at him. He laughed, and repeated the gesture. Listen, Squirt, do you think I'd really be in here with you, and not out there with everyone else if I thought something really bad was going to happen? I deliberated. That's true, I guess. Before I could say anything else, I watched as Uncle Emmett's face hardened. His eyes were focused on something going on outside. I glanced out, and saw Aunt Rose struggling with Julian. Of course there were more than enough people outside to help her, but I guess Uncle Emmett didn't register that fact, because he looked like he was about to dart outside to help her. I took advantage of his slight distraction and beat him to it. I was outside before he could blink. Emmett, my dad screamed, glaring at Uncle Emmett who walked out looking guilty. What? It's not my fault, she's a fast little thing. He snapped, shrugging his shoulders. I smiled triumphantly. My parents snapped their heads around to look at me, glaring. Inside. Now. My dad snarled. I shook my head, and replied in my thoughts, while gently touching my mom's shoulder. No, I'm not a baby. I was here when the Volturi was after me, and that was 10 times worse. Please, no more secrets, remember. It was my parents' turn to huff indignantly as they stared at each other. Fine, my mom said quietly, just stay behind us. I nodded and went to stand behind Aunt Alice. You should be inside, Ness. She whispered. I can't see anything, so I don't know how this is going to turn out. We are going to be okay, Aunt Alice. I said simply, and then repeated what Uncle Emmett said earlier. There's a bunch of us. They don't stand a chance. Apparently Joham didn't agree, because he spoke up just then. I wouldn't be too sure about that. It would not be wise of your family to underestimate me. We know all about your daughter's abilities, Joham. And they can no longer affect us. My dad growled. Joham's eyes widened a bit. Apparently this was news to him. He blinked, and then smiled again. Well, they might not. But I know who can. The Volturi is not here, Joham. I would have heard them. My dad said. Who said they were here? Joham's voice was silky sweet, and it was disgusting. I don't know why. But everyone suddenly glanced at Nahuel, who was staring at the ground. Aha, so you fell for my son's devilish lies too. Joham was abundant with joy, as he clapped his hands. Bravo, Nahuel, my son, bravo. I am not your son. Nahuel said through clenched teeth. I didn't see when, but Aunt Alice was suddenly in his face. No longer safely behind someone, Uncle Emmett dragged me behind him. You better not be lying to us again, Nahuel, or I swear. Aunt Alice's eyes flashed fire, and her voice was deadly. She actually sounded scary, which was very hard to imagine. I'm not. Edward, you can read my mind. There's nothing manipulating any of us now with Bella's shield. See for yourself. Aunt Alice glanced at my dad, who nodded. He's telling the truth, he trailed off, and stared at Joham. They aren't here, Joham. You're the one that's lying. You have exactly 5 minutes to explain what's going on and why you're here. Jacob and his pack growled in unison suddenly. My dad smirked, and folded his arms. Make that 3 minutes. You see, he nodded to the pack, they are a bit restless. Please do hurry. I think Joham was finally beginning to get the message. His eyes widened a bit as the pack took a step closer, snapping and snarling. Father. The one named Mariah hissed. All right, Joham cried, holding his hands up. Just call off your dogs first. Aunt Rose whistled, and Jacob turned around to growl at her. Good boy, she mouthed, as he and the pack retreated back. Just give me Nahuel, Joham demanded. Why? My mom asked. We need to talk. You can talk to him now. Uncle Jasper stated, and waved his free hand around in a semicircle. Now is as great a time as any. Yes. Joham mumbled, and his mouth was thin-lined. But I'd much rather do it in private. Not an option. Joham. Aunt Rose sneered, shaking her head. 2 minutes. My dad said smugly. The Volturi, Scarlet began, but Joham hissed at her, and grabbed her. Let go of me. Her eyes narrowed at her father. And suddenly he dropped his hands. Where am I? He asked, looking around. Mariah, take him. Scarlet ordered her sister, and Mariah led Joham off to the side. He was still looking around like he was lost. Listen, Scarlet said, as she held up her hands palms forward in surrender. We will go now, peacefully. The next time we meet, the Volturi will be here. You can count on that. You should hand over Nahul and his aunt now, and save yourselves the trouble. No, my grandpa said simply. It was the first time he'd spoken. His answer was final. Very well. She nodded. Nahul. She turned her gaze to him. I shall be seeing you very soon, dear brother. Nahul hissed at her. And with that, she grabbed Joham on one side, and Mariah was on the other. Then they were gone. Immediately after Joham and his daughters disappeared, my parents grabbed both my hands and dragged me into the cottage, with my family following closely behind. As soon as we were inside, I could hear the wolves retreating into the forest. My family crowded into the small living room, and I realized that this cottage was never meant to accommodate so many people at a time. I can walk, you know. I huffed to my father when he had neglected to release my hand. He shrugged before dropping it, but said nothing. My mom had drifted over to the window, and my grandmother gently prodded me in the back, before leading me over to the couch to sit on her lap. I didn't feel like pointing out the fact that I didn't need to be treated like a baby and sit on my grandmother's lap because I needed it. Jake walked inside a few moments later with a serious expression on his face. He glanced over the room before meeting my father's gaze. I've sent my pack to patrol the perimeter of Forks. And Sam's pack will cover La Push. My dad nodded, and then answered Jake's unvoiced question. No, they were shocked to see so many of us willing to defend and protect. They had no intentions of coming back from what I could see. At least, not immediately. He trailed off as he stared at Aunt Alice. I shifted in Grandma Esme's lap to look at Aunt Alice too. Her eyes were all glazed over. ND Uncle Jasper had a hand on her shoulder. A few moments later, she nodded as well. They'll be in Virginia by tonight, keeping a low profile. And what about their hunting? Did you foresee any killings? Jacob asked her in a strained voice. But it was my father who answered, and he was suddenly extremely angry. They hunted before they came, but I read in their thoughts how tempted they were by Renesmee'S blood. He suddenly turned to glare down at me, and I shrank into my grandma. You, young lady, are in trouble. We asked you to stay inside with Uncle Emmett for a reason. He scolded, furrowing his eyebrows. But, no buts, Renesmee. Your father is right, my mom tacked on sternly. She had moved away from the window to stand next to my dad. Dad, I thought, we talked about this. You said you guys wouldn't treat me like a baby, no more secrets. Well, stop acting like one and we wouldn't have to treat you like one. My dad growled, and I winced, immediately remembering my dream. I rarely got yelled at. And the only time I ever remembered his tone being this harsh was in my dream. Right before he was going to attack, my dad registered the exact moment the dream crossed my mind. Because his features became contorted into pain. Renesmee, go away. I sniffed, and wiggled out of my grandma's grasp and ran down the hallway and into my room. Surprisingly, no one stopped me. I heard my grandfather mumble, "Let her go," and I silently thanked him. I didn't care that I was acting like a baby. I flopped down on my bed face first and cried. I'm not sure how long I cried, or when I'd fallen asleep. But I awoke when there was a light tap on the door. Can I come in? The deep husky voice asked. Still half asleep, I nodded. It took me a second to realize they couldn't see the gesture. And I would have to verbally respond. I mumbled sleepily. Suddenly all traces of sleep were gone as Nahul walked into my room. Immediately, I froze, unsure of what to do. Nahul must have noticed my heartbeat increase, because it felt like it was going a million miles an hour. He held his hands up, palms out as a sign of surrender. I won't hurt you, he assured me. I noticed that he had stopped at my door, and made no attempt to come further inside. Your parents granted me permission to speak with you. They are outside. I nodded. I wasn't sure why, but I trusted him. What do you want? I found myself asking. Just to talk. He said simply, like that explained everything. I raised my eyebrows in confusion. "The family is mad at you," I stated. "Well," he hesitated. And it was clear that he was choosing his words carefully. "We've worked a few things out now." "When?" I asked, not convinced. I knew I hadn't been asleep that long. Last night, I repeated. How long have I been asleep?" Quote. It was Nahuel's turn to raise his eyebrows in confusion at my question. What? You've been asleep the normal time for a human. 8 hours, I believe." "All night," I gasped, earning another look from him, but I barely noticed. Why did they let me sleep so long? I was talking more to myself than him, but he answered anyways. "They wanted you asleep while they prepared." "What?" I asked, not understanding. I watched his eyes widen a bit, as if he'd just realized he wasn't supposed to tell me something important. "Nahuel," I tried again, "what did you just say?" "Nothing." He lied quickly, averting his gaze. "What are they preparing for?" I asked, but I could tell he wasn't going to budge. "I have to go," he mumbled quickly, before turning around to walk out. "Wait," I begged, now desperate to know yet another secret. I racked my brain to think of a way to make him stay long enough to find out what I wanted to know. What about us talking? I grasped at this chance, hoping he'd change his mind and stay. He hesitated. But that was all I needed, was a few seconds of indecision. "And besides," I started, "I have a few questions I've been wanting to ask you." "You do?" His voice seemed to perk up a bit at this, and I nodded. "Yay," I replied, flashing him a smile. I nodded to a chair that was against the wall. "Come and sit." He stood rooted in place for a second longer before walking towards the seat, and sitting down across from me. I sat up, and swung my feet off the side of the bed to face him. "So," I paused awkwardly, not sure what to say to him. "What's it like to be an older hybrid?" Nahuel shrugged before saying, "It's nice, I suppose. We have advantages. The best of both worlds." "Both worlds?" I repeated, perplexed. "Yes. Half vampire and half human," he answered. Then suddenly his brows furrowed, and he stared at me intensely. "You're so lucky," he exclaimed, frowning slightly. It made his lower lip stick out slightly. And he looked like a little kid. An adorable little kid. The thought triggered a sudden question for me. "How old are you?" I asked him. He blinked. "What? How old are you?" I repeated. "I'll be 151 years old in a few months," he said, staring at me curiously. "Why?" "Just wondering," I said quickly. "Oh," he replied. Then after a second, he asked, "Do you think that's old?" I stumbled. "Well, yay, I guess. It's older than my dad." The thought alone kinda creeped me out, but I wouldn't tell him that. "But, technically you don't age, and you don't look it. So, how old do I look?" He wondered. "Well," I tilted my head, and I tried to pinpoint his age. 30. I smiled. "What?" He looked taken aback. "I'm kidding. You look maybe around the same age as Jacob, actually." Before Nahuel could say anything, I heard snarling coming from outside my window. I rolled my eyes, completely forgetting I probably had an audience of wolves listening, as well as my family. "I don't think he agrees with you," Nahuel said quietly, glancing towards my window. It had grown dark outside, so although we couldn't see anything, we both knew Jacob was outside. Probably patrolling still, to make sure Joachim and his daughters were really gone. "You have to excuse Jacob. He's just like that. Super protective," I said, not really sure how to explain why Jacob was the way he was when it came to me. Sometimes. It really didn't make sense. But not much of anything really made sense, since my family neglected to fill in most of the pieces for me. "Yeah," he nodded. "I've noticed." We were quiet for a few moments. And then he spoke. "Do you like him?" "What?" I asked confused. "Jacob Black. Do you like him?" I immediately felt my heartbeat kick up a few notches, and I took a deep breath. Well, yes. No. Not really. I mean I do, but not that way. Not any way, really. I ran my fingers through my hair, as I searched for words to explain myself. "Jake is like a brother to me. He always has been, he probably always will be too. He's like my best friend. But that's basically it." I shrugged. Nahuel nodded thoughtfully. I see. And it does bother you." "What?" "The fact that he looks 30. I raised my eyebrows. "Jake is 17. That's not really too old. That's his real age." But you're 7. That's a big difference. He noted. I don't see the problem. I shrugged. Jake's just Jake. Oh, like your parents. What? Your parents? There's a big difference with them too. I wondered about this. How much of a difference? Oh, I said out loud, not wanting to show any interest. I was beginning to get uncomfortable talking about Jacob, especially since he was right outside my window hearing everything. There was an awkward pause, and I tried to change the subject. So, why am I so lucky? I asked him, resorting to his previous statement. After he answered my question, I would try to find out what he had meant earlier about my family preparing. You have everything. A wonderful house, a great life, a family, a mother. His voice trailed off and he seemed to be lost in his thoughts. I took the time to study his face. His eyes were unfocused and looked like he was staring past me and at the wall. They looked a bit darker than the last time I remembered. When last had he been hunting? His long dark brown hair was divided into 4 braids, which was D.F.F. errant from the first day of his arrival. He wore a black Abercrombie vintage jacket, with a red and white plaid shirt underneath it. I tried not to stare, but I think it also had blue and yellow lines streaking down the center. He had the collar of the shirt flared out and form-fitting black skinny jeans, which was apparently the new, thing with human boys I'd heard. I laughed. Only one person could have dressed him. What's so funny? He asked, breaking my scrutiny of him. Aunt Alice. Alice, he repeated, titling his head and giving me a skeptical look. She dressed you, didn't she? I clarified. It was Nahul's turn to laugh. Oh, he nodded, before glancing down at himself. This. He tapped his fingers against his chest, and laughed again. I suddenly noticed the shirt was sort of form-fitting as well. He looked buff. Almost as buff as Jacob. It was then that I noticed he was still talking. Yay, she lent them to me. She told me they were Jasper's. I shook my head. Those are not Uncle Jasper's. He would never be caught alive in that outfit. I giggled. I watched Nahul's eyes furrow, and he smirked. What? He quipped. What's wrong with my outfit, Renesmee? I stopped laughing as my stomach flipped. My name coming from his lips just gave me an odd sensation. Weird. I stumbled, suddenly not able to remember our conversation, or form coherent sentences. You okay? He asked suddenly. And his features softened. Your outfit, nothing is wrong with it. I replied, trying to focus, and ignore the thoughts racing through my head. You don't like it, do you? He puffed out his lower lip. And he reminded me of a little kid again. I do. I said. It looks nice on you. You look nice. I bit my tongue, realizing that I hadn't meant for the last part to slip out. He smiled, and it was dazzling. But it was when I saw his lips move that I registered that words were coming out. Huh, I said, blinking. I said thank you. He said slowly, smiling at me again. I realized that he had an amazing smile. I grinned back. You know what I think you'll like most about being a hybrid when you're older? He asked me after a moment. No, what? I replied. All the time you'll have. You'll be able to do pretty much anything you want. You don't have a limit. He said thoughtfully. Oh, yay, I nodded, thinking of all the shopping I'd be doing with Aunt Alice and Aunt Rose in the next few years. It's going to be tons of fun. I can't wait. Then I laughed at my own joke. Well, technically I can. Since I have the time. I laughed again, and something similar to a snort escaped my lips. I gasped. Nahul laughed, and I immediately concluded that his laugh was better than mine's. It sounded nice. Wow. He grinned. Oh my gosh. I put my hands over my mouth, and I wished I could crawl under a rock. Hey, he moved to pull my hands down, and I could only stare at his teak-colored eyes. I noticed his voice drop several notches too. Don't worry. I thought it was cute. You did. I squeaked. Wait, what? I saw his eyes bulge and quickly darted to the window suddenly. He opened his mouth once, and then closed it. Then he opened it again, and this time words actually came out. All smashed together really quickly. Renesmee, I think you're really adorable, and I will wait for you if you decide. Before he could finish, my father was in my room. He narrowed his eyes at Nahul. Before growling, you, out. Now. Dad. No, it's okay. I'll see you around, Ness. Nahul said as he started to get up. No, it's not. You can stay, we weren't finished talking. I whined. I watched his face break into a wide grin, and when he next spoke, it was barely above a whisper, though it was pointless because everyone in the house could still hear him. Except me, of course. So I had to lean in to hear his next words. "Oh, don't worry. We'll have plenty of time to talk." "What?" I began, barely audible above my dad's snarling. "You'll see," he said simply, before turning to walk out. He made sure to avoid eye contact with my father on the way out. I huffed, very much annoyed before turning to glare at my father. "You're horrible," I shouted, narrowing my eyes at him. I watched as he folded his arms and frowned. "Young lady, just stop. We weren't even doing anything. Why must you always ruin everything? Renesmee Carly Cullen, you listen too. Me, it is my job as your father to protect you, and protect me," I screeched, and laughed harshly. "From what? It wasn't like he was going to do anything, Dad." "Oh, so you're a mind reader now too?" he snapped, raising an eyebrow. "Ah, you're so. Whoa, whoa, whoa." My mom's voice came from behind my father's back, as she walked into my room. "What's going on here?" I just had to basically I'd Jake to keep him from coming in the house in his wolf form. She trailed off as she looked between the father and daughter. "So, what's happened? Dad is being ridiculous. He scared Nahul out of here," I explained quickly, before my dad could get a word in. "Bella, you have no idea where his thoughts were leading to," he said, trying to remain calm. So that would explain why Nahul looked scared to death. And Jake trying to lunge at him," she murmured, before raising her eyebrows. "Mom, they're both overeating," I whined, staring at her with pleading eyes. "No, we're not," my father replied, and I hear Jacob's answering growl from outside my window. "You just don't understand," he said through clenched teeth. "Of course I don't," I mumbled, before turning to shoot daggers at my window. "It's not nice to eavesdrop," I yelled at it, hoping Jake could hear me. "No one said we were nice," my dad answered, on his and Jake's behalf. "Mom," I pleaded, ignoring him. My moth. R closed her eyes and put her hand to her head, obviously stressed. "Edward." She must have began to talk to him in her mind, because his face seemed to harden at whatever she was telling him. "Bella, please." I watched as my mom quirked her eyebrows in response. My father groaned. "Fine, Bella. But we're not finished." "Fine what? What's happening?" I asked, agitated. "Mom." My mother opened her eyes and turned to look at me. "You and I are going to have a long talk. But for now, this conversation is over, because we have to meet with the rest of the family up at the house to leave for the airport, or else we will miss our flight." "Our flight?" "Yes," she replied, "we're going to Isle Esme." "About time." Aunt Alice glared at my dad the moment the door opened. "You guys are lucky our plane is going to be delayed." She had flung the door open before my dad could even lift his hand to turn the knob. Of course my family probably heard us coming. My dad said nothing, and stepped aside to let my mother and I pass. He had been silent on the whole run over to my grandparents' house. "Alice, we were going to be here at 10. It's only a quarter past," my mom stated, as she clamped a wool hand on my shoulders and ushered me inside. "Still," Aunt Alice scolded, furrowing her eyebrows, as she turned to close the door behind my father. "What took so long?" she asked. "We had to pack," my mother replied. No." Aunt Alice shook her head, frowning in disapproval. "No," my mother repeated. My father let out an aggravated sigh. "Alice, not now," he started, but was cut off. "No, as in I've already packed for you and Ness. Don't worry. I've already seen what you're going to be wearing on the few occasions that you're not going to be attached to Ness, sighed, and you looked fabulous every time. You'll love it," she explained cheerfully. "HMPH. My mom huffed, and rolled her eyes. "Thanks, Aunt Alice," I murmured, since I was unable to give her a hug. "No problem, hun," she winked. "Where's Carlisle and Esme?" my mother asked Aunt Alice. "They are going to the hospital to finalize a few last-minute things, to make sure Carlisle can get the time off. And then they're going hunting," she replied. "So," my mother started, but my dad answered before she could finish. "Yes, you have time, my love. It's going to be about a 2-hour wait even when we get to the airport," my dad said suddenly. He nodded once to her, before heading towards the garage, where Aunt Rose most likely was. "If anyone needs us, we'll be upstairs talking," she said to Aunt Alice. I only half expected her to let me go. so I wasn't surprised when she steered me in the direction of the stairs. I mumbled, knowing I didn't really have the option of saying no. Okay. Hurry back. Aunt Alice nodded, and then cleared her throat softly before going to sit with Uncle Jasper. Uncle Jasper was sitting on the couch with Uncle Emmett, watching a game. He gave me a healthy dose of confidence, which washed away my anxiety. Thanks, Uncle Jasper, I mumbled. He winked at me, and grinned as my mother glared at him. Don't help her when she's in trouble, she snapped as we passed him. What? I don't know what you're talking about, he replied innocently as a smile played on his lips. My mother narrowed her eyes at him, but didn't respond. Oh, and Bella, Aunt Alice called. Yes. When is Jake coming? My vision is still here, so I'm not sure. He said he'd have to let Billy know we were leaving, and talk with Sam. He'll be here in time, I know that for a fact. My mom called over her shoulder. All right. I'll make use of my vision while I can. I'll start looking for the clothes we're going to buy. My mother groaned at this, but said nothing. We started up the stairs towards my parents' room, and we passed the kitchen. I caught a glimpse of Nahul opening the fridge. He caught my eye and gave me an apologetic, dazzling smile. Julian was scowling at the wall, and didn't notice anything. I really think my legs would have gave way slightly if my mother wasn't present. I resisted the urge to blush, because I didn't want to clue her in on anything, but I couldn't help my heartbeat from speeding up slightly. I silently hoped she didn't pick up on it as we walked inside the room. Releasing me, she pointed to a chair. Sit. Something similar to a smirk crossed my mother's features before she cleared her throat. Sweetie, you know how much your father loves you, right? She said gently. HMPH, I huffed, folding my arms. He has a funny way of showing it, I grumbled, and shifted my gaze to stare at the floor. She laughed a musical laugh before shaking her head. You have it easier than I did. My curiosity piped up at her words. I couldn't imagine my dad being any worse than he already was. Really? Yep. Mayim nodded, and grinned. When I was human, he would freak out about everything. I watched her grimace. As if thinking about an old memory, she added, he even went so far as to kidnap me once. What? I gasped. It was rare that my mother spoke of her human years, partly because she could barely remember it. There was a lot I didn't know, and so every time it was brought up, I hung on to her every word. Yay. She smiled, but it turned sour, and she frowned. Well, he got your Aunt Alice involved too, she trailed off, and sighed. All I'm saying is you need to give your father a break. He's a dad. It's his job. Yay, I guess, I mumbled. Now, she smiled, and got up to close my bedroom door. She then turned to face me, and whispered, show me your thoughts on Nahul. I've got my shield on. And don't you dare tell me you don't think anything of him, young lady. I've noticed. I could feel my cheeks darken with her comment, and I mumbled incoherently. Suddenly she was kneeling beside me, and took my hands in hers. I hadn't even noticed I had been twisting them until she'd taken a hold of them. It's okay, you know. What's okay? I asked, unsure of her words. To have a crush. She smiled at me, and moved a piece of hair from my face. I immediately jerked back. I do not have a crush on Nahul. He's like a gazillion years old. Well, okay. I raised my eyebrows at her. She had sounded like she was about to say something else, but had changed her mind last second. Okay. I repeated, confused. Okay. Whatever you say. She smiled again, mocking me. Moo. I groaned. Then I reached down and touched her face, to be sure my father wouldn't hear. Nahul is very cute, Mom. But he is older than you. And Daddy won't like that too much. And, I don't know why. But neither will Jake. Although, technically Jake is just about as old as him. I began to show her the mental comparisons I'd subconsciously made about Jacob and Nahul when he'd been in my room right before my dad had interrupted. You're right. He's technically Jacob's age. He looks to be 17 or 18. She agreed. But he's too old for me. I finished for her. She glanced at the door. And nodded. Then her words were a rapid whisper. Right. He's too old for you. They are both too old for you, for now. But just give it some time. Soon, you'll understand everything. Before I had a chance to asking anything, my dad was in the room. No, he growled, but his face was pained. Edward, relax. My mother stood up, and wrapped her arms around his neck. I could literally hear him stop breathing the moment she did so. My mother smiled deviously in response. Ness, sweetie. Jacob's going to be here soon, and he has something for you. My dad mumbled, without taking his eyes off my mom. For me? Huh. My dad stammered, losing focus. My mother giggled. Yay, something like that. It's well, just go downstairs and see what I'm talking about. He said absent-mindedly. Okay. We'll be down soon. He sighed, as he went googly-eyed over my mother. I shrugged, and hopped out the chair, and went downstairs. When I got to the bottom step, Aunt Alice groaned, and let her head fall against Uncle Jasper's shoulder. Well, I was just about to see what time our flight will land, but I guess not. Jacob's here. She huffed slightly, and turned to look at me. Ness, can you get the door please? Quote, sure. I nodded, but Uncle Jasper held his hand up. Wait. He eased up from the couch, much to my aunt's displeasure, and came to stand beside me. His face had hardened. Jake's not alone, and whoever's with him is giving off bad vibes. What? Uncle Emmett frowned, and stood up too. Uncle Jasper opened the front door just as Jacob walked up the porch steps. I peered around my uncles and saw Embry and Quill. They were behind Jacob, and their expressions were a mix between anger and cautiousness. Their eyes darted to me before something similar to guilt washed over their faces. And they dropped eye contact. It's okay. My father's voice stated from behind. Uncle Jasper raised an eyebrow at my father, who nodded. They have something to say, let them in. He continued. My mother stood beside him. Uncle Emmett crossed his arms as he glared at Quill and Embry when they walked in. Uncle Jasper went back to sit with Aunt Alice, who had her nose wrinkled in displeasure at the smell. I barely noticed the smell, because Jacob's smell had never bothered me. Quill and Embry smelled a bit stronger than Jake to me. Or maybe it was because I wasn't used to their scent. Jake stepped aside and then nodded to Quill and Embry. They cleared their throats before glancing at me. Then unanimously, they mumbled, "We're sorry." Thanks. I squeaked, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. Yay, Quill muttered, before scratching his head. We shouldn't have said that stuff. We were mad. You know how our tempers are sometimes. Embry laughed nervously, and Aunt Alice snorted delicately. Yay. I guess we owe you all an apology. Quill glanced around at my family, with a sincere look on his face. Yay, sorry. Embry added. Just don't let it happen again, or you'll have to deal with me. Uncle Emmett threatened. I try especially hard to keep the peace for my niece's sake, but I can only try so hard. Same here. Now, I suggest you two keep your hostile attitudes under control. Before I handle it, Uncle Jasper said. And your thoughts too. My dad tacked on. Quill and Embry looked quite taken aback. Maybe they had never seen my family's abilities up close and in action before. They glanced at Jacob. Go. I'll call as soon as we land. I want to be informed of everything while I'm away. Jacob nodded, and then Quill and Embry were gone. After closing the door, he turned to me. Jacob cleared his throat, and knelt down on one knee in front of me. He looked at my dad intently for a moment, as if waiting for some kind of signal. He then looked back at me and smiled at me timidly. He reached out and took my hand in both of his. I just stared at him, having no idea what was going on. Let me do this right. First of all, Renesmee. I want to say that I love you more than anything in this whole world. Don't ever let anyone, even my pack, tell you different. I would die without you, sweetie. And I like your family too. He lowered his voice to a whisper, even your Aunt Rose. But don't tell her I said that. I giggled. I'm sure she'd probably heard him anyways, all the way from the garage. He continued, and I promise I won't ever do anything to hurt you. I'll be here for you for as long as you need me to, and as long as you want me to be here for you, okay? I nodded. I suddenly felt so much better. I reached up to touch his cheek. Love you too, Jake. I smiled at him, and he smiled back before giving me a bone-crushing hug. Okay. Aunt Alice chirped, clapping her hands together from the couch. Who's up for this trip? Woo. Shorty, you sure know how to ruin a moment. Jacob mumbled before laughing. My family laughed too, and for the moment, I felt good. So, why don't we go hunting instead of going to sit in the airport right now? The flight is delayed as far as I know, so we have time. Aunt Alice suggested a little while later. Everyone had gathering into the living room after my grandparents came home. I was on the floor, leaning on my mother's legs while she sat on the couch, and Jacob sat next to me, smiling contently. My father sat next to my mother, their hands linked. Everyone else was lounging and walking around. That sounds like a good idea. But Carlisle and I just came back from hunting, so we'll pass. Grandma Esme said. Well, we're in, my mom said, speaking for my father and I as well. Uncle Emmett got up from leaning on the wall and clapped his hands together excitedly. He smiled widely at my father before speaking. I want a hunting rematch. You cheated last time. I looked up in time to see my dad roll his eyes. Yes, because having superhuman strength is not cheating at all either, he said sarcastically. My uncles and father occasionally had a hunt off. Who could catch the biggest and best animals? Whatever, Uncle Emmett replied, rolling his eyes and smirking. You're just scared. Not this time, Em. My dad shook his head as he stood up, and then glanced at my mother. I'm going with my girls. Your girls? So, we're splitting up? Uncle Emmett asked, frowning. How about girls versus boys? Aunt Alice asked, bouncing excitedly. We aren't 5, Alice. Aunt Rose said, rolling her eyes. Aunt Alice stuck out her tongue in response. You guys will have to split up. There's too many of you. My grandpa nodded. Though I doubted it would work, I decided to ask my parents anyways. Placing my hand on my mother's leg, I glanced up at my parents. I didn't have to bother touching my dad, since he could hear me anyways. Can I go hunting with Nahul? My dad immediately narrowed his eyes. Absolutely not, he growled. And he glared at my Mo before she could convince him otherwise. I'm serious, Bella. Not this time. No. Relax, Edward. I was going to agree with you. She snapped, before rolling her eyes. My dad immediately relaxed. Oh. However, she held up a finger, and glanced down at me. You may ask him to join us if you'd like. What? Jacob glanced at my mom, and his brows furrowed in confusion. I'm already coming, Bells. It took him exactly 3 seconds to realize. No, he said through clenched teeth. No what? Uncle Emmett asked, irritated. He hated being out of the loop. I frowned. It's not your choice, Jacob. My mom replied calmly, shrugging. Jacob tightened his lips and did not respond. Suddenly he smirked, and stared at my dad, who smiled and nodded. Now that might work, he said aloud. What might work? Uncle Emmett said a little louder, clearly frustrated. Bella, I can see you. Aunt Alice blinked, smiling happily. You'll be with us. I will. My mom shot a questioning glance at my father, who grimaced. Alice, can I please handle this? He said in a suppressed tone. Handle what? What is she talking about? What is Jacob talking about? My mom demanded. On the other side of the room, Uncle Emmett threw his hands up in defeat, before muttering something about mind-reading future freaks. Jacob has a good idea. Renesmee may go with them both. He struggled to keep his voice even, but he continued, and I'll go with Emmett and Jasper. You can go with Alice and Rose. What about us? Julian asked all of a sudden, motioning to herself and Nahul. Well, you may join any one of us if you'd like, Julian. But it was to my understanding that you prefer human food to hunting. Well yes, but I was simply wondering if your plans extended to us. She huffed. And you're right. I prefer to stay here with Carlisle and Esme. She glanced over at my grandparents, if you don't mind. Of course you can. Grandma replied sweetly. Nahul, I mumbled shyly. Suddenly aware of our audience, would you like to go hunting with us? You? He asked, surprised. Us. Including me. Jacob clarified, he voiced smug. I could have sworn I saw Nahul's shoulder drop slightly, but he nodded anyways. Sure, I'd love to. After several warnings and threats to Jacob and Nahul, my parents let us go, and they promised to be nearby. Jacob was in his wolf form, and stood as a boulder between Nahul and I, which made it difficult for conversation. I could barely see Nahul over Jacob's shaggy fur, so I stared straight ahead instead. So, Nahul, do you like hunting? I asked, striking up conversation. Not so much. I prefer human food, he responded. Ew. I made a face, although I'm sure he couldn't see it. What? He asked. Human food is gross. Is not. Is too. Is not. Is too. Jacob huffed between us. Maybe it's because you've never had good food before, he suggested, ignoring Jake. My grandma is the best cook in the world, I said simply, dismissing the statement. Well, he hesitated, I guess that makes me second best. You've never had my cooking. Maybe I'll cook for you sometime. Jacob growled. I pressed my palm to his head. Please be nice, Jacob. He shook his colossal head no, and it was my turn to huff. So, are you any good at hunting? I asked Nahuel a few seconds later. You tell me. He laughed, and then took off. Not fast. Of course, probably knowing I could only run so fast as a half-vampire. I raced after him, and didn't stop when I heard Jacob's warning growl as he ran after me. Nah. Huel put his fingers to his lips when I finally reached him, and motioned in front of us. I looked ahead, and saw a mommy mountain lion and her cub. My eyes widened. I had always wanted to hunt mountain lions. But my father had forbidden it. He said they were too difficult for me. I glanced at Jake, who shook his head. He already knew too. I mumbled, looking at Nahuel, I can't hunt them. Why not? Do you not like them? He asked curiously. No, I do. But I only have them when my mom or dad kills them. I'm not allowed. I mumbled again, and I could feel my face growing hotter in embarrassment. Hey, he said in a gentle voice, causing me to look up. Don't worry. I'll kill one for you. He smiled at me, and my heartbeat sped up. What? No, you can't kill two. You'll get hurt. I whispered furiously, shaking my head. Jacob barked a laugh, and I shot him a death glare. For once, I agree with the guard dog. I'll be okay. Watch. Nahuel replied, and before I could say anything else, he had disappeared in front of me. I watched the way he stalked his prey. He was quick on his feet, and crouched low. Within a few minutes, the madding echo of roars of the mountain lion had died off, and Nahuel called out. Food's ready. I laughed, and went to join him. We drained the animals within minutes, and began to head back to the house. Once again, Jacob was in the middle, dividing us, which left little room for conversation. I planned to talk to my mom about that. I was glad this hunting trip didn't end as badly as I thought it would, but I wished it could have been just me and Nahuel. Maybe next time Jacob would be too busy or something. 12 tickets, reserved for Cullen, please. Grandpa Carlyle smiled warmly at the woman behind the ticket counter. She had her hair fashioned with several twisted rolls that curved into a crown on top her head, and the rest was loose curls that set around her shoulders. It looked pretty. I made a note to ask Aunt Alice to do that to my hair. I watched as she blinked a few times and glanced around at our massive bunch. There was a lot of us, because everyone was here. Uncle Emmett and Jasper, Aunt Alice and Rose, my grandparents, my parents, Julian and Nahuel. Along with Jake. She quickly punched in a few keys, and handed my grandpa a bundle of tickets. Here you are, sir. Your flight will be in Terminal B8, however, your flight has been delayed. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Aunt Alice coughed slightly, trying to disguise her laugh. Jacob rolled his eyes and my father shook his head, along with Uncle Jasper. Oh, that's too bad. Grandma Esme gasped perfectly. My family was great with acting, although we had already known it was coming, thanks to Aunt Alice. How long are we delayed for? When will our flight leave? Your flight looks to be delayed for about an hour. They are waiting for a signal to deport. Oh, all right. Wheel, thank you for the help, miss. Grandpa leaned forward to read the lady's name tag. Katie. He finished. I resisted the urge to giggle when Katie's heartbeat picked up and she blushed. It was still amazing to me how people regarded my family. My mom was shooting daggers at Katie as we walked away. But it didn't seem to bother Grandma Esme one bit. Grandma smiled at my mom before whispering. We have some very good-looking Cullen men, don't we? All the women notice. Although they weren't Cullens. Jacob and Nahuel were also good-looking. The thought passed through my head before I remembered my father walking in front of me. He turned to glare at me sharply before I dropped my eyes to the ground. HMPH. My mom replied, finally peeling her eyes away. Did you see the way she was looking? She hissed to my grandma. Grandpa Carlyle laughed but said nothing. Yes, you'll get used to it, sweetie. Grandma murmured, before linking her arm around my grandpa's. Plus, we have nothing to worry about. You don't know the vile thoughts running through men's heads. You ladies aren't exactly average women either. You know. My dad added, as his eyes darted around. Whatever, Edward. My mom sighed. I held onto Jacob's hand as we walked behind my parents. I didn't miss the stares we received from curious onlookers. I frowned, and reached up to tug on Jake's sleeve. He had been talking to Uncle Emmett about some basketball game. He glanced down at me with concern. "What is it, Ness?" he asked. I clenched and unclenched my fist, trying to reach him. As soon as he realized, he leaned down. "Why is everyone staring at us?" I wondered warily. "Like your dad said, we've got such pretty ladies with us." He glanced behind him to grin at Aunt Rose. "Well, some of us." He tacked on. Aunt Rose's answering growl only made him smile wider, showing off a perfect set of white teeth. "You guys, don't start, please," my mom said in front of us, without even looking back. "We wouldn't be having this problem if he wasn't here." Aunt Rose growled. Uncle Emmett's booming laughter echoed around us, earning more looks from passerbys. "Well, I like this. You're hot when you're ticked off, babe. And Jacob does a pretty good job at doing that." There was a smacking sound. I bit my tongue to keep from laughing. But I caught Nahuel's eye and almost busted out laughing. It came out as a cough instead. "Ow, I was just saying." Uncle Emmett rubbed the back of his head. Jake looked at Nahuel, and then down to me with a frown on his face. "Jake," my grandpa started, glancing at Jacob as we turned to walk towards the AC terminals, "I'm going to need you to attempt to work with Rose. You're going to be stuck on an island with her for a few months." "Yay, unfortunately," Jacob mumbled. "How long are we going to be there again?" "I'm not too sure. Just long enough to figure out what's causing Alice to," he lowered his voice so that human ears could not hear, "see Nessie. And help Nahuel and his aunt keep a low profile for a while." "Which again, we are grateful," Julian said in a shaky voice. She was still a bit withdrawn from us, although Nahuel was completely at ease with my family after everything had been cleared up. My mom finally filled me in on everything. "Grandpa, Carlisle had convinced the family on Nahuel's behalf to let them come with us to Isle Esme. He had said he trusted Nahuel, and planned to do whatever we could to help them get away from Joachim and his daughters." "Yes, thank you. I'm excited for this trip." Nahuel grinned at me, and I resisted the urge to blush. I could have sworn Jacob's hand tightened over mine slightly. "Well, do you have any idea of how long, Doc?" Jacob asked. He sounded irritated. "Well, I would be able to give you an answer, if I could see." Aunt Alice pouted, and it was Uncle Jasper's turn to chuckle. "I think I like this, too. You're very adorable when you're helpless without your powers, Alice. And Jacob seems to do that quite nicely, as well." He laughed. I smiled, and looked up to see Jake smirking as well. "Glad to be of service," he said wryly. As we walked through the airport, the first thing I learned about traveling with my family was that they did things efficiently. We got to all sit in a pretty section of the plane, which was reserved just for us. My dad called it first class. My mother called it overpriced. Jacob had only rolled his eyes before stretching out and taking up 2 seats for himself and mumbling something about Rich Cullens. It didn't really feel much like a plane ride at first, although I wasn't sure how a plane ride should feel since I have never been on one before. But the ride was smooth and nice. We were high up in the air, and everything looked really tiny, like dots. The clouds were white and smoky, and the plane went right through them. It was fun to watch. I had to keep reminding myself to keep busy. Nahuel could not have an excuse to come talk to me if I was busy. I knew that it would not be a good idea for him to speak to me anytime soon. So I colored, drew a picture, and talked to my parents. I would have talked to Jacob, but he had fallen asleep the moment the plane had taken off. I looked up a while later when the door to our section opened, and Al. 80 in a uniform came in pushing a cart full of different drinks and items on it. Her eyes were dead set on Uncle Emmett, who was talking to Uncle Jasper, and hadn't noticed. Aunt Alice nudged Aunt Rosalie, whose face turned into a mean scowl. The lady passed right by my parents and me and went to stand next to my aunts and uncles. "Would you care for something to drink?" she asked, smiling at Uncle Emmett. Before he could even react, Aunt Rose shifted in her chair next to Uncle Emmett to face the flight attendant. "No, thank you," she pronounced each word slowly, like it was painful. The HT attendant's smile faltered for a second, before she nodded and began to turn away. "Actually, Uncle Emmett began, and she quickly turned back around. Yes. Aunt Rose growled too low for her to hear, but said nothing. Uncle Emmett rolled his eyes and continued with his request. Can I have some peanuts? He looked at me suddenly and then winked. I stared at him in confusion. We couldn't eat as vampires. Well, I could. Although I preferred not to. I glanced up at my dad, who was staring at his brother intently. I didn't bother speaking out loud. Why is he getting peanuts? Just get some too. You'll see, he whispered with a sigh. I asked the lady for a bag as well, and before I could open them, I felt a small tingle on the side of my head. I turned and glared at Uncle Emmett, who was grinning across the aisle. He had a handful on peanuts in his hand. Fire, he said, before tossing them all towards me. I laughed and then launched my own attack. We played our peanut war until we were out of peanuts. Then I tried to reach the call button to get the flight attendant to bring some more. That's enough, my dad said as he stopped my hand. Dad, I whined. Yeah, Dad d. Uncle Emmett tacked on mockingly. She was just about to lose. Was not, I cried indignantly. Was too, squirt. You cheated. Did not. Did too. You guys. My mom broke in suddenly. Are you planning on cleaning this all up? Uncle Emmett and I exchanged glances. Exactly. That's what I thought. No more. Moom. I pouted. Ness, sweetie, why don't you watch a movie? Oh yeah, I cheered, completely forgetting about the DVD player they had packed for me. Although I don't need to ask, but what movie do you? She started, but I cut her off. Pirates, I squealed, smiling at her from around my dad. Of course, my dad mumbled, rolling his eyes. Don't start, Edward, my mom replied, grabbing my DVD player from under her seat. I was happily content for the next hour and a half as I watched Captain Jack Sparrow. The last thing I remembered was my father humming my lullaby. The next thing I knew, someone was gently shaking me awake. I opened my eyes groggily to stare at my mom. Renesmee, she whispered. I tried to answer, but no words wanted to come out. Oh, forget it, I'll just carry her. I heard Jacob say. He sounded annoyed. Before I realized what was happening, I felt my world being tilted sideways, and two arms wrap around me. Be careful with her, one of my parents hissed. I couldn't tell which one it was, because I was slipping into unconsciousness again. Instead of trying to struggle, I turned to the side and drifted back off to sleep. My grandma's island was beautiful. There was even a house that looked exactly like my parents' cottage, which was kinda weird. Everyone laughed at me when I asked how we brought the house with us, though I meant it. The only difference was the size. This house was huge. Jacob called it a mansion, although I don't know what that meant. It took us less than an hour to unpack, because we traveled light. Aunt Alice insisted that we go shopping immediately, to make up for the clothes we didn't have, but my moth wanted to take me to the beach instead. Alice, come on, don't give me that look. My mom huffed as she reached for a beach towel. Aunt Alice stood next to her, frowning with her arms folded. She didn't answer. I stayed in my spot on the bed, watching the two of them. My father, grandfather, and uncles were all out patrolling with Jacob. They insisted the perimeter be checked for any potential threats. Grandma, Aunt Rose, Julian and Nahul were also home with Aunt Alice and my mother. Bella, you're being ridiculous. You don't even like the beach. Aunt Alice retorted. My mom rolled her eyes before answering. True. And I also don't like to shop, Alice. HMPH. Aunt Alice's frown deepened, but she said nothing else. A few seconds later she let out an aggravated sigh. Renesmee, my mom said softly. Turning around to stare at me, why don't you go downstairs? I think I hear your father coming. I'll be down soon, I have to talk to your aunt. I nodded, and jumped off the bed. Oh. Auntie Alice was smiling slightly as I glanced back before I left the room. My mother had a defeated look on her face. I skipped down the stairs two at a time. As I neared the bottom, Jacob appeared around the corner. And I jumped off the last step and into his open arms. Whoa there, he laughed. Hi to you too. Hi Jake. I laughed too, and threw me up in the air. I laughed as he threw me up again. You might want to be careful with her. Quote. I bit back the urge to gasp when Jacob's hands came down a bit harder around my body than was necessary when he caught me. He did not throw me back up in the air. I looked up to see who else had entered the room, and saw Nahul. Jacob had me over his shoulder, and kept a tight hold, but did not turn around to see who had spoken. She's fine. I would never hurt her. Jacob's voice was cold as he turned around slowly, glaring at Nahul. I had to twist myself in his arms so I could face them both. Jacob looked mad, and I did not understand why. I slid my hand up to his neck and showed him my feelings. I watched his mask of meanness slid off his face as he glanced down at me. Ness, sorry. He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. What's wrong? When he shook his head, I frowned and pushed my hand firmly into his neck. Am I missing the secret? Nahul half whispered, grinning. I had to remember he was still in the room. I nodded shyly. Sorry. Hi, Nahul, I squeaked, before glancing away after briefly meeting his eyes. It felt as if Jacob's grip had tightened. Hey Nessie, he replied, before nodding once at Jacob. I apologize, Jacob. I did not mean that you are incapable of handling her. Yeah, Jacob replied gruffly. Do you know where Edward is? Nahul's question had me wondering the same thing. My father wasn't downstairs like my mother had said. He would have been in here by now. He's outside talking with Emmett and Jasper. Oh, all right. Nahul nodded thoughtfully, then opened his mouth again and began to talk. Oh, do you? Look, Jacob said abruptly, cutting him off. I gotta go. Where? It was my turn to speak. I have to check in with my pack, sweetie. He replied, staring down at me. But you're not coming to the beach with me. I showed him images of us making sand castles and racing on the beach. Jake shot a glance at Nahul before answering. I can't, Ness. I need you to be safe. I am. I have to be sure. He shook his head. Jake, I want you to come. I pouted. I'll be there, Nessie. Nahul chimed in. I nodded glumly. Nahul wasn't Jacob. Tell you what, I'll see what I can do, alright. Jacob said. I nodded again, but didn't answer. Ness, come on, don't look like that. Please. Alright, I said, and tried to keep my bottom lip from quivering. Slowly, Jake lowered me to the floor, and Hen knelt down in front of me on one knee. We will go to the beach and build the biggest sand castle you've ever seen in your life. Just as soon as you are safe. I promise, okay, he declared, looking at me. I nodded, and tried to keep the growing smile off my face. Jacob never broke his promises, and I couldn't wait to build a giant sand castle. Behind him, I noticed Nahul turn to leave the room with a frown on his face. Good. Now, let me see that gorgeous smile of yours. He requested, and I flashed him a smile before hugging him. Thanks, Jake. Of course, Ness. He released me and stroked my hair as he smiled at me. So, does my little girl have any hugs left for me? I looked up in time to see my grandfather, dad, and uncles walk into the room. My grandfather walked towards me, and reached down and gave me a quick kiss before heading in the kitchen towards Grandma Esme, who was making sandwiches for Jacob and I to take to the beach. I ripped out of Jacob's grip and lunged for my dad, who scooped me up. He placed a kiss on my forehead before laughing. Well, I guess that's a yes. Uncle Emmett's colossal hand was suddenly on top of my head, as he messed up my hair. Hey, I squeaked, Aunt Alice just did my hair. Uncle Emmett stopped. Oh, you're in for it. Wait until I tell Auntie. I threatened, but it didn't sound serious when I was in a fit of giggles. I'll take my chances, squirt. He winked at me. Uncle Jasper, make him feel bad. I pouted, and Uncle Jasper only laughed. Ness, hun, that would take a lifetime. Your uncle has an ego that's out of this world. Well, hey, what can I say? Uncle Emmett shrugged. Then suddenly his eyes were on my dad, and he grinned mischievously. You can't say that, Emmett. My dad narrowed his eyes at Uncle Emmett, who laughed again before shrugging. Hey, Squirt, have you seen your aunt? He asked me. She was upstairs in the bathroom, about an hour ago. I hadn't really remembered Aunt Rose leaving, either. Blondie's still in there. It's a wonder the mirror hasn't broken yet. Jacob grinned as he stood up behind me. Upstairs, there was a slight thump, followed by a low, muted noise that sounded like a growl. Jacob grinned wider. Or perhaps I spoke too soon. Uncle Emmett rolled his eyes and shook his head. I'm going to go get ready for the beach. Ness, I hope you can swim well. I shuddered in my dad's arms. Uncle Emmett's idea of swimming was not normal. Don't worry, he won't get near you. My dad promised, smiling. Where's your other aunt, Ness? Uncle Jasper asked. Upstairs, trying to convince Mom to go shopping. I replied. Of course. Uncle Jasper mumbled, before turning to go up the stairs. Shorty and shopping. Figures. Jake smirked, and then looked at my dad. Alright, so, I'll meet you guys at the beach. North end of the island, right? Yes. My dad nodded. Ness, I'll see you soon. He promised, before walking out the door. Get her. My dad shrieked right before lunging after me. I screamed and tried to swim away. But Uncle Emmett caught me underwater. He was supposed to be on my team, but he tagged team with my dad at the last minute. It was me and Uncle Jasper versus my dad and Uncle Emmett. All the other girls were relaxing on the sandy beach. Except Julian, who had decided to hunt after all, since we had no food at the new house. Grandpa Carlisle had went with her, to keep a watch on her. Nahul stayed afloat in the water, just a few feet away from all the commotion around me. Uncle Jasper. Help, I said breathlessly when I reached the surface, as I struggled in Uncle Emmett's hands. Then I sucked in a lungful of air right before I was dunked underwater again. When my head was above the water again, I saw my father move to block Uncle Jasper's path. Suddenly a new pair of arms were around me, and were lifting me up. I looked down when my body was almost out of the water, and saw brown arms wrapped around me. I looked up to see Nahul smiling down at me. Thanks, I smiled. Hey, no fair. That's cheating. It's supposed to be 2-on-2. Uncle Emmett was frowning, and then suddenly he glared at my dad. Edward, you knew that was coming. I had no idea, my dad said calmly. Before winking at me, I was a bit distracted by our cheating brother. My dad glared at Uncle Jasper. I have no idea what you're talking about. Uncle Jasper smiled mischievously at everyone. Uncle Emmett groaned, throwing up his hands and causing water to splash me. I repeated, and splashed Uncle Emmett with water. He blinked, and had a fake look of shock on his face as he stared at me. Renesmee, Carly, Cullen, gasp, did you just wet me? He narrowed his eyes and smirked. Oh, now you've done it all right. Still safely in Nahul's hands, I turned my head to face him. Nahul, swim, now, please. He nodded and threw me onto his back, and I stared at my dad. Dad, hold him off. I laughed when my dad nodded, and then growled at Uncle Emmett. It wasn't a surprise when no one followed after Nahul and I as we raced for the shore. My mom laughed as she helped off his back. Who were you two outrunning? She asked us, smiling. Uncle Emmett, I panted. He was going to start a war. Oh, I see. She laughed. So, you do know that you owe me now, since I've saved your life. Nahul raised an eyebrow down at me. My mom smiled, and shook her head, but said nothing. I do? I asked. Yep. He nodded. I glanced at my mom. She was grinning, and she stared at Nahul. What could she possibly owe you, Nahul? We have to make the biggest sand castle this island's ever seen. He winked. Oh, okay. I cheered. Tugging on my mom's hands, I glanced up at her. Mama, help us. Please see. She started to object, but Nahul cut her off. Yes, Bella, please join us. He asked. Oh, all right. She rolled her eyes. Ness, you're going to owe me for this one. 10 minutes later we had the drench and moat dug out, and I went to fill up my pail with water when I heard a wolf howl. Jacob sounded in pain. I turned to look at the wolf who was staring in our direction, before it darted away into the forest. I stood frozen to my spot, waiting to see Jacob emerge. He didn't. I was only vaguely aware of my dad picking me up, and carrying me back to my mother. She whispered to me, though I have no idea what she was saying. She started to wipe tears from my eyes that I didn't even know I had. All I knew was that Jacob broke his promise. Though I had no idea when I had fallen asleep, I awoke to the angry half-whispers coming from right outside my door. I could tell it included my parents, and it had to be serious, because they had not stopped to notice that I was awake. Living in a house with vampires, there's no way they would have normally missed it. Laying up in bed, I swung my feet silently into my slippers and crept up to my closed door, and the whispers got louder, instead of quieter as I expected. Could they really have not heard me yet? You have no right to see her. Someone, probably my mother, whispered furiously. I do. Bells, you just don't get it. Only one person called my mother by that nickname. A sharp pain in my stomach from thinking about Jacob and how he broke his promise suddenly tore through me, and I struggled to keep quiet. If they hadn't noticed me yet, I wasn't going to call attention to myself. Jacob, you are the last person she'd probably want to see right now. Please, why don't we all go into the living room and talk about this? And this whisper sounded calmer than the others before it was cut off again by Jacob. No, Doc, I just want to see her. I overreacted today, I'm sorry. But tell them, I can't do that, Jacob. My grandfather said slowly. Figures. Jacob sounded deadly. She's my child, and I say no. My mother hissed. Bella. Jacob growled low, but I still heard him. Jacob, I think it's probably best that you leave. Now, if you wake her up. You can't keep me from her and you know it, Edward. So quit threatening me. Why did that sound familiar? I tried to think and make sense of it all, but I couldn't keep up with it all. It's not a threat, it's a promise, Jacob. Don't push me. Bells. The way Jake said my mom's name sounded like he was desperate. Please. I just want to see her. I know, I messed up, okay. My mom remained silent. This made Jacob furious, I assumed, because when he spoke again, his voice sounded deadly again. You know what? This isn't even my fault. If he wasn't here in the first place. Shut up. My parents whispered simultaneously. You're going to wake her up. My mom hissed again, and she sounded dangerous. I shuddered in silence. Fine, she'll want to see me anyway. Jacob declared. I shook my head. It was then that I realized I was silently crying. This realization only made me cry harder, giving away my secrecy. The door was suddenly thrown open, and Jacob was the first one through. I flinched away from him and ran into my dad's arms instead. There, in the safety of his arms, I tried to control my sobs, as I screamed from his neck, You lied, Jacob. Then there was silence. Several seconds went by before Jake let out a sigh of defeat. When he spoke again, I could tell he was holding back something, because his voice kept breaking. Sweetie, I really am sorry, I didn't mean for, please you have to. He seemed to be at a loss for words. And I couldn't do anything more than just hold on to my father as I cried. The room remained silent, until Jacob spoke again. Ness, I'm sorry. There's not much else I can say besides that, he began. And behind him, my mother hissed as a frown crossed her face, but she said nothing. I don't have an excuse for you. I was just being a jerk, okay? Please, just don't be mad with me. I'll make it up to you. Anything you want. He was silent after he finished, and continued to stare at me with his pleading eyes. I began to think. Anything? I asked, after a few moments, smiling. My body vibrated as my dad laughed with me in his arms at my thoughts. Oh, that doesn't sound good for me. Jacob frowned, staring at me. I giggled. It will be fun. What will be fun, exactly? Dress up. And a tea party. I squealed. Oh no. Jacob shook his head and groaned. You said anything. I reminded him. How about anything but that? He said. Jacob. I whined, frowning. All right. Well, I guess it's settled then. My dad said, smiling down at me. I pressed my fingers against his cheek. Dad, can you make me some real tea? Of course, sweetie. He nodded, kissing my forehead. But not now. Why not? I whined. Because it's late, and you need to go back to bed. But I'm not tired. I frowned. Renesmee. My mom folded her arms, and glared at Jacob before clearing her throat. Jake has to leave anyways. He'll be back tomorrow. Fine. I huffed, before wiggling out of my father's grasp. Hey, Jake caught my arm as I tried to walk back towards my bed. I will be here tomorrow when you wake up, okay? I promise. I know, Jake. I smiled slightly, before continuing to my bed. I hadn't noticed when my grandfather had come in, but he spoke next. Sweet dreams. My beautiful granddaughter. I yawned, and then grimaced as I slid into bed. I didn't know I was that tired. Night, Grandpa. Night, sweetie. I heard Jake whisper, but I was too tired to answer him back. Shish. She's already half asleep. Get out. My mom was still annoyed with Jake, and wasn't cutting him any slack. Prince Jacob, the tea party will begin at noon. I heard my dad whisper. He sounded like he was trying not to laugh. Jacob growled low before my mother hissed. This was the last thing I heard before the door closed. Would you like a spot of tea, Sir Jake? I asked in my best British accent. Why, yes m'lady. He nodded. I rolled my eyes and set down the china set that Aunt Alice happened to buy me when I woke up this morning, having heard the whole thing last night. She had insisted that you can't have a tea party without a real china set. Jakey, I huffed, that's not how it goes. You're supposed to say, why, yes Madame Musel. I corrected him, shaking my head. Madame Musel. Jacob raised an eyebrow at me. What does that mean? I shrugged. I heard it on TV. You know, all the kings and queens of England say it, I think. I think, Musel, isn't right. It sounds like a name. Ew. I shook my head. That's an ugly name. I watched as Jacob laughed. Actually, it's pronounced Mademoiselle. It's the French equivalent of Miss or Little Lady. Nahul said as he walked in. He smiled at me before nodding once at Jacob. And why wasn't I invited to this party? He asked me. I watched Jacob's hand tighten around his teacup. If he gripped it any tighter, I was sure it would break. Aunt Alice wouldn't be too happy. Jake. I looked at him, unsure. Huh. He blinked. Sorry, Ness. He narrowed his eyes before glancing up at Nahul. It is an exclusive party. Invitation only. Nahul's eyebrows rose slightly, and his smile twitched as he shifted his gaze to Jacob. Oh, I see. He grimaced, as he glanced back at me. Well, I guess we'll have to have our own exclusive party Renesmee. Jacob was quicker to answer than I was. Yeah, maybe. Now if you will excuse us. We were in the middle of toasting. Jacob's voice was strained, and the smile he has worn earlier had vanished. Oh yes, of course. Nahul nodded at him and then looked at me again. Mademoiselle, it would be my honor to have a spot of tea with you. I'll be waiting. He winked at me before walking out. Before I could respond, Jacob's fist slammed onto the table, sending the china set flying. He shoved himself away and started to back away as the tremors rolled through his body. I watched him as I sat frozen with fear. I couldn't keep back the tears, but I couldn't do anything. What's going on? My dad asked as he raced inside. He had just returned from hunting, so he hadn't heard everything. He paused for a fraction of a second and processed everything in everyone's minds. Then he held his hand out. One was toward Jake, and the other to me. Ness, stay where you are. He warned me. I'm not going to hurt her. Jacob screamed. Suddenly there were several vampires in the room. My uncles immediately blocked Jacob from my view. There was a growl the moment he was out of my sight. Jacob, let's get you outside. My grandpa inched closer to Jacob, who retreated further away, shaking violently. I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay. He kept repeating it. This was all I heard. Since I could not see him. Jacob, please, calm down, my father said. I understand you're right. Yes, he shouldn't have. But Jacob, now is not the time. No, there's still time. I tried to understand the one-ended conversation that my dad and Jacob were having, but it was hopeless. I sighed, and waited for my family to calm Jacob down. I also hoped Aunt Alice wouldn't be too mad. Edward. My mom's voice echoed throughout the house, before she darted over to me. What's happened? She looked around at everyone, before her eyes rested on Jacob's shaking figure. Jake. I quickly pressed my hand into her neck, and updated her on everything. I watched her eyes widen before she glanced at my father, who nodded. Jasper, Emmett. He nodded to my uncles, who slowly stepped aside so I could see Jacob again. His eyes were closed, and his shaking hadn't slowed. I had seen Jacob prepare to phase many times before, but this was one of the few times I couldn't understand why. There was no danger. It didn't make sense for him to be so upset. Jake, it's okay. My mom put her palms forward, and she walked towards Jacob. I glanced at my dad, who watched intensely with his lips pierced. He knew Jake would never hurt Mom, but he still looked like he wanted to snatch her and run for it. Jacob opened his eyes and stared sadly at my mom. He looked so lost. Something silently passed between them. But I didn't understand it. Bells, please, he whispered. His voice and face was filled with pain. I didn't understand. I thought he was upset. Jacob couldn't be hurt. Nobody did anything to him. We were playing tea party 1 second, and the next, it looked as if he was going to crumble. This scared me, and the tears began to come faster, before a sudden sense of calm washed over me. Thanks, Jasper, my dad whispered. He picked me up, and we were walking. How about we go for a walk? But, I started to object, but he silenced me with a finger to my lips. Don't worry. Jacob will be fine. Your mom is the best when it comes to calming him down. He turned around to walk out, and I looked over his shoulder to see my mom embrace Jacob in a tight hug. But why is he so sad? Since we were drifting farther away from Uncle Jasper, the effects were wearing off. My bottom lip began to quiver again. I couldn't keep my emotions in check. I didn't trust my voice to speak out loud. My dad hesitated before answering. He was just hurt. Nahuel did this. He made Jacob mad. I was still young, but I wasn't stupid. Jacob seemed fine until Nahuel had came in. Jacob always seemed to get a bit tense around Nahuel. Does he not like Nahuel? He just thinks that Nahuel is mean. My dad was choosing his words carefully, and it was all beginning to sound fishy. I crossed my arms and narrowed my eyes at him. I didn't need to repeat my suspicions aloud, since I knew he was reading my thoughts. You guys have more things you've been hiding from me. I can tell. No, is this something you'll find out by yourself? When you're older. I know. I huffed. Why can't you tell me now? You're not old enough. I'm 7 years old. Almost 8. I countered. Technically, you're not even 3, sweetie. He winked, kissing me on my cheek. HMPH. I sighed again, defeated. You need to eat, Nessie. My dad sighed again for the 5th time before sliding the plate in front of me again. I'm not hungry. I shook my head, and wrinkled my nose at the plate of food. Ness, he pleaded. I wanna talk to Jake and Mama. I repeated for the numerous time. I've already told you, Ness, they'll be back. He replied. He was growing frustrated, I could tell. I could hear it in his voice. Everything had died down a bit. My uncles were the first to come out of my room, to report that my mom had everything under control. But she and Jake hadn't come out immediately after them. Instead, they talked and talked. Nobody would let me talk to them. Then, they got up, and decided to go for a walk. I was surprised that my father agreed to it. He wasn't comfortable with it, though. Now it was hours later, and they had yet to come back. But when? I pressed, getting impatient. What if something is? Nothing is wrong. They are near the house, hun. I can hear their thoughts. They are both safe. It's getting late, Dad. It had been a couple of hours. How long could they talk? What could Poe's ability take that much time to talk about? When my father hadn't answered me, I glanced over at him, to see him frown. I know, he sighed, before flipping out his cell phone. He let it ring, before handing it to me. My mom picked up on the 3rd ring. Mama, I said into the earpiece. Hey sweetie, are you okay? She sang into the phone. Yay. Well, no. When are you coming home? How's? I tried to catch it. But my yawn came out mid-sentence. Jacob, we're fine. I'm sorry we went for such a long walk. We had some very important stuff to talk about. I think it's time for you to go to bed. No, I'm not sleepy. I want you guys to come back home. You've been gone all day, Mama. I whined. This wasn't fair. I'll tell you what. We're on our way back right now. We'll see you soon, she replied. I squealed excitedly before handing the phone back to my father. He grunted at whatever my mother was telling him, before finally agreeing to whatever she was asking him. What's wrong? I asked him, when he got off the phone. Well, he sighed, before getting up. I have very strict orders to make sure you stay up until your mother and Jacob get back. That'll be easy. I grinned at him, because I'm already up. I giggled at my own joke. Your mother also said that I should put in a movie for you to watch, so you'll have something to do until she gets here. Now there's no point in pirates. I cheered. I couldn't believe I didn't think of it. No matter how bad I wanted to see my mom and Jacob, I wouldn't give up the chance to watch my favorite movie. 10 minutes later my data. I settled into the couch to watch Pirates of the Caribbean. I was knocked out before the credits came on. Jacob's POV. Jake, it's okay. Bella whispered. She had her palms out, unlike Jasper and Emmett who were in a defense stance. As if I was going to attack at any second. Behind her, Edward was watching carefully. Probably thinking the same thing. I would never hurt Bella or Ness. I couldn't. I didn't have it in me. My gaze swept over Renesmee, and her terrified eyes made it that much harder to calm down. The nerve of Nahuel. Just thinking of him I took a deep breath to steady myself. I had to calm down. I had to calm down. Every time I looked at Ness, I could picture Nahul's hands on her. Bells, please, I whispered. I just wanted this to stop. The pain. I couldn't control who she was with or the life she chose. But I'd rather it be anyone but that bastard. How about we go for a walk? I tried to pay attention to what Edward was saying to Ness, but it was very hard to concentrate. I figured if she wasn't in the room, it would help. Of course, Edward already thought that through. Thanks, I told him. He nodded discreetly at me, while Ness was glancing up at him instead of me. I watched as he picked her up to walk out. She glanced at me once more before they turned the corner and she was out of sight. Immediately, I felt a sense of sadness that was 10 times worse than the anger. My shoulders slumped and I fell to my knees. Is he okay? Emmett whispered. Why the hell was he whispering? Did he not know that everyone in this room could hear him? What kind of sense did that make? He's calming down, but I think he heard you, Jasper said, in a normal tone voice. I continued to stare at the ground and grimace, but said nothing. Jacob. Bella sighed. She knelt down beside me and rested a hand on my shoulder. It was then I realized the convulsions had stopped completely. You guys can go now. He's good, she said to her bodyguards. Bella, I'm not sure Edward. I glanced up in time to see Bella cut Jasper a look that dared him to continue his sentence. I smiled. It was nice to know that Bella still wouldn't take any crap from anyone who wanted her to stay away from me. She never listened to Edward when he told her to stay away. Did they honestly think she'd listen now? I snorted. I had to bite my lip to keep from laughing at the thought. I was glad to have my bells. What's so funny? She raised an eyebrow and glanced down at me. Jasper hissed softly before narrowing his eyes at me. He's feeling smug. Smug, Bella repeated, tilting her head. I couldn't contain myself any longer. And the laughter erupted. He's just mad, I managed to say to her. I was thinking you never listened about staying away from me when you were human. You wouldn't listen to them now. I shook my head before laughing again. Huh. She smiled and laughed too. You're right. I bet I could get you too. Emmett countered with a smirk of his own. Bella rolled her eyes in response. Whatever. You two can leave now. We're all good here. Tell Edward and Ness we'll be out soon. They nodded before walking out. I pulled myself up from my knees to sit Indian style on the floor, and leaned on the bed. Bella sat on Ness' bed and put her fist under her chin and stared down at me. Her face had a reproachful look on it. Ah, come on. Don't fuss me out. It wasn't my fault this time, Bells. I shook my head, not ready to hear her yell at me again like last time. I'm not going to yell at you, Jake. She smiled, which confused me even more. Taking her hand, she began to run her fingers through my hair. You know something? What? I asked, closing my eyes and leaning my head on the side of the bed. I never thought I'd have to tell my best friend not to be jealous of my daughter. I nodded. But yet here we are. Crazy, huh? I chuckled. But seriously, Jake. The tone her in voice made me glance up at her. She was frowning down at me. You have to let her make her own decisions and you have to understand that there will be other guys. Maybe now it's Nahul, in a few years, it could be a college boy. I growled at the thought of some sex-crazed immature asshole trying to be with Renesmee. Jake, quote, I'm fine. You know you scared her today. I sighed. Another apology I'd have to make to her. Yeah, I know, I keep screwing up, Bells. No, you keep letting Nahul get to you. That's the real problem, she said solemnly. I knew she was right, so there was no point denying it. You just don't get it. What if some girl, what's their names again? Your human friends. Jessica. Yeah, what if Jessica made snotty remarks about Edward? What would you do? I heard her teeth ground together. That's different. Is not. Yes it is. No it's not. Jacob. She snapped. We aren't talking about me. Alright. Geez. We spend a while talking about the old days. Neither of us really noticed the time, until my stomach growled. Esme can make you something to eat. Bella said. I think there's some sandwiches in the fridge still. I'll just grab one of those. I need to go for a nice run. I need to cool off. I thought that was the point of us talking for so long. She replied. I know, but still. Jake, don't go looking for trouble. She warned me. I gave her a crooked smile. Trouble? Me? Come on. I'm coming with you. No. She raised her chin. Yes. I smiled again. reminding her of something else. Edward would never let you. She narrowed her eyes at me. 10 minutes later, we were walking outside. Bella decided to hunt, since she was already out. We stayed close enough to where Edward could hear our thoughts. We knew Ness was probably growing impatient. She had been anxious before we even left the house. "Hey sweetie, are you okay?" Bella asked Ness. She paused, before grimacing at me. "We're fine. I'm sorry we went for such a long walk. We had some very important stuff to talk about. I think it's time for you to go to bed." I could practically see Ness' reaction, and shook my head. There was no way she's going to go sleep without seeing us all day. "I'll tell you what. We're on our way back right now. We'll see you soon," Bella said. She waited for a second before speaking again. "Yeah, just put in a movie for her Pirates of the Caribbean. Edward, don't start. Put it in, and she'll be out like a light before we get there." I laughed when she got off the phone. "That's never going to work. How much you wanna bet?" She smiled. "Are you serious? We were about 10 minutes from the house. It'll work like a charm." The more I thought about it, the more I was sure she was right. Which made me groan. "Ah, why did you do that? Do you know how mad she's going to be in the morning?" "Aha." She laughed hysterically. "What's so funny?" a voice asked. Immediately my hands clenched into fist. I closed my eyes and breathed in deeply. I would not let him get the best of me again. Bella's cold fingers slid down my arm, before squeezing my wrist slightly. She looked at Nahul and shrugged. "Nothing. What are you doing out here?" she asked him. He gave her a smile, before tightening it slightly and glancing at me. "I wanted to check on you too. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you guys." "We're fine," I managed to say. "Just double checking," he nodded, before turning around to head in the direction of the house. He took a couple of steps before turning around again. "Oh yay, and by the way, earlier, you should really learn how to take a joke." Everything happened very quickly. Edward was there and then Bella was gone. Everyone else disappeared, except me and Nahul. I saw my fist collide with his face, before I felt myself shift into a giant wolf, right on top of the bastard. Or so I thought. But of course the bloodsucker was fast. He was gone before I was fully shifted. I glanced up to see him on the other side of the yard, hissing fiercely. I growled, before leaning low, bracing myself for him. He bared his teeth, before taking a defensive position. "Stop," Bella's voice demanded, as she stepped beside me, with Edward not too far behind. Next thing I knew, I was being forcefully calmed down with Jasper's touch. "Dude," Seth's voice was immediately in my ear. "A vampire's bite is deadly to a werewolf, remember. Calm down." I watched Jasper and Emmett hold Nahul back, while Bella and Edward flanked my sides. I shook my head. This wasn't right. I didn't want to be the cause of trouble for the Cullens. I shouldn't let Nahul get to me like this. "You're right," Seth co-signed. "Deep breaths, man." "Shut up, Seth." I rolled my eyes. "I'm just saying," he started, but I directed my next thought to Edward. "Edward, I'm calm. I'm calm." When he glanced at me from the side of my eye, I nodded. But before he could say anything, Nahul had jerked away from his hold, narrowed his eyes and growled at me. I didn't have time to react, because I was taken aback. Both Bella and Edward leaned forward and growled back in response. Then there was a sudden blur. "Whoa." Seth jumped up, and began pacing and whining, wishing he was here. "Chill out, Seth," I warned him. There wasn't much he could do from 1,000s of miles away anyway. "Enough." Carlyle's voice rang with finality, and he stepped between us. Esme, Julian, Rose, and Alice watched from the porch quietly. Sticking his hands out, he looked from Nahul to me, before turning his back on me to face Nahul. "Nahul, it has come to my attention that you are purposely provoking Jacob. There are a lot of things that I can understand and tolerate, but that my friend is not one of them. This is my granddaughter, and I will not allow this kind of behavior between the two of you to continue." But he tried to attack me too. "Look at him." Nahul snapped angrily, cutting Carlyle off. "You started it." Seth was reliving the moment, and screaming at Nahul in my head. "Cool it." I warned him again, showing him that I'd order him to phase out if he did it again. "Yes, but he did not outright snap at you. You provoked him, which gave him a reason. And we've explained to you already his ties to my granddaughter makes their relationship unique. This family understands that. You need to start respecting that. Do you understand?" Doc's tone was stern. Nahuel lowered his head, and mumbled, "Yes sir." "Good." Carlyle nodded. "Also, do keep in mind, that he," Carlyle stepped sideways, and motioned to me with a smirk on his face, "is an alpha wolf. The same alpha wolf that several wolves report to. The same wolves that are currently on guard to protect this coven and our friends." "That would be you, for now," Emmett whispered, before Jasper kicked him. I resisted the urge to snicker, but that didn't stop Seth from laughing. He made a mental note to show Leah later. "So, please remember that." Carlyle smiled at him, and it almost made him look deadly. "Like a vampire." "Dude, he is a vampire." "Shut up, Seth. Actually, is there a reason you're phased?" "Well, I just wanted to know if everything's going alright over there." "Yay, as fine as they'll get," I replied sourly. "Okay, cool. Well, I'm almost finished patrol." "Sam has you running patrol?" I asked suddenly. "Why? Is something wrong?" "Nope. Just a precaution, Jake." "Oh, okay. Well, I'll see ya." I trotted into the woods to phase. When I came back, everyone was gone but Doc. "That was nice, Doc." I grinned. He smiled, but it was grim. Then it dawned on me. "You're not finished, are you, Doc?" "Not quite. Jacob. He started it, you said it yourself." "I know. But, you have to control your temper. Don't let him get to me." "I know, Doc. Bells beat you to this 30 minutes ago." "Oh, well, good. Just work on it, Jake." I nodded, and we walked back into the house to see everyone lounging around. Nahuel and Julian were settled on the couch. The others were all upstairs except Esme, who had a sandwich, chips and soda waiting for me. "Ah, you didn't have to," I said, but my stomach growled loudly in protest. "I think your stomach says otherwise." She laughed. One sandwich turned into 3, and before I knew it, I was sitting at the table, rubbing my stomach. I moaned, "I think I ate too much." "It's called being gluttonous, Jacob." Bella laughed behind me. Edward smirked but said nothing. I tried to turn around and glare at them, but when it proved not to be worth the effort, I gave up. Edward laughed at my thoughts, and I frowned. "Glad you're enjoying this, Edward. I think I'm going to run it off. I have to patrol anyways," I said, as I slid myself off the chair, landing with a slight thud. "I'll go with you." Jasper volunteered from around the corner. I heard him coming down the stairs before I saw him. We usually took shifts, so I raised an eyebrow at him. "I have to get out of here for a while, too. Emotions are running too high. It's going to drive me crazy," he said, and I nodded. "Besides, it'll be less land to cover. If you and I take the first shift, N. Edikins and I will take the second shift at dawn." Emmett interrupted, emerging from the stairs as well. He only laughed when Edward shot him a death glare. "Sounds good to me." I nodded, shrugging. I don't want to be here first thing in the morning when Minnie Bella wakes up, demanding an explanation for my absence. I glanced at Bella and smiled. "I'll let you deal with that." "Alright, so let's split up. You take the north end. And I'll take the south. Let's get a radius of about 2 miles out. I'll meet you on the other end in about 1 hour." Jasper smiled before continuing, "Or do you need more time?" I rolled my eyes. "Do you?" "Huh." He laughed. "Just try to keep up. You know, I'm pretty sure werewolves are faster than vampires." I raised my eyebrows. "Want me to prove it?" "All right." He nodded. "Fine. Go." He smiled. Before taking off, I growled, before running into the forest. "Cheater." I hissed, right before I phased, knowing he could still hear me. He wasn't that far away. The trees were a blur. But it didn't matter. I weaved through them, forcing myself to go faster. "What's the rush?" Leah asked me. "Go away, Leah." I sighed. She looked into my thoughts, before cheering. "You better win," she hissed. Leah was always competitive, always thinking she could beat someone. "That's because I can. I'm faster than you, Black, and you know it." "Please, Leah." I snorted. "Are you serious, Jake? Do you not remember the time That didn't count. You cheated." I hissed, cutting her off. "The same way that Cullen just cheated, right?" She mocked, snickering. "Get out of my head. Now look who's cheating." Leah was gone within seconds. I smiled. It was good to be alpha. "It's a tie." I sighed a while later. "No way. You were clearly 3 or 4 feet behind me." Jasper shook his head. "Anyways, I decided to move on. Since we would not be getting anywhere." "Did you notice anything?" Not really. Nothing except our own trails. Nothing fresh. You. The same. I nodded. All right, let's run the perimeter a bit wider out. Just scan the area. Okay, let's meet back at dawn. We only a couple hours until dawn anyways. The time went by quick. We were heading back to the house. Can I ask you something? I asked him as we walked. He paused for a few seconds before answering. You're worried. He glanced at me. I mentally kicked myself before putting up an emotional barrier. Okay, and now you're feeling emotionless. He shook his head. Okay, well, you were worried. What about? Not what? I shook my head. Who? Nessie. He guessed. Alice. I said. Alice. His eyebrows bunched. What about her? Shorty's been upset. Because of her future seeing powers messing up, right? Yeah, she doesn't understand, none of us do, he trailed off. But Doc's working on it. I stated. Yeah, you tried telling her that. He grimaced. But I think her powers are developing. Developing, I repeated. Yes, still growing and changing. So, you think it's, what, growing stronger or something? I clarified. Yes, I mean think about it. He nodded excitedly. Apparently he had given this some thought. Both Renesmee and Nahul are a rare hybrid breed. Maybe Alice's powers are cooping. She can learn to control and master it. Quote. I nodded thoughtfully. So have you told Doc? No, she says it's all nonsense, so there's no point. Bella expanded her powers. I nodded. Remember the times Bella would spend training? Exactly. He nodded. Well, I think you're onto something. Thanks. He said. Maybe if she'll let Doc do some tests or something on her then, I started. She won't. She's too stubborn, he said flatly. I grunted, I guess it runs in the family. I watched as Jasper opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, his phone rang. He flipped it open while frowning at me. Hey, he said into the mouthpiece. What? We're on our way. What's going? I started. That was Alice. She's had another vision. Alice. Jasper glanced around as we sprinted through the door. Looking around, I could see that an impromptu meeting had been called to order. Nahul glared up at me, but looked away after a few seconds. Everyone was sitting or standing around the couch, and waiting. We're fine, Jasper. There's no danger, she said, as she got up and went to him. Or so you think, Edward mumbled. Immediately, my body tensed unwillingly. Jacob, calm down, Bella said, looking at me. Is it about Ness? Is she okay? I asked carefully, making sure to keep my voice calm. Yes, but, where is she? I began to panic. Shouldn't she have been up by now? Jacob, it's barely past 6 a.m. And she's tired. She'll be up in a few hours, she is safe. Calm down, Edward stated, reading my thoughts as usual. Okay. I nodded, before glancing at Shorty. So what was your vision about? Well, she looked around nervously before replying, I'm not sure. But I saw the back of Renesmee and she was holding something in her hand. It looked like a note. A note. I shrugged, alright, that's it. No, it's not. Alice shook her head. She sounded like she was crying. I couldn't see her face. What did the note say? Where did she get it? Who else? I began. Jacob. Calm down, Bella repeated. Don't you think we all want to know the same answers? She doesn't know. Alright, now look, Doc spoke up, and looked around at everyone before continuing, at least we know what caused her to cry. That letter, whatever it was that it said, upset her deeply. Was anyone planning on writing a letter? Perhaps she found it by mistake, and it was not meant for her. The room got quiet as no one answered. I threw an accusing glance in Nahul's direction, and then caught Edward's eye before he frowned. Did you check his thoughts? He nodded slightly. Was there anything suspicious? Is this his? Before I could finish my thought, Edward shook his head no. Well then, maybe we can prevent this from happening. He suggested. See, problem solved. For now, I mumbled, shrugging. So, what is there to eat? I asked, looking at Esme. She just shook her head and laughed. Didn't you just eat, Jacob? She asked me, but before I could answer, Blondie spoke up. But a dog's always gotta eat. She laughed at her own joke, while Emmett bit his lips to keep from laughing. I resisted the urge to growl and followed Esme into the kitchen while everyone else dissembled into other various parts of the house. It was just after 10 by the time Renesmee stumbled into the kitchen, still rubbing sleep out of her beautiful eyes. She looked as if she had completely bypassed the bathroom. And had climbed straight out of bed, not bothering to brush her teeth or wash her face. That's because she didn't. Edward sighed, getting up from the counter and with one smooth sweep, he scooped her up. Didn't what? Bella asked, as she came up behind them and ruffled her daughter's hair. She didn't brush her teeth, or wash her face. Did you, Renesmee? Edward answered, as he looked down at her. She smiled up at her parents. But didn't answer. In that same instant, her eyes snapped back down and met mine. Jacob, where were you? You never came home last night. She glanced at Bella. And neither did you, Mama. Well, I did come home. I winked at her, but you were already asleep. I watched as her face scrunched together, a pout forming on the tips of her lips. She frowned me for several seconds before responding. Jacob, I waited all night with Daddy. You took too long. I sighed. It was pointless to try and reason with Renesmee. After all, she was Bella's daughter. Edward smothered a laugh and nodded at my thoughts. Bella caught it and glanced oddly at both of us. I decided it would be best to let Renesmee win this argument. I'm sorry, Ness, but on the bright side, I'm all yours today. No more walks with your mom. So, what do you want to do today? My heart nearly melted as I watched her face soften at my words, and she tried her hardest not to smile. Okay, her head and buried her face into Edward's shirt. You can't stay mad at me, Ness. I told her, knowing she was seconds to giving in. Came her muffled response through Edward's shirt. I decided to try another tactic. Alright, fine, I guess I'll go run patrol, and then maybe go get that ice cream from downtown that I've been craving. I'll see you guys later. I stated. I barely had time to turn around before she popped her head up, and with wide eyes she squealed, ice cream. Listen to Jacob, and behave yourself. I don't want to hear that you. Moom, I groaned, rolling my eyes as she ran the brush through my thick, tangled hair. I know. We are just going into town for some ice cream. We'll be fine, she sighed before nodding. Alright, just be good. I will. I smiled. Besides, what's the worst that can happen? I didn't miss the way my motor's eyes bulged slightly right before she averted her gaze. Yay, she tried to hide the uneasiness in her voice as she continued, so. What flavor are you going to get? Chocolate, of course. I squealed excitedly. What about sprinkles? Oh, yes. I nodded, I'll definitely get sprinkles. Tons of sprinkles. Jacob paused. Edward, this is unnecessary. Really, I can. Look, this is not up for discussion. You won't see me. You won't even know I'm there. I resisted the urge to let out my growl of displeasure as I glared at Edward. And like I told you, I can protect her just as well as you. If not better. Damn. I broke eye contact with Edward before glancing back at him. Sorry. That slipped out. I watched as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I know we bother Car about her safety. We both want the same thing. Yay, I suppose. I agreed. Turning, I jammed my hands in my pockets and looked up the staircase. Waiting to see Nessie pop out of Bella's room. I'll be sure to give you guys plenty of room. Edward stated, but I did not answer aloud. Yay, whatever. I still don't think I need a babysitter. This is not about you, Jacob. He hissed moments before his daughter's face appeared above, as she smiled down at us. I'm almost ready to go, Jacob. She shouted, peering down. All right, sweetie, I'm ready when you are. I replied, giving her the thumbs up. She giggled excitedly before retreating back into the room. So, what does Bells have to say about this? I asked him curiously with raised eyebrows. Shut up, Jacob, he said flatly, as I watched his face turn blank. So Ms. Cullen does not know yet, huh? Oh, okay then. I smiled at him. Good luck with that. Before Edward could respond, Shorty bounced past us, shaking her head in disapproval. I don't think that's a good idea, and I don't even need my powers to tell me that. Thanks, Alice. Edward sighed. No problem, anytime, she said over her shoulder as she walked past us. I think you should listen to her. This isn't a negotiation. That is my daughter. Remember that. Sure. I grinned, and turned around just in time to see Bella and Renesmee walking down the stairs. I'm ready now, she exclaimed, running down the stairs before jumping off the last one, right into my arms. I caught her and laughed. Yes, I can see that, I replied, as I set her down. Then, Trying my hardest to hide my smirk, I glanced briefly at Edward before looking at Bella. So we'll just go into town for some ice cream. And then it's right back here, Bells. You better be careful with my daughter Jacob, I'm warning you. Are you really going to do this, Bella? I raised an eyebrow at her. Before she should answer, Renesmee tugged on the end of my shirt. Jacob, let's go already. Bella, my love, I need to talk to you now. Edward grimaced, and quickly grabbed Bella's hand before tugging her upstairs. What in the… Edward. The sudden movement took her by surprise. I laughed and scooped up Ness in the process. See you guys soon, I called over my shoulder as we walked out the door. Bye Mama. Bye Daddy. The end.